going to go ahead and do that. In accordance with the Executive Order AB 361, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. And Nikki, may we please have a roll call?
Yes, good morning. Supervisor Bohn.
Happy to be here. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Supervisor Bass.
Here.
Supervisor Bushnell. Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just missing Supervisor Madrone at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I
he's.
see Michelle there.
We can see Michelle, so we know she's here.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
I'm
right.
sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Now
we can hear you now.
All right, so we will then move on to the flag salute. And Nikki, do you have a flag you can bring up for us? And if not, I know Rex has one in the background. Oh, nice. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Considering the snow that's been happening, that seems like a really appropriate flag. All right, so for those of you who are joining us today, just a reminder that if you want to make a comment on an item, you raise your hand by pressing *9 at the beginning of the item. And when your number is called, you press *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes. At 2.5 minutes, you'll hear this sound, which lets you know you've got 30 seconds left to finish your comments. And at that point, you will be muted, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Everyone has the same 3 minutes or the same amount of time. Sometimes it's a little shorter than 3 minutes. We certainly will let you know that ahead of time. We just like everyone to have the same chance to talk to the board. So with that, I would like to ask if there's any modifications to the agenda. CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There are 2 modifications to the agenda. Item D4 has been pulled for discussion from the consent calendar. This is the resolution for Ag Commissioner Jeff Dahl. Also, item H1, which is for board initiated items, is going to be time set for 1 p.m.
All right, thank you. And instead of doing the usual consent calendar at this moment, I will put that consent calendar item off because we do have, Assemblymember Wood with us, correct? Supervisor Bohn?
Yep, am I there? We got the hookup. Clerk Hayes set up with Aaron Dunn, his local person. So we should be all hooked up and ready to go to hear from our esteemed Assemblyman, Jim Woods.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for bringing us forward. So.
Okay, I've done my part.
Technical difficulties. Aaron, are you with us?
Yes.
There's Aaron. Hi there.
Yes. I know he's going to be here shortly if he's not already on.
Okay, well, let's see if he's on, and if not, we may have to zip through the consent calendar, but I don't think that'll be a quick zip, so hopefully he is right around the corner.
The original time was 9:15, so that may be, although he knows the meeting starts at 9, so he may already be on.
All right, well, we have it here. I thought we had it here as a time set.
We can go to the,
He's under Kathy Hayes. He's in Pines. Welcome, Assemblymember Wood.
Good morning. I'm not Kathy, but whatever. So, good morning. Are you all ready for me?
We are ready. We moved you up on the agenda and apparently forgot to tell you. So.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, at least I didn't log on at 9:15 then. So anyway, thank you. Thank you very much.
One moment, Supervisor Madrone is listening right now. He's just trying to get his computer up and running, but he can hear
Hello.
you. Just want to know he's present.
Okay.
So welcome. Yes.
Ready to roll then? Are we okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And I hope you're enjoying a little bit of a breather, hopefully between storms here. I think tomorrow it's coming again, and hope everyone's safe and not too soggy, and in some cases not too snowy. But hang in there. We need the weather. So thanks for the opportunity to give you an update. And I'll try to keep my comments short. It's not always easy as a politician, but I'll do the best I can. And I do want to leave some time for questions and give an opportunity for you all the way in. So obviously COVID remains a major challenge. It seems to be the major challenge of the last 2 years. Personally, I feel like the only way we're going to be able to completely fight our way out of this pandemic and prevent future virus mutations is by getting as many people vaccinated as possible. The fewer people who are unvaccinated, the fewer opportunities for this virus to mutate, and the fewer opportunities it has to disrupt our lives. And so we will continue to focus on trying to get people, hopefully, to vaccinate and then boost as soon as reasonably possible. Wildfires can continue to be a challenge, have continued to be a challenge. Already devastated many communities. Our North Coast area has been hit hard over the recent years. We had fires this year, not as significant. When was the last time you'd say 250,000 acre fire isn't significant in the big picture? Well, when you've got fires that are almost 1 million acres. So, fortunately, we didn't see loss of life. We did see, obviously, loss of property and concerns there, and that will be a challenge for us going forward. But now that we've gotten some rain, we can hopefully put that aside for a while until next year. Broadband access continues to be a challenge for us. There's a major project happening in the North Coast in the next few years, which I think will be helpful. That and the $7 billion investment in this year's budget to develop a open access middle mile throughout the state should help with the last mile deployment, which we're looking forward to. And I will say that Humboldt State University, Connie Stewart, her folks there have been fabulous to work with on this project, and a huge resource for us. So to have that kind of resource in Humboldt County to help us on our work is really, really invaluable. Homelessness, housing, substance abuse, mental illness all continue to plague us. It's not only a personal tragedy. I know it places significant burdens on you as counties, certainly as our cities. There's a lot of money in the budget for working on these issues coming forward. My goal is to make sure that it is spent appropriately in a coordinated way, and so that we can actually be at a point where we can assess the outcomes going forward. The other challenge we always face is in our rural districts, in our rural counties, struggling to get just our fair share. And I will continue to be an advocate for rural equity until I no longer have a voice. But it has been a real challenge for us. Why should small counties have to jump through extra hoops sometimes to get the same resources that a large county might? It's really unfair. This year we did have some successes, but in the Capitol, COVID challenged us a little bit because of the ability to conduct our hearings in such a way. We actually all scaled back our legislative agendas significantly. We did originally introduced 19 bills, ultimately trimmed it to 16. Ultimately, that got trimmed to 12. 8 of those made it to the governor's desk, and one was vetoed, but 7 were signed. And so I just want to tell you a little bit about some of the ones that were signed into law. One that was specific to Humboldt County, AB 1311, came about because there were no recycling certified redemption centers in Humboldt County, which is a Humboldt, Trinity, Sierra, or Alpine County, as a matter of fact. So the original California Beverage Container Recycling Litter Reduction Act, that's a mouthful, has never provided flexibilities to communities struggling to make CRV redemption centers viable. And that was a challenge for us. So I worked closely with the Humboldt Waste Management Association, Jill Duffy, and the community to give them the flexibility they need, hearing from them moving forward. We often really felt like it was David fighting Goliath because the large entities in large cities, large urban areas The bottle bill works really well for them. And they really don't want things changed. And so trying to find targeted changes that weren't going to upset that apple cart, but give us the flexibility we needed to be able to meet our needs in the area was a needle we had to thread. And so we were fortunate that we were able to get it done. So the law now allows certified recycling centers to operate on an alternative schedule, less than the currently required 30 hours per week. It allows them to operate by appointment. And it exempts dealers from delivering empty beverage containers to a recycling center or processor from the daily load limits. So a lot of folks have been storing this stuff up, and there's a limit at how much you can deliver on a daily basis. And so we have to figure out a way to get rid of the backlog. So I'm grateful the center in Del Norte, working up there, Hambro has been open to the needs of Humboldt County. I understand a new recycling center in Arcata could be operating by early spring, but I understand there's a coastal commission issue now, so this may be a while. So two steps forward, one step back, and one step sideways sometimes. But there's a lot of work to be done on the CRV program. I know at least a couple of my colleagues are looking at a comprehensive fix in the coming year, but it will be a clash of titans over there. My goal was to try to do something locally to help our communities. So AB 41, another bill we worked on, specifically addressed the need for broadband, was a follow-up to my legislation. A few years ago to increase middle mile deployment by reinforcing Caltrans Dig Once policy. Sometimes you have to reinforce it by making it law. So we did that. I co-authored and supported 3 other bills to improve the California Advanced Services Fund, and was along with Senator McGuire. The 2 of us are on the governor's middle mile advisory committees. There are 4 legislators on that, and 2 of them are from the North Coast. So you can be assured that we are going to do everything we can to advocate for our communities. 8817 was a bill that was long in the making, probably over a decade. Authorized the Department of California Department of Fish and Wildlife to transition to the calendar-based fishing license to one that is valid for 365 days a year, regardless of when you buy it. It also authorizes the department to go to give license holders an opportunity to display their license on their phone, on a mobile device. And so it'll take a little while to get it up and running, but this should all be available in the beginning of 2023. It did take some time, but with Department of Fish and Wildlife's support, once they better understood the reasons why licenses were declining, we were able to make it happen. And so we're happy about that. We did have a budget ask that was successful, which is near and dear to my heart. It was a $15 million budget ask for the Save the Redwoods Rising project. It's worked day and night to raise funds for this project, which will restore young redwood forests so they can become the old growth forests of the future. And my hope is that this $15 million will help them continue to move that project forward. I continue to be successful in efforts to maintain the with CAL FIRE to better understand how we can benefit from prescribed burns. And I'll make sure I didn't lose a page here. No, that's all I got it. Okay. I hate it when I print things on 2 sides. So legislation that so we were able to get $250 million each year for wildlife prevention efforts. Even more state funding is provided to increase the efforts. AB 9 is another bill that we worked on, creates a new branch within the Office of the State Fire Marshal that will focus exclusively on community wildfire prevention and preparedness efforts. This is a significant shift in how we look at how we do this effort. It will create a new entity that it took a lot of effort to try to pull this off, and many stakeholders to trust that we can move in this direction. But the challenge we see in general is that once fire season starts, that a lot of the folks that are working on these prevention projects get pulled into the fire service. And so we're trying to create year-round fire prevention force under the fire marshal's office that can actually do this work year round without being pulled away. As the fire seasons get longer and longer, it's more challenging to keep people on doing the prevention work. And at this point, it feels like fire season starts in January and ends in December. So we've got to change the way we're thinking about that. It moves 8 existing programs and duties currently spread throughout CAL FIRE to a new branch within there. And it also requires that all program staff and leadership dedicated to these programs be the lowest priority workforce to respond to wildfire suppression missions. So thereby, hopefully ensuring that this work gets done on a daily basis. I chaired several Assembly Health Committee informational hearings on critical issues, including continuing my commitment to ensure quality care to residents in nursing homes, looking at ways to improve our Medi-Cal system, and addressing mental health challenges. In my visits throughout the district, limited, unfortunately, as they have been due to COVID, I was on the ground with first responders and CAL FIRE at wildfires, and spent time with both CAL FIRE and the tribes to better understand how we can benefit from prescribed burns and other wildfire preventive practices. Legislation I'll be working on in 2022, continuing my work on and efforts to create the Office of Healthcare Affordability. Over the many years of my efforts contain healthcare costs have been signed into law. However, several of those laws immediately result in lawsuits, and those are in process flow in the legal system by the pandemic. The work to contain healthcare costs must continue, and OCA, as we call it, is critical to that process. We have to have a system that tracks healthcare costs and can help us understand how those costs affect patient outcomes. I worked with governor's administration, experienced significant pushback from many of the stakeholders in the for-profit healthcare arena, but I'm not giving up. Issues I'm considering and researching for the legislative session, more issues around nursing home licensure and reform, issues on mental health, for instance, getting more clarity on how a 72-hour hold is defined in hospitals, and looking at how we could create a new conservancy for the Redwood Empire region, separate from other coastal conservancies. Obviously, there are cannabis issues that including environmental cleanup, water conservation through potentially the permitting of ponds, and direct retail sales, for example, at farmers markets. The latter has been tried before, unsuccessfully, unfortunately, but we will look at it again. In closing, I'd just like to say, it's an honor to do this job. I focus on the needs of our district first and foremost. And I've always had the belief that if it's good for our district, it's going to be good for California, but it needs to be good for our district first. So I'm going to be that dogged advocate for our communities. And it's an honor to serve, and it's an honor to work with you. And with that, I'd love to, if you've got any questions, feel free to fire away.
All right. I do know we have some members of the public that have raised their hands to comment. But first, I'll look at the board. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I gave that eloquent introduction, and you weren't even here to hear that earlier. So I appreciate that. Now, Jim, I think we met back in 2013. In fact, I pulled this little card out when you were sitting in my office, said, I look at this every day because it's underneath my pad. And I appreciate the way you stand up for the North Coast. We're not always going to agree on everything, but you've always got my full support because you have the best interests. And I know on fire resiliency, I don't know where it was a few weeks ago or whatever, you were talking about the fire, and you were talking about how it hits you personally because of all the over in Paradise and everything else. You had to do the forensic dental work on like 80% of the people that lost their lives in those fires. And so it hit you personally. And I know that it bothers you. And we've been fairly fortunate. We over here on the Eastern, but we hit a few little bit, but we've been lucky in Humboldt, but we're not going to stay that way unless we do the forest thinning. We do our fire safe councils keep doing the marvelous work they're doing. So I appreciate that. Yeah, if you could help us out on this recycling, the coastal, sorry, Mike, but I mean, where they're trying to set up is between the old Arcata garbage, which is Recology now, and Arcata scrap and steel on South G Street. I don't know where it's an issue, but it's been well over a year now. It's great. We've got all these things, but we still have nowhere to go unless we're sending people over last chance grade. So, I really don't know if you can ask somebody going, can we set up something, because I talked to Hambro yesterday. They want to be here, but that want may change, and then we're going to be back at square one if we're not careful. We may just wait them out long enough. So I'd love for you to, help with that. The fishing license, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to say, I was unaware that there was, I guess I should have been aware of it, but I didn't realize there was going to be a concern or a process where the Coastal Commission would weigh in. I know I should have thought about that. I guess I didn't expect that, of course, but I'm not the one applying for the permit to do the work. So, my hope is that it is able to move forward. That land I know is already, pretty degraded. And over time, just by the past industrial uses and so on. So hope is that with the right protections that we can move forward and move forward quickly.
Yeah, we got to make sure that Diet Coke doesn't get into the stream. So again, I really appreciate everything you do on that. The broadband, thank you for calling out Humboldt and Connie Stewart. I've traveled with Connie Stewart to Sacramento probably a dozen times to PUC hearings and everything else, and she's a wealth of knowledge, and she has championed this. She was out on the beach when the cables landed. She was so excited about that. We've been able to work with Caltrans, much to your help. We may end up with a piece of road, but much to your help, got that fired up and the cables landed. So 2 of them. So I appreciate that. So on that, there's a lot of cannabis talk. There's a lot of other issues we need to discuss, but I'd love to have my other board members have some time with you. So Assemblyman Woods, thank you. Have a great Christmas, okay?
Thanks, you too, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Any other supervisors at this time wish to make a comment? Cannot see. Is Supervisor Madrone, was he able to get on?
I see him there. He's got his hand raised.
Okay, good. Well, I've got 2 screens full of people now, so it's kind of like trying to scroll through. Welcome, Supervisor Madrone. Your hand is now, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, apparently my computer doesn't like it when I don't come in and log in often enough. So as you know, I was at home quarantined because my granddaughter had tested positive, but everybody's well, doing just fine, moved beyond that. Nobody else ended up with it. And she's doing great, actually, for a young person, 7 years old. So at any rate, happy to be here. Thank you, Assemblyman Wood, for all of your work. And I also want to thank Aaron. I know you know this, but your capable staff, Aaron Dunn, just is amazing for us here locally in terms of being responsive and helping us with things. And like touring the local businesses last month, that was fantastic. A lot of very positive feedback. I don't think businesses expect that to have you come in personally and spend a half hour with them. So that was very much appreciated. And I know you do that all over the county and all over your district. So thank you for that. Great move on the Cal Fire firefighters and the year-round employment efforts there. So badly needed. Thank you for making that happen. And of course, the North Coast Resource Partnership is going to be getting a lot of funding. I know the state sees this as a very capable regional organization, perhaps one of the best in the state. And it's interesting because we actually endorsed or embraced the integrated resource management approach, whereas many other counties in the state didn't really embrace it. And now here we are, having embraced it some 15, 18 years later, just really rocking and rolling. And getting the money out on the ground, as Supervisor Bohn said, to the fire safe councils and all kinds of other programs. So again, just thank you so much for all your support for everything you do for us here in Humboldt County. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you. And I do want to say that there's the resources that we have in Humboldt County that have been helpful on things like the North Coast Resource Partnership and prescribed fire are tremendous. Yana with UC Extension, Yana Valakovic with UC Extension has been a tremendous resource to us, and dogged in her determination to help us through this process. The fact that Humboldt County participates with the North Coast Resource Partnership as resources become available, and because of the existing structure of this organization, will be a huge head start for community-wide projects. And that is that organization was a big part of why we partnered, why we envisioned the process moving forward this way. Why reinvent the wheel? We've got a great organization serving 9 counties, tribes, federal entities, all working together right now. Let's just get them the resources to be able to expedite some of the projects. And that's how we looked at it from the beginning. So once again, in many ways, Humboldt County, a huge inspiration to us in trying to make sure we can do the right thing for the rest of the state.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Assemblymember Wood. Thank you for all the updates that you did. It's very helpful. I also want to thank both of you for being so willing as a brand new supervisor to speak with me and meet with me. It was really great that you got to come to Shelter Cove and see the fire breaks they've done and all the work they've done out there, and also out with Humboldt Redwood. That was really cool, Aaron. You guys for coming, So I just really appreciate, the conversations I've had with you both, and meeting with the Cannabis Ad Hoc. That was really great, and hearing the concerns of the Humboldt County farmers. And just want to say thank you, and I hope that both of you have a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too, Supervisor. Much appreciated.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I think not to belabor all of the long list of advocacy you've done for us here on the North Coast. Both you and Aaron are working real hard, and I really appreciate the openness and the availability that you guys have whenever we're in need of talking with you. And I appreciate your visit here a couple weeks ago. That was really wonderful, and going through all the issues that we're so concerned about, each one of us. So just an appreciation of the connectivity that you're providing and the hard work. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Supervisor. Appreciate the opportunity as well.
And before we go to the public, because there were several of them with their hands out, I wanted to echo a lot of what I've already heard. But I do remember when redistricting changed in the past, and when you were first running, and you and I met at Ramon's for coffee, if I recall. And I was really nervous, to be honest, to have 2 people who weren't necessarily connected to the North Coast be elected. But I think you and Senator McGuire are some of the best folks we've ever had, as far as even though you don't necessarily live here, it feels like you could live here, because we see you often, and we know that all we have to do is call you, send a text message, get a hold of Aaron, and you're very responsive, and that is completely appreciated. And I don't think every county is nearly as lucky as we are with the great relationship we have with both of the two of you. So.
Well, thank you. That's we appreciate that, and I can understand the concern, but also I ask people to bear in mind too that Senator McGuire, myself, lived in and represented rural communities. I mean, I practiced in Cloverdale for almost 27 years. So 3,600 people when I got there. So small town, I understand the dynamics, and I understand the struggles that we face trying to get people's attention. And so as does Senator McGuire. So while we don't spend as many nights in Humboldt County as you as a resident do. We do our best to be as available as we can. My district, Assembly District, is the 5th largest in the state. It's over 300 miles from one end to the other. Senator McGuire's add another 70 miles to his Senate district, and from the Golden Gate Bridge to the Oregon border. And so fortunately, he's younger than me, and so he has more energy, and so he can handle that 70 miles. But we feel really strongly about how we represent our district, and we work really hard to do the best we can. Thank you.
I think you're very much appreciated. So at this point, we will go to public comment, and at this point we have 6 hands up, so we'll see how quickly we can get through this. So you have a lot to do in your day as well. So our first speaker has the last 4 digits of 9716, and if that is you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, and you have 3 minutes.
So, sorry, what?
I said, I'm just letting you know, and I didn't start your time yet. You have 3 minutes. Everyone has 3 minutes.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
As I also think that fire preparedness is very important, I also think that using prisoners to fight fires is wrong. We're paying them around $6 an hour, and they're putting their lives on the line. We're also not letting them get out of prison with any certifications that will help them into their future occupations, which they have a hard time even finding at all. So I'd really encourage you to change these, the way that we treat our incarcerated. It's just supposed to be, helping them get better, not penalizing them and using them. Also, the way you talked about COVID and the only way out of this is vaccination is actually anti-science, especially with the current Omicron strain. The founder of the Omicron strain, Dr. Angelique Coites, the chair of South African Medical Association, who founded the Omicron in vaccinated individuals in South Africa. Or in Africa, I think it was one, something with a B. She said that this is a very mild strain. And actually the data is showing that 70% of people who have this strain are fully vaccinated. So it's really hard for me to understand when our elected officials don't know this information. This is not hard to find. This is actually on BBC. This is actually being talked about in the New York Times. So I really encourage you to do your homework. You have people who can do this research for you and bring this information back to you. And making these blanket statements that vaccination is the only way out of this, completely not talking about natural immunity, is anti-science. So please protect our incarcerated and protect everybody in the state by listening to the science. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is 0116, and press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Assemblyman Wood. I'd just like to first thank you for coming and speaking and listening to people today, and for what, a lot of what you were talking about for advocating for our local community here. I am also wanting to ask you questions about your stance on the vaccines, and that they are the only only way forward, especially when the Los Angeles Unified School District, and they're pausing to review mandating it for their kids in that school district. And also, I think just recently in Fort Bragg, we had a 9-year-old child die after taking one of the vaccines. And of course, the local newspaper listed it as a COVID death with comorbidities. But I mean, the list just goes on. The American Heart Association recently raised issues with it, and my grandma herself was having heart issues after taking the Madrone shots, and they're just not proving to be as effective as originally advertised. And especially with the recent outbreak of the Omicron, it's even more apparent that this is not the only way forward. And locally with monoclonal antibodies, my father-in-law, that's what saved him when he came down with COVID pretty bad. So I just would really ask that you do some more research, like the other person was saying, or hire some people to do some research and just give a more of a balanced view, not just this whole push from the corporate entities flowing, our system with the COVID CARES Act money that everybody's grappling for. There's just got to be a better way for our state, our county, our country, everyone to get out of this without just following the corporate mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. All right, our next speaker is 0151, and press *6 to unmute. Welcome. I see you're unmuted.
Thank you. This is Dottie Russell, and I'm from Southern Humboldt. and I continue to advocate and make calls and beg for some of the help that we need in Southern Humboldt. There are a few things that are going on that are particularly problematic. One is that it's my understanding that the county of Humboldt has adopted an idea now that nobody can live in a travel trailer unless they're in a mobile home park. For over 30 years, people have been living in Humboldt County in trailers, travel trailers, and now suddenly it's an abatement issue where if they're not removed, then they will have to be abated and then ultimately their property seized or at least liened. I think this is a huge, gigantic crisis because this has been housing for so many people for decades, and there's not other places for them to move into. So currently, I'm housing some people for free that were on abated properties, and I can't afford it. I'm 72, and I can't afford to try to pick up the pieces of people that have no place to live. So Southern Humboldt, over the last 20 years, has had very little housing. There's been a lot of help by people letting somebody pull a travel trailer on their property. So instead of making it a crime, instead of criminalizing helping somebody, it would be much better if the state could actually come and mediate between the people that need housing and whatever reason this new idea about nobody can, stay in a trailer is. The other thing is that we're having abatements based on recycling materials that are being piled up and creating a nuisance in terms of, piles of debris. So somehow, if we can figure out a way to store this for people or find a way to safely have it on their property, but abating a piece of property because there's somebody that doesn't want to throw something in a landfill because they care about the environment is wrong. And it's happened to us. It's happening to us currently. And I really feel like I'm a victim in two ways of helping the environment and helping people that need housing. So I need you, Assemblyman Wood and Senator McGuire, to step in to mediate with some of us to figure out how these people aren't going to be criminalized or hurt or possibly
injured. Thank you, Dottie. Thank you for calling in. All right, we'll move to our next speaker is 0326. If that's you, press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. I had several things there. One, I do question this idea that the virus can be blamed on all the unvaccinated people and the spread of it and mutation of it, all on the unvaccinated people. And essentially, we're trying to blame them and create a second-class citizenship and enforcing all kinds of penalties on them. I wish the health officer, Hoffman, would answer my question, which I almost got pepper sprayed for, instead of addressing his fantasies about conspiracies and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate the beverage reduction type of action there. I got a big pile of water bottles in my yard there from all this time we haven't been able to get rid of them. I suggest that perhaps the municipal water, there could be some way to, it's good water. It's pure, it's sterilized and all that kind of stuff. And it could be emphasized rather than having all these bottles and the problems that go along with it. Caltrans still has this fantasy, like the last bicyclist director of District 1, that if they put up pedestrians prohibited signs they limit their liability. Humboldt County is essentially like a string of pearls, and the Caltrans essentially tried to make it so that you cannot walk between any community in Humboldt County and by posting their pedestrians prohibited signs. They got to realize that people are walking when we're in the future, when we don't have a lot of these vehicles and everything there, we're going to have to walk anyway. The wildfire evacuation plan I tried to do that on the McKinley Community Plan 1997. Essentially, the county is just creating a bunch of dead-end streets in McKinleyville where there's, and it creates congestion on Central Avenue because the only way to get out of a dead-end street is at a signalized intersection. And I tried to get them to consider that their evacuation plan. The county said they had evacuation plan. The Office of Emergency Services said they didn't, and then the county said they did. Then evacuation. Then the county said the Office of Emergency.
Thanks, Charles. Sorry, those 3 minutes go by so fast. All right, we're going to move to looks like Kent 7454, and you've got your 3 minutes, Kent.
Virginia, can you hear me today?
Yes, welcome, Kent.
Kent Sawatsky, Assemblyman Wood. It's always a pleasure to have you come up here. If you run into that guy, I can't remember his name since he doesn't do what you do. McGuire, is that the guy? Maybe he could come up here at the end of the year, maybe the meeting before this one, and we could he could do as good a job as you do. It's appreciated. I assume Paul Ramey's still with you there. He's always an asset for you. I did want to make a compliment. I did need to make a comment on some of the prior speakers. I am vaccinated. I've got my flu shot, and I've got all three of them. I strongly support that particular process. We can agree to disagree. Regarding the firefighters from the jail, this is where those people can come out, and I believe it's voluntary, fight the fires, and they can learn to fight and maybe get a job when they're done fighting fires. So I strongly support that particular one. We all have a right to a different opinion, I guess. Regarding the Eel River, we have an ask here. A lot of our people are forbearing water. And is it possible maybe that your constituents down south, whether they're growing tomatoes or cannabis or have a vineyard, could also forbear water and store water the same as we're trying to do up here, rather than taking it down there, like cut it off March 1st or something? And whether it's stored in large things or they stored in bladders. There's also a perception that the vineyards are doing a lot of taking of water without having the correct permits, very large quantities of water. We like to see this all, if they're going to use our water from here, which it is, Eel River water, that they use it as best they can. I understand that there is a very good thing going forward, and I support the legislature to enable noticing for CEQA to be done in our forums up here would be like the Red-Headed Black Belt or Lost Coast, and I strongly support that because paper is difficult for people to have, and it's not necessarily the most carbon neutral process. I do wish that you could do the best you can, as you mentioned, to get as much remediation of our pot grows. This is going to be the last year for a lot of them at $300 a pound outdoor. It's not financially viable. And we've got a really mess out there. We got miles and miles of plastics of all kinds. We need some help basically getting that taken care of. And lastly here, if there's any changes you can do regarding enforcing the conflict of interest laws. We seem to have a real problem up here with conflict of interest. People have it, they don't declare it, they don't follow the process, and we don't get, the FPPC does not give us consistent determinations. We're trying to eliminate graft and favoritism up here. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thanks for coming up here.
All right, thank you, Kent. And our next speaker is the last four digits of 2122. And press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. This is Uri Driscoll. Just a couple of comments. Regarding the vaccinations, I think it is important to look at updated data, and the efficacy rates are dropping with these vaccines, and the Omicron is affecting more vaccinated, all of that. So I think the original expectation of the vaccines may have been good, but I think currently it really calls into question the need to force or coerce vaccinations on people that don't want them, and children specifically. They are not affected by this as much. So I would strongly encourage, like the other callers, to review updated data and not just follow the same old, push to vaccinate. The other question I have for you, Assemblyman Wood, is if indeed a rail service can be restored to the North Coast that would help relieve some of the supply chain issues that we're having throughout the country, would you be in support of that, particularly if it could help, heal the Eel River and remove some of the legacy rail equipment that has caused some problems there? That's about it. Thank you very much, and everyone have a good day.
Madam Chair, I do have to sign off.
No.
Erin will probably stay on and she can continue to take notes. And I just appreciate the public comment and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and also to every constituent who called in. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you. And I told them that we would continue taking public comment, but we certainly will send all the info over with Erin.
Awesome.
So
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
here today.
Okay. Of course, my
right.
pleasure. Thanks.
Take care. All right, so we will go back to our public comment queue. And next we'll have, let's see here. Let's go with 1041. Press *6 to unmute. And we'll be speaking on Assembly Member Wood's comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Excellent. My name is Donnie Creekmore. I'm the co-founder of Humboldt Freedom Coalition. You can find our website, which is full of resources and peer-reviewed literature about COVID-19 at humboldtfc.com. I live in the 5th District, and I am calling in regard to the comments that I just heard from Assemblyman Wood, which I really appreciate him coming to speak. And I appreciate a lot of his comments. I actually identify with his comment of feeling like he's David against Goliath, because I feel like, myself and a lot of the other people, the callers here, are David versus Goliath, because here we are again, just trying to point the board and their appointees to, 59 peer-reviewed literature aggregation that shows that the vaccines leak and cause breakthrough cases, 39 peer-reviewed literature about monoclonal antibodies with Hoffman's own words saying that they were 100% effective at preventing hospital and death from August to, I guess, they're still going on to date, but I know that they were only extended to the end of November. If we really care about hospitalizations and deaths, wouldn't we want to expand that to every single place to prevent people from getting hospitalization and death? I mean, the people that are having these vaccine breakthrough cases, they need these monoclonal antibody treatments to prevent them from hospitalization and death. People that have monoclonal antibody treatments, they go on to have antibodies afterwards. People who don't get it and survive go on to have antibodies afterwards, but there's no talk of that. It's just, you have to buy the vaccine agenda or else you're somehow a second-class citizen. And, if you guys want to hang your guys' hat on that, and the Assemblyman wants to say that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, even though, I can sit here and stare at, your own chart showing the vaccine breakthroughs up until today. I can go and I can look at abstracts, mRNA COVID vaccines dramatically increase indocile inflammatory markers and ACS risk as measured by the pulse cardiac test, a peer-reviewed study. And the conclusion says, we conclude that the mRNA vax dramatically increased inflammation and the endothelial and T-cell interaction of cardiac muscular tissue and may account for the observations of increased thrombosis, cardiomyopathy, and vascular events following vaccination. So safe and effective? No, it's not safe and effective. Okay, it's not safe and effective. Is there an emergency? No, there's not an emergency. Why is there not an emergency? Well, because confirmed cases are only a small sample set of the real world cases. You have 10,179 people who've got it, but it's probably more than that. A peer-reviewed study called COVID-19 Antibody Seroprevalence in Santa Clara County, California, found 85 to 50 times the amount of real-world antibody cases compared to the state cases. Therefore, there is no state of emergency. You guys are using a small sample set to derive your death and hospitalization rates. Thank you for the ability to comment. Please consider these facts. HumboldtFC.com.
Thank you very much.
Project,
Donnie. Thank you. All right. So our next speaker, and people be aware, the assembly member did have to leave. So just want to let everyone know, Aaron from the staff is here, but just so people are aware. Our next speaker is 8797. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. And 8797, are they still on there? Oh, there they are. You drop to the bottom of the screen. 8797, if you're still there, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for having me. You can refer to me as concerned citizen. I'd like to address the vaccination issue that I think it was Mr. Wood mentioned about getting us all vaccinated in this county, and he'd like to see that. I'd like to reference Israel and the vaccination rates there versus the case rates and it going up. I'd also like to change the language of vaccination to a shot. These people have been on record saying that if they had called it a vaccine, that they needed to call it a vaccine, that it is actually not a vaccine, it's an experimental mRNA shot, mode RNA, hence the word Moderna, that they needed to call it a vaccine for public acceptance, that there would have been public pushback if they had called it anything else but that. This is an experimental emergency use vaccine that they have said that they need 75 years to release the data on. If the board there said they needed 75 years to disclose what you guys are doing, that'd be liable for an immediate investigation. If you can't see that there's something scandalous going on, or don't want to look at other information such as Donnie from Humboldt Freedom Coalition brought up, and you choose to only go with certain news sources, you got your heads in the wrong place. You need to have an open mind. The data and the literature is out there. There used to be something where we said peer pressure was bad and groupthink is bad. This is another example of peer pressure and groupthink to make parents have to vaccinate their kids, or kids that are 18 to some odd years old to vaccinate in order to be accepted in schools, or to be vaccinated in order to go into buildings, and if not, be treated as a second-class citizen. Meanwhile, the companies administering this not vaccine, this shot, will not be able to be held liable. The administering doctor will not be able to be held liable, and the adverse effects, death counts, and injuries cases are going up. Those numbers are not debatable. To continue to advocate for getting this shot or it being conditioned to operate into society is absolutely atrocious, and shame on you. You are also in violation of County Code 2210.
I think you might have dropped off the call. All right. Apparently we lost him. All right. So our next speaker will be the last four digits of 5300. If that's you, press *6. Looks like you're ready. Welcome.
Yes. So this is Adam Lustig calling in from District 4 here, the Lost Coast Populist. I'd like to touch on also what the majority of callers have said about this assertion that we can vaccinate our way out of a pandemic. That far left extremist view is just spreading misinformation. When you look at science, you have to look at the bulk of the data. And the bulk of the data does not agree with that assertion. as several callers have mentioned, you go to HumboldtFC.com to the Trusted Science section. You can look up the data that backs up everything that has been said here today. You look around the country and around the world and you see places with the highest vaccination rates, and they are having high case rates now. The island of Gibraltar has 100% vaccination, and they had to cancel Christmas gatherings. So this assertion is incorrect. It obviously benefits the top donors to the Democrat Party, which is the big pharma companies and vaccine manufacturers. And it's funny that the argument that the so-called Democrat socialists, far left extremists have put forward for socialized medicine is that pharmaceutical companies are corrupt, the healthcare system's corrupt, and it needs to be changed. But at the same time, these same people are telling you to have blind faith in the vaccine and this narrative coming down from Dr. Fauci and the Biden regime. And what's going on is, for example, remdesivir. The WHO says that remdesivir is dangerous. They don't recommend it. Yet we use it here as treatment in America, and we have one of the highest death rates in the world. At the same time, ivermectin, which the WHO has listed as essential medicine and safe, is suppressed. People have to go to court. They have to sue. And several people that have won their suits have taken the ivermectin and ended up getting out of the hospital. So it's pretty obvious what's going on, who's in control. It's not the people as intended. Here in our own county, you know, the elected board of supervisors have turned over complete control of the far left extremists over at Public Health, Sophia Pereira and Ian Hoffman. And here we are. And now they want to talk about if a business wants to go mask free, they have to check vaccination status as part of the metric. So we'll get to more of that later. I know my time's about done. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We'll move on to our next speaker. Sorry. Looks like 7328. And just letting people know you don't need to take the entire 3 minutes. If you don't have to, that helps Aaron get more information for the assembly member. So 7328, you're on.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thank you, Chair Bass. My name's Jeff Hunterlock. I'm with the operating engineers. On a positive note, I want to start out by giving praise to Assemblyman Woods for all his good work here on the North Coast and everything he has done. I know he's left the call, but he's not only a good man, but he does support this district, his district well. I want to also comment, I want to talk about apprenticeship, and I want to talk about skilled and trained and California approved apprenticeship. So on December 3rd, I put together a tour from Humboldt County. Started out just going to be about 10 people, ended up being 33 people. And we had contractors, local contractors, Mercer Frazier, Justin Zabel, Wallen Construction, Ken Wallen, North Coast Fabricators, Erica Crowley. We had Granite Construction. We had Newland Entities, and we had a new contractor, Stewart Engineering, working on the last chance grade up there. We also had offshore wind folks from Sierra Co Energy, Principal Power, Acker Solutions, and Ocean Winds. The three, minus Serico, are the ones trotting the offshore wind project here in Humboldt Bay. We also were fortunate enough to have Connie Stewart and her team, Kate, Scott Adair, Patrick Owens from Rcea, and Arnie Jacobs, and we were really happy to have them there. Had the state building trades there. Robbie Hunter, president, going to be retiring in January, and the president-elect was also there, Andrew Meredith. And we had Environmental California there, Brightline Defense there, Blue Green Alliance there. We had numerous OE3 folks there, the PR department, political department, the JATC, which is where the training center takes place, and their staff. And they did a great job. And I bring this up today because I'm not going to stop about skilled and trained and what that means to local businesses here in Humboldt County, small businesses, keeping the work here instead of getting all these folks out of the area, keeping our, taking our tax money out of the area. It's just, it's got to come to a stop. We've been doing the same thing here in Humboldt County, and we're going to have to get creative in our bid documents and putting skilled and trained in there and keeping our workforce mostly local here. So, again, I'm bringing all this up because I am going to be putting another.
Sorry, Jeff.
That's it.
Thank you. That's it. 3 minutes. Sorry. It goes fast. All right. So our next speaker is 1172. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Catherine Gabaton. I'm calling from District 2, and I wanted to address misinformation and statements made by 2 of the supervisors for a KMED news report, and my concern for proposed censorship of supervisors meetings. One of the supervisors, I can't recall which one.
Okay, excuse me. Hold on just a moment. I'm stopping your time. I'll let you continue. Are you commenting on something that Assembly Member Wood said?
No.
Okay, then you're I think you might want to be talking under general public comment, which will be coming up later. Okay?
Oh, could I finish my statement here then?
No, not unless you're responding to what Assembly Member Wood had spoken of.
I'll respond to his push for vaccinating the county.
Okay, I guess I can't hear you, Barely. You may want to speak up. Just like I said, this is on what the Assembly member spoke of.
So I'll respond to Assembly Member Wood's encouraging us to get more of the county vaccinated. I'm concerned about, and I'm still concerned about the misinformation that vaccination is the only way out of this, and that supervisors aren't encouraged to look outside of like mainstream sources. I want to quote Dr. Peter Andrew McCullough. He worked at the Henry Ford Heart and Vascular Institute. He served as a chief of cardiology of Missouri-Kansas City School of Medicine. He was the vice chief of internal medicine at Baylor University Medical Center, and he was a professor at Texas A&M University. He was the editor-in-chief of journals, Reviews in Cardiovascular Medicine and Cardiorenal Medicine. This was a highly decorated, well-trusted physician for a really long time in the United States. And he advocated for early treatment, which included hydrochloroquine. And after he did that, he's been slandered by mainstream media and including Wikipedia. And so we're told to trust science and to trust doctors, but when doctors speak out against the vaccine narrative, their careers are ruined. How does that make sense? And how is that supposed to encourage public trust in the vaccine narrative? I'm highly concerned about this. I hope that our supervisors are also concerned about this and that you guys are open and willing to other information outside of mainstream media, because there are a lot of doctors speaking out. Thank you.
All right, technical difficulties here. All right, so our next speaker is the last 4 digits of 7066. If that's you, press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Abbott, and I am calling in from District 4. I would also like to speak on the push for vaccines. This is not the first time in my lifetime that vaccines have been heavily pushed on me. One that comes to mind is the Gardasil vaccine that was really pushed on my generation when I was growing up. So it was actually developed in 1991, approved in 2006, recommended 2007, and then discontinued because of all of the damage it did to people's bodies. It's actually a huge lawsuit, $4 billion. People have died from it. So a lot of our vaccine hesitancy isn't that we're anti-vaccines, we're anti-mask, XYZ. I haven't seen enough data to know that this is safe for my body. For me, that's a huge concern because with this Gardasil vaccine that I made the conscious decision to wait and see what could happen long-term. These are things that happen long-term with the Gardasil shot. Autoimmune disorders, chronic fatigue syndrome, chronic pain, including chronic regional pain syndrome. People literally died from it, including my second cousin. Dysautonomia, fibromyalgia, idiopathic, thermotic febura, lupus, movement disorders, neurological disorders, which happened to a close friend who graduated. She was top of my class, was in honors programs, got it in college, and completely had to drop out because of the neurological disorder it created for her. Postural orthotic tachycardia syndrome, reproductive disorders, including premature ovarian failure, and fibroneuropathy. And so for us to be forced to have a vaccine that we don't have any long-term data on is disheartening. You know, we say we're not being forced, but I can't have a job. I can't work. I can't go to the grocery store without this. That's a very scary place to know that this thing could kill me because we don't have that long-term data. But I can't be a part of society. So I really think that we should not push this narrative that we have to have it to be able to get past the pandemic. Especially as we're showing more and more that it's not really efficient. So I really would suggest that everyone really think about the long-term ramifications, because even with this Gardasil that they started research in 1991, and then it wasn't until 2006 it was on the market, FDA approved. Also, that even people that weren't on the vaccine are saying that it went too fast and there was not enough data for how hard they pushed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker has the last four digits of 2556. And just press *6 to unmute. If you're 2556, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Dana Quillman. I've lived in Humboldt County for 40 years. I have been a holistic health practitioner, taking care of my body really well since I was 20. I know a lot about nutrition. I know a lot about self-healing. And, you know, all of this talk is, you know, let's just get down to basics here. This is a free country, or at least it was. And what's going on is taking away our freedom. It's taking away our freedom of speech. They want to take away our guns. They want to take away our body autonomy. And anybody that is supporting this, especially elected officials, is helping to destroy our freedom. Okay, you're helping to bring in an authoritarian regime in this country, in our great country. I don't know how you can be so blind to what is going on, to see all the censorship that has been going on since the very beginning of this, to see all the lies that have been uncovered that are percolating up to the surface, and still be pushing what you're doing. You're alienating people, you're discriminating, you're creating a society very similar to what was going on at the beginning of the Nazi Germany, okay? And what's really ironic is all the human experimentation on the Jews that happened in Nazi Germany. And we know that this is a huge human experiment, all of it. The vaccines, the lockdowns, the masking, the social distancing, all of this is one huge human experiment. And if you're not going to ask, why are they doing this? Why are the corporations and big pharma and big tech and the mainstream media and our government doing this and forcing you, our elected officials, to take their marching orders? by the way, you're not questioning their authority, which I have to question.
All right, thank you very much, Dana, for calling in. And let me see here. Our next, just a heads up for people, we have a time set at 10:30, so we will most likely take a break if we're still getting comments on Assemblymember Wood's talking points. So this is again in response to Assemblymember Wood's comments this morning. We can now go to 3445. If that's your last four digits, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi there.
Welcome.
My name is Ashley Brooks, and I was just calling in to respond to what Woods had said. I just wanted to kind of just note on some common sense facts. Like, we have been in this COVID pandemic for a while, and we are constantly getting information that has been debunked over and over. And so for the people to constantly be lied to is kind of ridiculous, and us to just keep going along to get along is nonsense. The Oxford definition of quarantine is segregation. So for us to just continue going on with, oh, let's just do what they say in order for this to stop, is just a form of us being in this, being separated, basically having Stockholm syndrome and trying to deal with this abusive relationship that we're in, essentially with our government, and try to find a sense of normalcy. We are stressed out and now making decisions based on fear instead of facts. I personally hold everybody responsible for any decision that would put harm to our community and to our children. For us as a community speaking up and consistently saying that we are not for this, and for the council members to continue to push this, I hold you guys responsible. And I'm definitely, like, you are part of this community too. And this is a beautiful place. It's a very unique place. And to take away from, you know, the love and the heart that we have, like, even with the new regulations that you guys are putting into pass about, you know, like the mask mandates, and to continuously show your vaccine card. It is no one's business what you put in your body. I am not interested in sharing what I do with my body, and I don't care what anyone else does with their body. And so to think that someone has a right to show you, like, oh, I've taken this shot, it's not important. To then say that vaccines are stopping the spread, just like the whooping cough. Children get the whooping cough shot, come home, and then kill their brother and sister because they are still infectious. They just are not symptomatic. So just like being a silent carrier of COVID-19, these vaccinated people are now around, like being around older people. You no longer know whether you are sick or not. You are now exposing everybody because you don't feel sick to COVID-19. So being cautious and being respectful of science, that's one thing, but fear-mongering is a whole nother thing. And we are not dumb. We are smart individuals.
Right, thank you very much for calling in. That's been your 3 minutes. Next speaker is 1282. Just press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes. And 1282, if you're there, press *6 to unmute. There
Hi.
you go.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. This is Catherine Wallman, and I'd like to comment on what Assemblyman Wood said, that getting the vaccine was the only way out for the community. And I think that following the directions that were promoted by the NIH, the NIAID, CDC, and WHO has placed the U.S. as one of the nations with the highest COVID death rates in the world. And it sounds like this is what Assemblyman Wood is asking us to do. And I would like to see our health officers endorse guidelines being successfully used by thousands of doctors and medical practitioners around the world that have been developed by hundreds of internationally renowned doctors and scientists. These doctors and scientists have made this information freely available through organizations they founded in response to the crisis when they saw how government policies we're causing so much harm around the world. I'm naming some of these organizations right now. Doctors for COVID Ethics, Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, and the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. They post all of their information on their websites online, and I think that promoting the vaccine, as Assemblyman Wood is doing, is a huge mistake. As other callers have mentioned, it's not fully tested. The vaccine mandates are using an untested product for which manufacturers have no liability and may cause irreparable harm to our community and especially to our children. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next phone number is 4150. That's you, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Linda Hatch. Thank you. I'm addressing Assemblyman Wood's comments on his efforts to get us some better recycling programs, which I had made a call earlier during this whole shutdown to try and get the recycling program back, and it was really stonewalled. So I appreciate his efforts in getting that to go forward. I do not care for his comments about the community needs to be vaccinated in order for this to be over, and that is not true. And I think we really need to look at Florida and how Florida is doing. Florida is 60% vaccinated, if you want to call it that. I call it an mRNA drug. And they have no max mandate, no vaccine mandate, no COVID lockdowns, and no proof of vaccinations. They have 1,531 new cases a week and 2 deaths for their 7-day average. Our average is 6,334 new cases a week and 63 deaths on a 7-day average. I really think we need to look at what states are being successful in their efforts to combat this virus. And I think that the mask was a nice idea for an experiment, but it doesn't work. And neither do the vaccines. And the vaccines are actually quite harmful. And to think about giving these to our children is really detrimental to our society. We don't know the long-term effects of it. And we don't know about reproductive harm in our children. We do know that it has been causing deaths, paralysis, and other problems. And I thank you for the time speaking.
All right, thank you very much. And we have 2530. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mark Thurman. I'm a retired professor of infectious disease epidemiology from UC Davis. Yeah, I'd like to dispel some of the comments that are being made about the COVID vaccination.
Actually, hold on just a moment, Mark. I understand dispelling the comments, and that might be something you want to do on something on a later agenda topic. This is actually in regards to what Assemblymember Wood said. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity. With those, you can still comment later. I just don't know if this is the appropriate time to dispel what others are saying, as we're supposed to be hearing thoughts on what.
Then let me just say I'm speaking to support what Wood said about vaccination.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's no question the vaccination has helped millions and millions of people. The data are very clear. People who say they don't have the data just haven't looked. There's thousands and thousands of research papers that have described this. We've averted a catastrophe of hundreds of millions of people in the world dying. There is absolutely no evidence that hydroxychloroquine helps. There's no evidence that ivermectin helps. There have been studies on those. Ivermectin is and can be quite toxic, as can hydroxychloroquine. The intent of the vaccination is in part to help reduce the spread of the virus, not just to make people less vulnerable to disease, but to help stop spread and to protect the vulnerable people. It is no longer considered experimental. Experimental work was done 15 years ago with the SARS virus. So when people say this was a hurry up deal, it wasn't hurried up. We already had the technology in hand and it had been tested. It has been fully tested, as have masks. So masks are known to protect, especially the proper mask. So if you've got some loose, flimsy piece of cloth, that's not going to protect you very much. So vaccination is key, but also masking is very important, as is distancing. So if you stay away from people's aerosol, you're not going to get the virus. So I think there's some misinformation going around there when people say they don't have the data. I've been following data for over 2 years, 24/7. Read at least part of all of the work that's come out. It's very extensive, very powerful. And for people to deny its effectiveness is really unfortunate. And I hope that the board, if they have any questions about what's been tested or not, they should consult the literature or experts to find out. So I think it's very important that we continue testing and uptick the testing and vaccination as much as possible. There are legitimate reasons why some states are having more of a problem and less. There's quite a few states, Florida included, who simply do not report cases. So one of the problems we have in comparing these states is it's apples and oranges. States like California report every case, other states don't. So please consider vaccination and using legitimate data.
Thank you, Dr. Thurman. Thank you, Dr. Thurman, for calling in. We're going to take, these are the last 3 commenters we're going to have on this item. So we've got 1010-7207 and call-in user 4. So 1010, if that's you, press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hey, how's it going? So just to speak on what the gentleman just spoke about, I think you're entirely correct that there's no point of sharing medical information here because we need to be commenting on what Tyrant Wood just spoke to us about. Now, we live in America. We have a constitution that specifically says that Creator gave us unalienable rights for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It also gives us a list of the Bill of Rights to protect us. Your guys' this office, the Board of Supervisors, your job is to protect our God-given rights. It's not to inform us on medical information or disinformation. It's not to convince us to take a shot. It's not to tell us that we're second-class citizens if we don't participate in your tomfoolery, okay? Your job is to protect our God-given rights, and that includes life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And our county right now is having a very hard time, at the very least, pursuing happiness with the amount of mandates and bullshit that is coming from this office in combination with the health department. Now, I think that at the end of the day, everything will end up working out. You guys will all get yours, we'll all get ours, but I think it's important to maybe consider the role you're playing. I think it's absolutely despicable, disgusting that Assemblyman Wood could say something like he did this morning and then have the audacity to walk out of the meeting and not even listen to his community. This is disgusting. You guys should be ashamed of yourself, and honestly, you should watch out because in the end, God wins, and you guys are really messing with something here. And I think that it's disgusting. The community knows, and we're all ashamed to be part of living in this right now. Thank you.
Great, thanks for calling. All right, 7207, press star 6 to unmute. And 7207. And as I said, we're on to our last two speakers. So the last person that just raised their hand, we will not get to you because we've moved on from there. Yes, so yes, please. You're unmuted now, 7207.
Okay, thank you. I am wanting to give a comment. I just thought I was realizing some discrepancies. I think it's interesting that Woods would come on, talk about vaccination when I've been told by the county that you guys are wanting to open up meetings again for public comments and hearings. Seems a little counteractive that we're talking about fully vaccinating, but yet also reopening again. You know, it just doesn't seems kind of counterintuitive. The second is I have a lot of friends that work, family friends that work for the county. And when these mandates were first coming around and they were coming around your offices asking if you would like to be vaccinated, one specific person was kind of, didn't really want to get vaccinated, but also didn't really want to lose their job either. And was kind of in a place in the middle where they just said, sure, why not? You're paying for it. Like, you know, I'll get vaccinated. They have full paralysis on the left side of their body. They can't work anymore. They've lost their job completely because they were forced by the county to get this vaccine to have their job. And now my question is workman's comp covering her costs for the rest of her life? What burden and what help does these people have if they're forced to get this vaccine and these unforeseen circumstances do happen? What help is the county going to provide this person for the rest of their life, or any person that falls in this situation? I've been on workman's comp in my life before at a young age, and I've had to work through it. It's not a fun experience. So I think when you're setting these mandates and setting these things, you need to also think of all the unforeseen circumstances that could come into play that you're not thinking about. So just, you know, that's something that's right here that happened in your guys' own building and offices. So I think you should really take into consideration and maybe talk to your own employees about the experiences they had. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're moving on to our final speaker, the call-in user 4. If that is call-in user 4, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello?
Welcome. You have 3 minutes. You're the final speaker.
Hi. I'd just like to make a few comments on some of the things that were said. First off, oh, that is me. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. Lost my train of thought there. Just a couple things. The person who spoke earlier about ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, he should look up the information that shows what happened in Africa. 17.46% of the world's population and only 3% of the world's COVID deaths. Think about that for a minute. So we do know that those two things work. The other thing I'd like to say is things are being censored. How many people listening to this today knew that someone in our own community, in the county, that was forced to take the vaccine or lose their job, now is paralyzed for the rest of their life? Did you know that before you heard that comment? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but that's pathetic. All over the country, we know that vaccinated persons are dying. Colin Powell, we could look at let's see, December 7th, we got a note in 552 fully vaccinated Oregon residents died of COVID. Half received Pfizer vaccine and more. So people are dying all over the country with the Pfizer vaccine. There's adverse effects. When we all took our polio vaccine, we didn't get 2, 3, or 4 shots. When we took the chickenpox, we didn't get 2, 3, 4 shots. We got 1. Everybody knows that this thing is not working. They know that the efficacy is dropping significantly through time. The mask mandates, that's a joke. Did you stop and think? On March 8th of 2020, on 60 Minutes on national television, Dr. Anthony Fauci, these are his exact words, right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet. but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face, end quote. A cardiologist, Dr. Ramin I don't know how to pronounce it, in Washington at a Senate hearing in December 2020 testified under oath, masks do not work. There is no scientific proof that masks work. Everybody knows that. You had them on, you had them off. What's the point? What's the purpose? I guess the last thing I'd like to say is look up the Rome Accord. That's what it's called. It's 10,000 physicians and medical scientists from across the world that have said, hey, this vaccine is a bad thing. It's not scientifically proven. And the person earlier who said it's no longer an experiment, I'm sorry, but look at the time delays that we've had in the past for the polio vaccine. Look at the fact that the swine flu vaccine, after 53 deaths, was taken off the market. There's been thousands and thousands.
Thank you for calling in today. Sorry, those 3 minutes go by fast. All right, so that is the end of our speaker list. I do know that Aaron has to leave at 10:30, so thanks for sticking with us this long. Quite a bit of conversation spurred by the comments by Assemblymember Wood today. So I don't think we need, I'll ask staff, do you want us to like receive and file, a motion to receive and file, or can we just move on to the next item? Am I asking Tracy or Nikki? One of you's here. Tracy.
I make a motion to accept.
That sounds good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Sure. Okay. Well, since we have a motion, all right. Tracy, can you please do the roll call vote?
I got it covered this time. Okay, Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson.
Onward.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. So we do have a 10:30 time set, which we will go straight into. This does not require all the board members. I believe it's Supervisors Bohn, Wilson, and myself who are on the EFID committee. So our time set is regarding the Public Financing Authority. We're holding the first public hearing for the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, also known as EFID, and easier to say. So at this time, we're going to adjourn as the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, and the three of us on the committee will reconvene as the Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. Is a mouthful to say. So this time we do have, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I will turn to staff. And I don't know, staff, is this that you, Scott? Okay, you're at the bottom of my screen. Can you do a roll
we're
call?
Here, Chair.
All right, can you do a roll call, please?
I'd be happy to. Public Finance Authority Member Bohn.
Yes.
Public Finance Authority Member Wilson.
Presente.
Public Finance Authority Member Drop.
Here.
Public Finance Authority Member Callison.
Here.
And Public Finance Authority Member and Chair Bass.
Here.
All are present, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So hopefully those of you who are on this call did see it's a brief agenda that we have today. We had approval of minutes listed twice, so we're going to actually go to those in a few minutes. We'll move to public comment on non-agenda items. Reminder to anyone who's listening, these non-agenda items would be only something that is in the purview of the financing district. So if you wish to make a comment that falls into the purview of the financing district, this would be your time. And we do have a couple of hands up. And again, this is a very specific comment time. So 7207, you'll have, actually, we're going to go to 2 minutes for these comments. You'll have 2 minutes for anyone who wants to comment on this item. So 7207, press star 6 to unmute. All right, 7207. All right, guessing they may not want to comment on this item. So we'll now move to 1041. And 1041, if you wanted to comment on this item. Press *6 to unmute. All right. I'm taking it you don't want to comment either. So 7207, last call. Press *6 to unmute if you wanted to comment on this item. All right. I'm not seeing anybody asking to be unmuted. Do you, Nikki? Is anybody there? Okay. We're going to move on because neither one of those people answered when requested. So we'll move on to the report out of the meetings attended and community feedback received. So I turn this over to Scott.
Thank you, Chair. We can report that staff was able to attend the California Forward Summit, which was hosted by the Governor's Office of Economic Development. At the summit, Tanner Etherton and I were able to co-present to a group of economic development practitioners, including colleagues from other states and counties and from the state, on our EIFD and the formation of the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. We received generally a lot of positive feedback, both from the state and from other community or neighboring communities. Our EIFD is one of the few EIFDs in formation right now. It's still a relatively new and innovative idea. We also had an opportunity to, as Jeff Hunterlock, who called in earlier, meet with community partners with OE3 at the Joint Training Apprenticeship Center outside of Sacramento, and we were able to share the ongoing commitment and news concerning the formation of the EIFD with community partners at that time. Again, as a reminder, the EIFD can be used to help fund community infrastructure and other infrastructure on the peninsula, which could include, but wouldn't be limited to, some of the offshore wind activity which is occurring out there. We don't have any other community meetings to report. Just a reminder that as per legislation, the EIFD through formation phase is required to have a number of public hearings so that staff and the Public Finance Authority can receive public comment, and that public comment can be incorporated into the draft infrastructure financing plan, which will be brought at a future date to your authority for final approval, and then to the Board of Supervisors for approval. We do have on the call with us, if your group is looking for additional information or clarification, we do have a representative from Cosmont with us today. Cosmont is a contracted servicer with the county who provides other communities with technical and programmatic assistance with the formation of EIFDs. That said, unless your PFA members have any meetings that they would like to share or comment on, or any questions about our meetings, Chair Bass, we can go straight into the presentation of the IFP and cover any changes since we last presented to your group.
All right. Well, how about we also let's go now to approve the minutes that we had from the last time, since it is still on this agenda as well. I'll just do that since we had your report. So is there a member of this group that is would like to move approval of the minutes of the last meeting for October 19th?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll go out to public comment on this. Is anyone interested in commenting on those approved or those minutes to be approved for this group? I do not think either of these folks, these are the folks that were not interested in speaking before, but I will give a chance. 1041, were you commenting on this item? Okay, apparently not. 7207.
*6.
All right, we're gonna assume those folks are not interested in this item. And then we'll go back to the board, or whatever you want to call this group, the district. Is there any comments from any of the members regarding the minutes? looking, Chris or Tim, if you have anything to say, please just speak up because I'm not able to see your numbers on this one screen.
I'm good. Thank you, Virginia.
Okay, thank you. And Chris, you're good with the minutes? All right. So then, without objection, I think we can just receive and file the minutes. That's all right. So now we'll move on to the public hearing portion. So I will officially open the public hearing. This is a really strange creature, I have to tell you, to try to get used to. So we've now opened the public hearing, and I guess we will go to staff for the presentation on the draft infrastructure financing plan.
Thank you, Chair Bass. So what I'll do at this time is turn it over to Tanner Etherton to bring forward a presentation on the draft IFP to cover any changes since the last draft was shared. And then at that time, we can take public comment or comment from the PFA about the IFP. Tanner?
Thank you, Scott. Go ahead and share my screen if I have that ability. Everybody see that all right?
Yes.
Perfect. So thank you, Scott, for that introduction, and thank you, board members, for once again allowing me to present on the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, or EFID. Since we have already presented on this project once, this presentation will be more so to provide a brief overview, go over any updates to the IFP, and address some concerns received from the public. The IFD is meant to address infrastructure deficiencies and other barriers to development on the Samoa Peninsula. The IFD is not a new tax, nor does it result in an increase in taxes. Rather, it takes a portion of property tax from any incremental growth and uses it to reinvest back into the community. This is known as tax increment financing, or TIF, and an EFID is governed by the Public Financing Authority and is done so according to a document called the Infrastructure Financing Plan. The draft of this plan has been available online for the past 2 months. And due to feedback, there has been some updates to the plan. Most of these are minor changes to formatting and wording for the sake of brevity and clarity, but we will go over a small change we made to the proposed infrastructure as well. And all these changes are available for review in the redlined version of the IFP attached to this agenda item. For those unfamiliar with tax increment financing, or TIF, this is a type of financing tool which uses incremental increase in the assessed value of property within a district to finance infrastructure. This graph is based on the Samoa Peninsula EIFT and is a good way to visualize this concept. Here in purple is the current assessed value of all property within the district for the 2020-21 fiscal year. This is our baseline assessed value. Any increase in the total assessed value above this baseline is what we call incremental growth, and a portion of that property tax from this incremental growth then becomes available to the EIFD. In blue, we see what that incremental growth would be if there was no new development, and just assume a 2% annual growth for 50 years. Now the light blue section is the assessed value if the proposed development does take place. Our IFP is looking at development over the next 10 years, at which point we assume some stabilization, then account for the 2% annual growth out to year 50. And this leaves the district and other tax entities with increased amount of incremental tax revenue. The Samoa Peninsula EFID encompasses approximately 2,200 acres, the current assessed value of which is approximately $49.5 million, but that is expected to grow by $724.7 million from new development in the next decade. This future development is outlined here, broken down by development type, number of units, the net taxable value per unit, and the estimated assessed value at build out. These developments are based primarily on 3 large projects currently underway on the Samoa Peninsula. First, we have the Nordic Aqua Farms, state-of-the-art sustainable land-based fish farm. And this was really the catalyst for the formation of the district, with a total investment of well over $350 million at this point, resulting in 150 permanent jobs and a build-out expected after 2026. And to those who are less familiar, I highly suggest taking the new online virtual tour of the facility or visiting the Humboldt facility website, where they attempt to answer all questions and concerns from the public. Next, we'll highlight the rehabilitation of the Samoa Township under the Danco Samoa Town Master Plan. This multi-phase plan will result in the rehabilitation of 99 homes, construction of 198 new homes, as well as development of dozens of acres of commercial property. And we estimate this development will result in 638 new residents and 578 new jobs. Lastly, we have the Rcea Redwood Coast Offshore Wind Project. located 25 or so miles off the coast of Eureka. This is currently in lease agreements. According to the Harbor District, there will also be an estimated $282 million investment on the peninsula to create a multi-purpose dock and construction hub to support this industry. We also noted some other significant developments which are not accounted for in the IFP, but we believe will result in increased demand of development on the peninsula and elsewhere, such as the fiber optic cable line, the Cal Forest Works Initiative, and of course the Humboldt State University Polytechnic Initiative. One reason the county has chosen an EIFD as its tool is because the positive impacts the implementation of this district is projected to have on the community. This district will help promote economic prosperity, achieve energy goals, promote environmental sustainability, create jobs, and enhance the quality of place of life in Humboldt County. Based on our impact analysis, we found that district will have a net fiscal impact of $52.8 million, create 198 new homes, over 7,000 new jobs, with nearly $1 billion economic output from construction alone, and another $261 million in annual ongoing economic output into the county. Our assessment is based off a commitment of 75% of the county's tax increment and will not affect any other taxing entities. That means for every dollar of incremental property available, the EFID will receive approximately 12.75 cents for every dollar of incremental property tax in lieu of motor vehicle license fees available. The EFID will receive approximately 10.5 cents. Below, we have that projected revenue for years 5, 10, 15, 20, as well as anticipated bonding capacity. So the proposed infrastructure to be funded by this revenue was based off feedback and engagement from stakeholders. Interviews done by the California Center for Rural Policy identified several types of infrastructure needed on the peninsula, which are listed here. Based on these findings, we included an outline of this proposed infrastructure within our draft IFP. So following our last meeting with the PFA, we have met with other affected tax entities and saw a need to update the first development type in our proposed infrastructure table, which is outlined in red here. This included an adjustment to the phrasing to ensure that water and other types of utility infrastructure would be considered for funding. And we increased the funding in this category from 2.5 million to 5 million, to 5 to 10 million. Sorry about that. Additionally, due to these conservative estimates of our revenue analysis, we chose to include the term minimum to the estimated cost column, as it is likely there will be more revenue than anticipated to fund these projects. Again, this information and additional details on the types of infrastructure that EFID can fund is available in the draft IFP, so I will just be providing a brief overview here. First, we have the energy and utility infrastructure, which will be projects which help expand resident and business access to utilities such as waste, power, and sewage, and help promote energy independence through green energy opportunities. Climate infrastructure would be any project which helps mitigate the negative effects of climate change, such as wildfires, sea level rise, etc.
I took host back.
Hold on a second. There's someone. Hey, someone turn on your. We've got someone.
Kathy, your mic's on.
It's Nikki.
Nikki, your mic's on.
All right. So Tanner, back to you. I think we got that taken care of.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Chair. So next we have community infrastructure, and this could be affordable housing, libraries, childcare facilities, and other projects which enhance quality of life for district residents. Business infrastructure would be projects which aid development of existing and growing industries on the peninsula in the form of environmental mitigation, building rehabilitation, etc. Lastly is entitlement activities. These are projects which help support planning, building, zoning, and permitting activities for ongoing new development projects on the peninsula. This could be pre-permitting, development agreements, etc. Noting the types of infrastructure projects that EFID can fund, I'd like to change gears for a moment and address some concerns from the public we have received since our last meeting. The public, rightfully so, is concerned about the impacts of sea level rise on the Samoa Peninsula and believe that investing in infrastructure out there could be a waste of money if it is all just underwater in the next 50 years. We take these concerns very seriously and so have looked into the impacts of sea level rise, which we'd like to share with you all today. The data used here was taken from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration website. It is based on scenarios specific to the Samoa Peninsula spit. Now, this is looking at the worst case scenario pictured here, and we can see that in 2040, there is a potential for a 2-foot rise in the sea level. Here we see some flooding of Indian Island and the corridor, but the peninsula is left practically unscathed. Now, if we jump forward another 20 years to 2060, there is the potential of sea level rise to 4 feet. Now we begin to see the impacts on the peninsula with flooding along Humboldt Bay near the towns of Fairhaven and Samoa. But at this point, we look at Rcea, we see a much larger impact with heavy flooding all along Bayside and into downtown. And if we zoomed out, you would see at this point the corridor is completely submerged, and there would be massive flooding in Arcata as well. However, if we look at a more likely and more conservative scenario of sea level rise, we see that we won't even hit the 2-foot increase until 2060. Now, this is not to say that sea level rise is not a real threat, but we feel it is important to recognize that the peninsula is actually not the most threatened by sea level rise. And in reality, it could very well be our greatest line of defense. This is especially true with the fact that the EIFD can be used to mitigate the effects of climate change, with the legislation even specifying sea level rise mitigation. Now, I have no idea what this type of infrastructure would look like, but I appreciate that the EFID forces us to look 40 or 50 years down the road, and it allows us to flexibility to prepare and adapt scenarios such as this. Now, there's nothing in the plan specific for this, but the EFID does give us the ability to fund something that can mitigate these risks. Lastly, we'd like to note that the EFID will also be leveraged to seek additional funding opportunities, which could increase the amount of funding available to these infrastructure projects. And there's multiple sources for this funding. And that's it. That's our presentation. If you'd like to learn more about the EIFD and to find all supporting documents, please visit our dedicated website at gohumco.com. Thank you, PFA. And if you guys have any questions or comments, I'll pass it back to the chair.
All right, thank you. And you can stop sharing. I can see if anyone is having a comment.
There we go.
All right. Well, that was a lot of information and very helpful materials. I'll ask the different, Chris or Tim, anything you wanted to comment on, ask a question about? You're okay, Chris?
Nothing for me.
Well, it looks like we're in Tim's mobile office.
Sorry about that.
I know. Hey, that's one of the good things about Zoom. Supervisor Bohn or Wilson, either of you have a question?
I don't know. I was glad we addressed the sea level rise. I didn't hear anything about tsunamis and everything. I know I guess the peninsula will be our first line of defense and be safe against those two. So that's good we have it out there.
Supervisor Wilson, did you say?
Oh, no, I don't have any questions. it's just interesting. I saw the logo. It says Regenerating Humboldt County, and I've always wondered about our framework about redoing, regenerating. It's always a frame of looking backwards, and I prefer looking forwards. I think we're just generating. We're energizing. We're moving forward. The rear view mirror is probably not the best place for us in terms of economic development. It's a movement in a forward way, but nonetheless, I get it. I'm 100% behind what we're trying to do here, and so I really appreciate everyone's efforts.
Great, thank you. And we will move on. I know we do have a couple of hands up in public comment. Again, some of these folks may not be wanting to comment on this item, so if that's the case, you can just press, I think if you press *9, your hand will go back down. We do have 7454, and I know that's Kent, and I figure you want to comment on this item, so welcome, Kent.
Yeah, Virginia, I have my hand up on purpose. It's not my first rodeo. I did find some of these things kind of interesting, this extremely optimistic about all these projects. I guess I haven't seen these kind of things happen this wonderfully in the past. Doubt whether they'll happen again. I guess maybe 10 years from now, maybe someone will assess this and see whether all these wonderful things are going to come to fruition. I don't think so, but that's just my opinion. Best of luck. So I did notice here regarding certain costs that the county has, and it says existing staff resources for various departments, including county administrator office, economic development, planning, building department, county council, court office, auditor, controller, the assessor. Has a long list of people here, and according to this, the estimate to do this thing is only 520 staff hours for during the first 2 years of $33,800 per fiscal year, which is, I think, $65 per hour time for your staff members in all these different departments. I did also notice it says once the EIFD activity increases staff time to support the EIFD, it is expected to increase until self-sufficient staff commitment would need to be funded through existing department budgets or through an increase from the general fund. So, you know, we already know that many of these departments are stressed in their budgets. I would hope that you wouldn't be burdening such things as the auditor controller, who's already quite busy, especially on a day like today, with further tasks that they're not going to be compensated for. You do have an obligation under this to see that all these departments, especially the auditor controller's office, is fully staffed and fully funded no matter what it takes, even if you have to increase the amount of pay you're paying staff members for, I believe, the 5 positions which still are not filled in the auditor controller's office. So this is an obligation that you have under this, and I hope you start taking it seriously about funding these departments to fully as needed. You have, I don't know if there's an MOU in here, but later on we'll talk about an MOU that you have with First Five, and you have that obligation. So I caution you to not look at the actual cost involved in these things, maybe a little bit more, and to see that these departments are given the staff to facilitate these. It may just be a small amount, but you start adding all these burdens you're putting upon your different departments without having funding and staff. I think they add up. So thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Kent. Our next speaker, if you're calling to talk about the Public Financing Authority, is 4691. If you're 4691, press *6 to unmute.
We have to republish. That's the right agenda.
All right, they're not raising their hands. They're not pressing *6. 0326, if you wanted to comment on this item, press *6 to unmute, or you can press *9 to put your hand back down so we know you don't want to speak. Okay, 0326, welcome.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. I appreciate this speculative type of project. It's always that way when you get something that's the first time. But anyway, I do appreciate that they at least stayed down to a 2% annual growth in tax revenue. When Bonnie Neely did her boondoggle about 20 years ago with the redevelopment and all that kind of stuff, she was using 9.2% per year for 40 years, and she became conservative and added and changed it to only 7.2% for 40 years. And it took me 6 to 9 months to find out any of the information on her boondoggle and what her calculations were. I tried to dry lab it and work backwards with my computer, and I wasted a bunch of time trying to figure out what she was doing there. So I do appreciate that they're setting a more conservative type of speculative percent there. I mean, they never know what they're doing until it happens there. But the thing is, at least they're not setting these monstrous numbers, and they're going to bring billions and billions of dollars to Humboldt County. Anyway, thank you very much. Bye.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, oops, the screen moved. 0116, if you wish to talk about the Public Financing Authority for the EFID, this would be your time. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Teeter again. I just wanted to, and I know you probably won't answer the question, but one of the previous callers just discussed that there wasn't budgets for projects like this in the past, and I was just wondering, like, where the funding for this project is coming from. Is it tied to any other thing the county has to do in relation to like the COVID stuff with the CARES funding, or is this a separate fund that you are accessing to complete this project? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have 9716. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. 9716. Welcome.
Hi, we're talking about projects, and I just have to question the competence
of the county when I still can't, I just got disconnected from this call, and being on this call for more than 60 minutes upwards, these meetings can go until 3 o'clock. I have to pay per minute on my plan. And the county still we've been 2 years into this pandemic, and you still haven't figured out a way to make these meetings accessible to the public.
Ma'am.
I mean, and then you're going to take this money and spend it on whatever.
Ma'am, I'm stopping the time for a minute just to make sure that you're commenting on this Public Financing Authority item. Okay, that's what this public comment is for. So I'll continue your time, and please limit your comments to the Public Financing Authority item. Okay, or not. Did that person hang up, Nikki?
This is really relevant. I can't tell what you're saying when you speak when I'm speaking.
Ma'am, this is the process, and if you want to talk on general COVID, you can certainly do that later. This isn't
general. This is the competence of the county, and I can't even stay on a Zoom call to listen to what's being said because you haven't figured it out. It's been 2 years.
Okay, ma'am, I'm actually going to ask you to call back during public comment period because this is not the appropriate time to comment on this item. So
this is absolutely
we're going to have you just get back in the queue, and you will have your opportunity. This is not the time for that because you're not talking on this one specific item. Please, we will get back to you. I'm sorry for any confusions with technology. Okay, we're going to go, we already did 0116. How about 7207? If you wanted to comment on the Public Financing Authority item, this would be it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is this about the Public Financing Authority item?
I was actually trying to give a public comment during the non-agenda items, but again, you were speaking over when I was unmuted, and it gives you a prompt to unmute.
Okay,
so you need to give like an
ma'am, we're not there yet, ma'am.
I wanted to ask when we will have another opportunity to give non-agenda items so I can call back.
You will. Ma'am, we have to do, there was a time set. We haven't got to the general public comment item yet. So that will be coming up. So sorry, sometimes these things take longer.
Trying to get a time frame. Sorry. Yeah. I'm just trying to.
Okay, it's a little confusing. I'm sorry. All right, so let's try 5300. Are you calling in about the Public Financing Authority item?
Yes, I want to comment. I was listening and hearing this talk about sea level rise, and I'm 48 years old now, and throughout my entire life, I've heard all these things like, the ice caps are going to melt. No, they're going to freeze. The Earth's warming. No, it's cooling. We're going to run out of oil. It's just all these things you keep hearing. And, now we're talking about projected sea level rise, but then, Obama and John Kerry buy beachfront mansions next to each other on Martha's Vineyard. And, Obama buys another one on Oahu. And, you would think that they probably have some inside info I don't. And they don't seem too concerned about sea level rise. And so I just really question putting time and energy into something and spending taxpayer money on something that's most likely just another scam to, keep making these elites more elite and richer and, on the backs of the working people of America. So that's all I wanted to comment on. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Adam. And Nikki, I need to ask you, 7207, is that one of the ones that we spoke to and asked to speak later? 7207.
That one I don't have written down, Virginia. I'm not sure.
Okay. So sorry, 7207, this is regarding the Public Financing Authority item. Again, please press *6 to unmute if that's what you want to talk about. If not, press *9 to put your hand down.
Yes,
7207.
I do.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I do want to give a public comment on this. I just wanted to say that I'd like to see the drought data that we've been talking about so much in correlation with sea level rise, because if our rivers aren't being recharged and our dams and our reservoirs aren't being recharged, that water essentially goes to the ocean. So that amount, even though the icebergs and our ice caps are melting, our recharge to the ocean is not going to be the same. So I just would like to see, some of that drought data in relation to the sea level rise to see, how much it will really rise, without that recharge. that isn't going to the ocean, you know? So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 1041. 1041, press *6 to unmute if you want to speak on the item regarding the Public Financing Authority.
Yes, I'd like to comment on the Public Financing Authority, and kind of echo what I just heard also from another speaker about the rising sea levels. I mean, here I am. I just literally just Googled this while I was waiting to talk. Global sea level has risen over the past century, and the rate has increased in decades. The rate of increase is about 1/8 of an inch per year. So in 8 years, it might raise an inch. And in 16 years, we might be at 2 inches. Oh my God. In 32 years, we might be 4 inches deeper. We should probably throw some money at this. This is another problem that we can create out of thin air. I mean, seriously, it's like you guys do no work at all to look at anything that could be counter to your agenda. And it's like, man, and it's like you completely will just shut people up if they call in complaining about their inability to figure out when to speak because it's haughty and jolly and there's no timing. It's just like, man, this whole thing is nonsense. It's just nonsense. It's really, really sad. There's no higher sea level emergency or anything that needs any kind of funding. I mean, 1/8 of an inch per year is not an emergency. And that is based on graph data from 2014 till present. Actually, no, I'm sorry. 1993 to present. 1993 to present. So from 1993 until present, the sea level has risen about 1/8 of an inch per year. Man, I am just shaking at my boots. I mean, I feel like, my great grandchildren, it might be up to their knees by that time, we should throw billions of dollars into this because this is clearly just a tsunami wave coming at us. I mean, 1/8 of an inch per year. Wow. Thank you so much for the ability to comment and put some logic back into the conversation.
Thank you. I want to remind people we're not talking about sea level rise here. That was one piece that was mentioned. Doesn't mean that's the subject of this item. We're under our last two speakers. We have 4458 and 0151. So if you're 4458, press *6 to unmute, and we'll be talking on the Public Financing Authority item. And if you're not interested in speaking on this item, just press *9 and to take your hand down. Okay, not seeing anything. We'll go to 0151. I believe that's Dottie, and you have not spoken yet. So please press *6 to unmute on the Public Financing Authority item.
Hi, yes, this is Dottie Russell.
Okay. Dottie, where'd you go? Okay, you're muted again, Dottie. Please, there you go. Welcome.
We're gonna try this again. I just wanted to bring up the idea of the sea level rise and as well the concern about the floodplain and what's happening with the 100-year flood. So while you're thinking about the sea level rise, I think it's really important to address the availability of land that can be used in the 100-year flood. It was the 60-year flood, then it's the 100-year flood, and then since the drought, it's cut way down from what it was. So I would recommend that you put some money into doing a survey and finding out really what the accessibility is of the land that's on the 100-year floodplain so that we can carry on and make some progress with our housing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dottie. All right, we had closed the public comment with those last two speakers, so we are going to move on back to the Public Financing Authority Board. So we've got the staff presentation, we've taken public comment. Is there an actual vote you wish us to take on this? And Supervisor Wilson, I'll go to you.
Yeah, that was my question. I was looking at the staff report and seeing if there was direction that's needed from us. But I also wanted to clarify, I think there was a comment with relationship to all of these ideas and movements towards development and on the peninsula. And there is an understanding that some, all, or none may or may not be successful moving forward, but we do understand that in order to have, leverage the infrastructure that's on the peninsula in the existing now, we really need to come together to update and upgrade and coalesce and aggregate our energies and our agencies to create those opportunities. And I guess that's what I want to say. I am in favor. I do not want to prejudice myself on any one of these projects as they will be coming before us in the future. But what I am saying is I do very much support what we're endeavoring here today, which is to create opportunity for things like this. So I appreciate everyone's efforts. And with that, if there's a vote, let me know.
Yeah. Scott, what is the preference of besides getting the...
Through the chair, thank you. There is no vote required. Legislation for the EIFD simply requires us to bring these before the PFA for public comments. So we just take any comment that the PFA has at this time. And if public comment is concluded, then we can adjourn and you can go about your other business as the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, well, we had closed the public comment period when I had said that there were 2 final speakers and 1 did not speak. So if there's nothing else, I think is there any objection if we adjourn Supervisors Bohn and Wilson and Chris, and I don't think Tim are gonna worry about it too much. So with that being the case, I'd say let's adjourn the Public Financing Authority, which took on a different life of its own than expected today. And we will reconvene as the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. That being said, we will take a 5-minute break because I know that Supervisor Wilson and myself, and perhaps Supervisor Bohn, need a brief break. Rex never needs breaks.
Nope.
No. All right, so we'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, so do we have the supervisors all back on the Zoom? Tracy? I see Rex, I see Michelle. Steve, I see Steve down in the corner there. Got Mike. All right, so as we reconvene and before we get to the consent calendar, which yes, that's where we are now, in consultation with the vice chair, we are going to be having the speaker time limit at 2 minutes throughout much of this meeting. Could be perhaps Supervisor Wilson, your thoughts on this. It's like we need to be consistent and we'd like to be sure that people have the opportunity to speak, but the 3 minutes maybe stretching it a bit too much. So Supervisor Wilson, your thoughts on the 2 minutes?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I think that in general public comment, we might want to consider that, if not at this meeting, in a future meeting, only because it's just, we're having a hard time, we're going to have a hard time functioning as a board. I think if we're going on an hour and on every item, if tangentially we're just kind of pulling off into these areas. And I don't know, I mean, we can move forward with the way we're doing it today, but we're gonna have to figure out some ways to, like, we're just human beings here, right? And we have a lot of decision making that we have to do, and the stamina of our ability to it's going to be hard to sustain.
All right.
Yeah, just whatever.
Well,
I'm open to the subject matter, but I don't know. I don't have a decision that I would make today on that necessarily.
Well, we don't have it on agendized for the decision, so we'll stick with 3 at this point in time. We would ask people, if you have commented on a specific item, you don't necessarily have to comment on every item because we definitely are catching your comments when you call in. All right, so let's move on to the consent calendar. We did have 1 item moved, so is there a motion to approve the consent calendar minus D4?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
So we have a motion is second. We do have several hands up for the consent calendar, so we will move to public comment. And again, just a reminder for people, thank you for raising your hand. It's helpful when we know how many people do want to comment. There are 3 minutes to speak, and this section is regards to what is on the consent calendar. So we'll start with 1010. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. And 1010, if you're there, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, welcome.
Sorry, I raised my hand for a different topic, and I don't know where we're at this point, honestly.
Okay, can you let me know, is this, just which topic are you waiting to speak on?
Well, what I could talk about any topic. What topic are we on?
Well, this is actually what's on top items on the consent calendar.
Okay, so is this a good time to talk about in-person meetings?
Actually, was that on the consent calendar? I think there was.
Yeah, that's item 6.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, thank you. No, I was just looking. I had to screen through all these. Yes, that sounds great. We'll give you. Now I'll start your time. Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right. Well, so changing the topic to in-person meetings, I think that a lot of what we've heard in this meeting is a really good example to why we should have in-person meetings, right? There's clearly the community is very frustrated at the way the board is working right now. We are a unique community. A lot of our community members do not live in town. And then those who do live in town, we've opted to live in the far reaches of this part of the country to seclude ourselves, to be up here, to live this way of life, to be in Humboldt County. And I think it's really doing an injustice to have all of these meetings through phone and technology and not in person. These board members don't get to see their constituents. They get to hide behind their phones, put it on mute, be distracted, or even walk away from the phone call like Ian Hoffman this morning. I mean, these are people getting paid for this job, and they're just really avoiding the real job, which is to listen to the constituents of their county, which are clearly very upset, as we see when everybody's trying to talk during all the other agenda meetings. And I think that really shows that, maybe we shouldn't have any other agendas until we figure out getting our freedoms back in this county. And then we have to figure, and so as part of that agenda, I'm also putting in a public record, I think that all of the Board of Supervisors, we need a personal and public audit of all of their finances. I think that these people are getting padded either in property, assets, or money to push an agenda that is unhealthy for the community at large. And I think the only way to figure out what's really going on is to audit every aspect of their lives and turn these meetings public so that they can walk down the street so uncomfortable with their constituents knowing the place that they live in, because this is ridiculous. I mean, 2 years, Mike Wilson's hung up on me, refuses to meet in person. I mean, these people, they think they're higher than power, higher than law, higher than whatever. I don't even know. But we're going to get to the bottom of what's going on in our local community here. I think, didn't California also just ask to audit this county because our finances are being misused? I'm pretty sure this is already going on, but I think specifically we need to audit the Board of Supervisors, and we need to bring these meetings back in person so that they can feel the real vibe of the community, and they'll have a hard time walking down the street. I promise it.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Supervisor, is that Wilson? I'm sorry, I cannot see everyone on the screen.
Supervisor Madrone, just a point of order. We're talking about the consent agenda, is that correct?
Yes, and this was, we believe, in regards to the getting back to meetings in person.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that that item is actually on our regular agenda. And so it would be inappropriate to be talking about this under consent. It's not even on consent. So those comments were not about the consent agenda. And I say this with all due respect to the commenter, but I just wanted to point that out because I know you've got a lot you're trying to handle here. It is.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. So that was an item that is a separate departmental item. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Thank goodness you're here today. So here we go. Are we having fun yet? 0116. And perhaps it'd be easier if you can say the item number of the consent calendar item you wish to speak to, given that there are a lot of things on the agenda. So 0116.
Hello, can you hear?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ash. Which item are you speaking on?
Hello, my name is Ash Teeter with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I am speaking on item 11 in the consent calendar regarding the employment of Dr. Ian Hoffman in the coming year. It is obvious that he is nothing but bad for our county. An open example of this was an article in the Times Standard stating that the county is getting even more funding to push the COVID treatments being called vaccines. In a similar fashion, local medic facilities require a PCR test in the emergency room or on admission. And for every patient, they get a government-paid fee. And the hospital also get an added bonus payment for each COVID-positive diagnosis and another bonus for each COVID-19 admission to the hospital and 20% boost payment from Medicare on the entire hospital bill for use of remdesivir, which has had to be stopped in the 2018 Ebola outbreak in West Africa due to an over 50% death rate. Instead of medicines such as ivermectin or monoclonal antibodies. Another larger bonus payment to the hospital is made if a COVID-19 patient is mechanically ventilated or if death is listed as COVID-19, even if the patient did not die directly from COVID-19. Also provided is an extra payment to coroners to keep their mouths shut. Estimated by lawyer Thomas Renz, it is that each hospital receives upward of $100,000 per COVID patient via these methods. This practice of money-guided medical practice is unethical and dangerous. All of our health administrators are guilty of this practice, but Ian Hoffman is a ringleader and needs to be stopped. Recently, a child in Germany died after taking one of the COVID treatments being called a vaccine. Autopsy showed it was the mRNA treatment that caused the death. A similar death just happened in Fort Bragg with a 9-year-old child after taking one of the COVID shots. The only difference is that there was no autopsy, and our local media put a spin on the story describing it as a COVID death with comorbidities being the cause. No investigation whatsoever. Please do not continue to employ Ian Hoffman as our health officer in the manufactured state of emergency and conduct autopsies on all people who die after taking these experimental shots from any cause. As we know through the VAERS reporting system, there are many health impacts. We should be paying attention to all of them.
Okay, and I also just wanted to give a shout out to everyone who has called in, like previous today, talking to Assemblyman Wood, and that just come together. We need to get together to stop this as a community. We're down at the courthouse every Friday, and you can find us on HumboldtFC.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on the consent calendar is 1041. If that is you, press star 6 to unmute and tell us which item you are commenting on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Awesome, cool. So you can hear me. Did you hear the 124 signatures towards agenda item 11 on the consent calendar that I am speaking on now? Did you hear those voices of your constituents? I don't think you did, because you kept it on the consent calendar. Consent calendars are used specifically for the purpose of non-controversial items that need to be quickly voted on to make sure that board meetings can be expedited. Clearly, we can hear that Madrone and Virginia Bass have other things that they'd rather do, and hear the voices of the constituents that they are public servants for, and they want to limit our free speech by limiting our comment time, and they want to figure out ways that they can move these board meetings along so she can go get her hair and nails done, and Madrone can do whatever he's doing when he's not acting like he cares about the county. So the problem is that you guys keep the employment of Ian Hoffman going, right? And Ian Hoffman spends more time running to the news media claiming that we are all spreading disinformation and misinformation than he does looking at peer-reviewed literature. There's literally over 300 peer-reviewed literatures aggregated for your convenience on HumboldtFC.com/project/trust the science. Go there, please. If there's anything on there that's misinformation, I would love to remove it. I would love to remove it. So please point it out to me with misinformation. All of it basically shows that you guys are continuing to employ someone that you have 100% the power to terminate, as shown in this agenda item number 11 on the consent calendar, but you don't. So why? Why is it? Are you cowards? Are you sellouts? What's the problem? Why don't you reply to any of us? Maybe you should realize the reason that you're having to sit through all these comments and these board meetings are becoming such a burden for you guys is because of your inability to respond to your own constituents that you serve. This is your fault. You want to know why you're dealing with this? There's a mirror somewhere in your house, I'm pretty sure. Okay, go look into it. It's your fault. Okay, it's 100% your fault. HumboldtFC.com, Humboldt Freedom Coalition. We will keep building and building our numbers. So you can just look forward to these calls and everything like that to continually being a burden of your time. Okay. Well, you signed up for this. This is you. You are choosing to serve the public. I am part of the public, and so is everybody who's commented. The sheer majority of us are in opposition. We are the passionate ones that are calling in. Not everybody has the time to do this. So we actually represent more people than our own voices. But here you go. You guys just act like we don't exist. And then we hear the guy before, David and Goliath. Yeah, we're the Davids. You are the Goliaths. Listen to our voices and change. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for calling in, Donnie. Next speaker is 9716. If that's you, press star 6 to unmute. And there, welcome. Oops, you were just unmuted. Press star 6 again.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. I'd like to speak on 2 agenda items. I agree with the fact that we should bring it back to in-person meetings, but again, the access to these meetings is, if you are far away or if you have a bad cell service, is unreasonable, and there needs to be something done about that. And the fact that you haven't done anything about it for 2 years is significant and is relevant to every single thing on the agenda. Because if you can't be competent enough to make these meetings accessible, then how are you competent to do anything else? It's pretty simple. We've just sent all of our billionaires to outer space, and we can't get a meeting accessible to everybody in the community. It's just unreasonable. And then I would also like to speak on agenda item 11, right? Ian Hoffman. Everyone's telling us to listen to the experts. Ian Hoffman hasn't spent 1 second treating COVID patients. He hasn't written anything in medical journals, or has he ever been quoted for his expertise? Why are we listening to him? He's merely parroting the advice of our corrupt and bought out CDC, FDA, NIH, and NIAID. I'm sure you are all familiar with what regulatory capture is. So please bring this item to a discussion. It should not be on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker would be 7454. Welcome.
Virginia, I don't think that opening Pandora's box to public comments on the agenda, so I'm not going to speak on that one. I would like to speak on item 5. I find anomalies here, and item 5 has to do with the money you folks spend on your budget. And it appears that, just so the public knows, Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Bass, and Supervisor Madrone spent zero. Supervisor Bushnell spent $416.64 traveling, and she's way out in the boonies there, and that's probably justified. I've seen Mike Wilson spent $906.44 traveling within the district, and I do find that to be an anomaly, so I always question those. Some people have spoken on 11, and I'm not going to say anything disparaging about your person, Mr. Hoffman there, or Dr. Hoffman. I did want the public to know that his pay rate is $95.98 an hour, and it says up to 40 hours, and there's about 5% or more worth of thing, bringing it around about $100. My question would be, and I did not see anything in there regarding overtime, and I know in the past a lot of people have had angst regarding overtime being paid, which of course, if it's double time, is $200 an hour roughly. So that's just a question on that particular one. And I wish to also comment on item 15. That was item 11 I just did. Item 15, which is, my understanding is the pay raises have been set in for the Sheriff's Department. I'm not saying these are wrong, but the public should know that my understanding is they got a 10% raise the first year, the next year 2% and 3%. The cost of payroll goes from the 2021 year from 19.36 million, I believe, to 25.24 million in the year of 2023-24. So these are just things I think the public should know and should have knowledge of. So anyway, thank you for my opportunity to speak on these consent items, and I do have a lot of the people's back out there as far as public comment and participation. Hopefully you will continue with the 3 minutes, and hopefully you will get to open meetings where you can actually face and have face-to-face time with your constituents. So thank you for the opportunity, and have the hybrid. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is 4402. Just press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and just let us know which item you're commenting on the consent calendar.
Consent item 6 and 11.
Okay. Welcome.
Okay, hi. With regards to item 6, I do support a return to normal operations for the Board of Supervisors, and generally speaking, our representative government across our county. These Zoom calls are not adequate substitute for our representative democracy. We want to see you guys face to face. Closing in on 2 years of this imitation, this isn't working. You know, if you guys want to stay home or stay in your office, you can. We'll take note. Some people will support that, some people won't. But we want to see some change. It doesn't feel like a representative government at this moment. Attached to that, the state of emergency does need to end. That's a big part of the justification for all of this. We really need to return back to normal governance. These unelected public health officials, the calendar point 11, don't have regards for all of these externalities that are happening in our society at this moment. They're enjoying way too much control over our daily lives and our economy, and how our schools run, how our lives are run. We need to return our risk assessment back to the individual. I do not support hiring Ian Hoffman again, and I don't support the declaration of the state of emergency. And you guys need to go back to in-person governance. This is happening all across the country. We are the anomaly now, not having in-person legislative bodies. We need to go back to normal. We know what the situation is like. The emergency is over. Please hear us. My name is Charles Van de Sand. I've lived in this community for 16 years. I appreciate the ability to speak for me and my family and my child. And I'm hoping that our tax dollars can go to a more representative form of government soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to 7108. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi. I was just going to make the same process point that Supervisor Madrone made about the item coming up on
Okay. Bonnie,
yeah.
just and I've stopped your time so you can continue talking. There is also an item 6 is regarding teleconferencing. So that's why people are also commenting under this time about getting back in person. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so should I talk about it now or wait until the other one, or do both?
Why don't you talk about it now? You don't necessarily need to do both. If you can say it now.
Well, I might want to hear what's said. I'll wait till it comes up as an item here.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Thanks for asking. All right, how about 4691? That's you. Press *6 to unmute. And 4691. We will come back to that person. 1172. If you want to press *6 to unmute, you'll have your 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello.
Whoops. We have 1172 on right now. We'll be back 4691. Since you didn't answer, okay, hold on a second. 1172, I'm going to go back to 4691. Just everyone to listen. Try to, well, anyway, this is such a fun day today.
Hello.
Okay, 4691, let's let you talk, and then I'm going to give everyone a heads up on the better way to be sure you don't lose your opportunity to speak. So welcome, you have your 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Jennifer Jensen in Fairhaven, California. I wanted to speak on the Samoa Peninsula EIFD.
We already talked about that one, Jen. I'm so sorry.
I couldn't get through for some reason. And I'm just, I would like.
How about I give you a call and we can talk about it offline? Since that public hearing has closed and we no longer have the staff with us, we can't bring it back up again.
Oh, I see.
So why don't you and I know your email address. We can connect offline. How's that?
I'm computer illiterate by choice.
Okay.
So.
Jen, well, I'll find a way to get in touch. Yeah, I will track you down there because I do want to get to your answers. Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye. Write myself a note there. All right. So let's try back to 1172 and press *6 to unmute.
My name is Catherine Gabaton, and I'd like to speak on agenda item number 11, stating Ian Hoffman. I don't think is a good idea. The Board of Supervisors, I feel like, kind of uses him as like a scapegoat to not make decisions that truly represent their constituents, because you guys say that you just take the recommendations of Ian Hoffman, and Ian Hoffman is supposed to make decisions based on public health, and his scope of what health is really narrow. He's not making our distancing guidelines or mask mandates, or he's not creating these guidelines based on people's mental health, how this is affecting the economic health of our county. I just think that it's a very, very narrow mind that he has, just basing the county's health on positive tests and using that as like a excuse to reinstate these mandates and to promote these mandates, when health is just has a lot bigger picture. The mental health of children growing up for 2 years in a place where they are being conditioned to believe that other human beings are inherently dangerous, that completely healthy people pose a risk to them or their families. I don't think that Ian Hoffman is making very good health decisions, and I hope that the board considers what full health of a human is, and not just continues to take his marching orders. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And just a reminder to people, we haven't done the comment on non-agenda items yet. That is still coming up. There's another notification on that. So we're going to go to 0326. Welcome.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. My wife also wanted to make separate comments. She has different ideas than I do on some of the things. But anyway, I wanted to comment on item 6 and 11. Item 6, you talk about the state of emergency, and I don't know if that means that this is your acknowledgement and review of your 14-day review of the state of emergency, and where it's to be extended. So it's kind of ambiguous there. On item 11, on the health officer services, the contract, apparently Hoffman is not required to supervise or control any of his employees. At least that's, from my experience, when I was the guy who was almost pepper sprayed. So the thing is, he should be counseling these employees to tell them to answer simple questions and not to pepper spray somebody just because they ask a simple question, which is not a conspiracy theory or anything like that. It's just a question about what the National Institutes of Health says. And along with that, the thing is, Hoffman, in answer to my question on the National Institutes of Health, he comes up with this conspiracy answer of some sort. I just wanted a simple question of terminology, and he can't answer that, and Stevens can't answer it either. And they spread misinformation, like Stevenson says. It's been studied for 20 years. Well, what happened to Operation Warp Speed, where they're saying they didn't have a vaccine and they couldn't use it because it hadn't been prepared yet? So I don't trust their answers, and to me, they're not providing information as they're supposed to, as a health officer should. They're incompetent, as if anything. My daughter says, think incompetency before you think conspiracy, and I think incompetency is a good choice. But anyway, thank you. I'll give you to my wife here. She has her separate questions. There are separate comments there.
All right, thank you. And so we'll welcome Janet.
Oh, thank you, Virginia. Anyway, my point is, everybody says safe and effective of the vaccine. Even Ian Hoffman say, how can you deny that? CDC say 150,000 people die from the vaccine, and all around me, I see people took it, cannot walk. People take a heart attack, cannot walk. How can you say safe and effective? And right in front of my eye. And besides, right now they proved that the variant are caused by the people who vaccinated, because unvaccinated people doesn't have the whatever virus in their body to be mutated. So the parent took the shot and bring it home, and children get sick. Now we are going to kill more children. The children can recover if they get it. Keep going on. We don't have anybody left. And then the 11 to 17 years old are getting it. And my point is, a misinformation. I think everybody should try to read the book, because Robert Kennedy studied for 15 years, the book called The Real Anthony Fauci. And I talk to people a lot. One person say, smart people take the vaccine, and not dumb. But my point, it doesn't mean dumb as you should read. That's why people say, Self-education will give you freedom. If you deny self-education, you'll never get freedom. And right now it's a happy season, beautiful day, but how many people get forced to take the shot? Even the Supreme Court didn't say a mandate, and we carry on. That's wrong. My body, my choice, everybody know. So people should respect that and have a wonderful Christmas and New Year. Stay away from the third shot. Look at Colin Powell. He was fine all this time, suddenly died. I think somebody probably figured that out, what's going on. Please, God give you a self-immunity, and God give you nose to breathe. Mask doesn't work. So I say, we all wearing a facial diaper, and pretty soon we have to eat poop pretty soon. Anyways, final message, love and happy, and freedom is everyone's desire. Hate and tyranny, everyone despise. Heavenly love will be here if all the patriots united and combined. We are governed by God, and then not the government is our servant. Don't spend all the money for a PCR test. There's wasting money. Why should I get tested? If I'm sick, I'm sick. I don't need somebody to dig my nose to find out I'm sick, right? Please, save money for a better thing. And thank you and have a Merry Christmas. Love will prevail. Hate will perish. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was on item 11. 2122. Press *6 to unmute, and please let us know which item on the consent calendar you are referring to.
Excuse me. Whoops.
Are you calling
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I had to mute my computer. Hi, this is Uri Driscoll. I'd like to comment on number 6 and number 11 as well. I think that while it was, fairly convenient and the right thing to do to hold meetings outside of the chambers at first, I think it's far past time that we join each other again and be able to see each other face to face. I know how much you guys miss us, and we miss you too. And I think public comment can be delivered much more effectively, and I think it's really important to have that happen. As far as Ian Huffman's reinstatement, I've been very disappointed in how he has portrayed this. I think that it's very common for him to only present certain slanted information, and I think that the constituents, your constituents, and my fellow citizens here have seen through a lot of the misinformation that has been presented by some of the officials. I think it's really important that we move past this. Other states are doing it, and it's time. It's long past time. So look forward to seeing you all in person, and I hope everyone has a wonderful Merry Christmas, and I hope to see you in person the start of the year. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you, Uri. And the last commenter on consent calendar is 5300. Press *6 to unmute and let us know which item you are commenting on.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig from District 4, Lost Coast Populace. I'm calling to comment on item 11. I strongly oppose the extending the contract of Dr. Hoffman. Apparently, weatherman and Humboldt County Public Health Officer, 2 jobs where accuracy are not a requirement for employment. Dr. Hoffman's been continuously wrong about COVID. All he does is parrot the far left extremist narrative coming from the federal government and the corrupt institutions working on behalf of the vaccine manufacturers. It's no coincidence that everything he says and everything he does all leads to the same conclusion, that the only solution is more vaccines, even though by his own statements, he has said that everyone that has received monoclonal antibodies has avoided hospitalization and death. Yet we still have hospitalization and death. So that is a major failure of public health in not promoting and providing monoclonal antibodies to those that need it. Furthermore, his participation in the suppression of ivermectin as a safe and effective treatment. According to the NIH, the official position is that there's no scientific evidence for or against the use of ivermectin and is listed as a potential experimental treatment. I'm a strong proponent in medical freedom and right to try. Ivermectin has been used for decades and has a safer track record than Tylenol, but yet our local pharmacies are refusing to fill prescriptions for it, leading to more hospitalization and death. And our public health department is supporting them in that and is not holding them accountable for practicing medicine without a license, which is basically what these pharmacies are doing. 25% of prescriptions annually across the board in America are off-label use. To take away a doctor's ability to completely practice medicine and to work with their patients is criminal, in my opinion. And then lo and behold, today, a county employee that was coerced by Dr. Hoffman's policies to get vaccinated is vaccine injured. So now my question is, who all knew about this and when? Did the Board of Supervisors know about this? Did Sophia Pereira know about this? Did Dr. Hoffman know about this? Talk about misinformation and censorship. Like, why isn't this public knowledge? I mean, we need to know this. I think everybody tend to forget the way a representative government works, but you work for us, and we demand to know what happened. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adam. And I did say we were on our final speaker back when I called on Adam, so we will go back to the board on the consent calendar items. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. So I want to recognize that in response to some of the commenters that I received, I don't know how many emails that were cut and paste job. I didn't respond to them as they were all the same, and I read them. Also want to recognize that over the last 3 weeks, I guess, maybe longer, we've received also that same cut and paste job of mask mandates. I would ask that you get the names spelled right. It's pretty disrespectful to address your Board of Supervisors with not even clarifying the spellings. So in response to some of the commenters, I received, speaking for myself, your emails over the last month or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And since you did mention that, yeah, my name was spelled wrong on a whole batch of those, even from people that knew me. So go figure. But that's the dangers of the cut and paste or the forward. And
clearly they didn't read what they were sending.
No, and I think it means more to at least to me when people have add something of their own personal thoughts to these types of letters. Many other supervisors have any comments? We do have a motion that's been seconded. Nope.
Do we have a motion? Did we get a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just for clarification, my travel reference was for outside the county.
Oh, I made the motion, Mike, and you seconded.
Seems like a year ago.
That's true. All right, so we have a motion. It's a second. I don't see any of their hands up at this time. So Nikki, maybe have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
And we set a new record, everybody. We're voting on the consent calendar at 11:58. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so now that since we are at this point, and I know, the day is going by quickly. So we're on the public comment on non-agenda items. So this is the point that some people were waiting for, was the non-agenda item. So we will proceed to that. And we have several. So 3445, you're the first. Press *6 to unmute. And press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I was addressing item number 11, and I didn't get called on, so I don't know if you guys are letting that one pass.
Actually, I had cut off the comment time on that. Can you perhaps, I mean, if you would like to make a comment that's very general to COVID, because I understand it was a little confusing, I would just, I would say we've moved past that item.
Okay, so just general items at this point.
Yeah, something that was not on the agenda related to that, if you can possibly come up with that.
I did want to bring up something with you guys in the community. The fact that it is very hard to find a job that, is something that would benefit or beautify the community. There's been a lot of trash in the community, and especially in Trinidad on the freeways and in Arcata on the freeways, just a consistent, after you pick it up, it's back on there again. So just saying this out to the community, like if there's a way that we could, make some jobs for ourselves to beautify this community, and like also there's so many artists around here that aren't working at the moment, and like to beautify Arcata and the places like that. Like I know that there's definitely money floating around and things that can be done, and we should really be focusing on helping ourselves, especially when we're having such trouble getting, freedom of our own selves. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there in the community. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And excuse me, 0116, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, my name is Ash Teeter with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I am speaking on an item not on the agenda in regards to the county accepting more money to push the COVID shots. Did you know that according to the CDC, the death rate for children under 19 for COVID is statistically 0? Therefore, children are not warranted to be vaccinated according to the CDC. Not one healthy child has died of COVID in the U.S. All children who have died of COVID in the U.S. as of June 21st or June 2021 had underlying comorbidities. Therefore, healthy children should not be vaccinated. According to the CDC, the COVID vaccines will not prevent infections or transmissions of COVID-19. Therefore, the vaccines are not effective. According to the CDC, vaccinated people are not less infectious than unvaccinated people. Vaccinated people acquire and transmit COVID-19 just as easily and as often as unvaccinated people. Therefore, the vaccines are not effective. According to the CDC and the FDA, COVID vaccines pose risks of myocarditis, blood clotting, neurological damage, and death, to name a few. Therefore, the vaccines are not safe. According to the VAERS Vaccine Adverse Effects Reporting System, there have been at least 19,532 deaths from the COVID vaccines in America alone. Therefore, the vaccines are not safe. According to the WHO, there have been at least 2,457,386 adverse events worldwide. This is over 100,000 more cases than all adverse events reported over the last 53 years of all vaccines administered since 1968 combined. Therefore, the vaccines are not safe. According to the American Heart Association, the mRNA vaccine dramatically increased inflammation of the heart. According to historical media data, 50% of all people who get myocarditis will die of heart attack or require a heart transplant within 5 years, especially children. Therefore, the vaccines are not safe. It's time to say no to the COVID money and do what's right for our future, what is right for the children. The Los Angeles Unified School District will hold a special meeting to delay implementation of COVID vaccines. We need to do the same thing here, but in order to do it, we need to turn off the COVID funding spigot, take some deep breaths, and really stop and think about the decisions being made in this community.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, and just a heads up, we're getting a lot of hands up, and we do have several things today. We will be taking at least a 20-minute break for lunch around 12:40, and any remaining public comment on items not on the agenda will be brought back at the end of our meeting. So it's helpful for others if you make your comments brief if you are able to, so more people can comment. So 0150, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello. I appreciate what, this is Dottie Russell again. I appreciate what you're saying about these meetings are very long. They are very long. I'm on my second phone. My first cell phone died a little bit ago, so I had to get a second phone now to keep being able to make a public comment, which was my plan. So first of all, as far as code enforcement is concerned, I really want you to take a quick look at that, because right now there's two issues of two drug houses close to my community, and they have the fire department coming, the CHP coming, the sheriff's department coming, the courts are coming, the district attorney and the public defenders are involved, and they still have trailers and they still have illegal activity going every single day. We've gotten to the point that we stopped calling the sheriff because there really isn't any point, because they're just going to come, they're going to leave, then they're going to come back the very next day or a few hours later. So we really need to have a way that code enforcement is really addressing the issues of safety, the issues of drug use, the issues of drug sales, the issues of needles all over our community, and the unsafe communities. Then, if you still have some time, address the fact that somebody has some things that aren't stacked up in a perfect order, or maybe there's a little bit more than they should have. But the whole point is that our community needs code enforcement enforced as far as two drug houses in Phillipsville. Phillipsville is really one of the nicest walking ability kind of towns, small towns in southern Humboldt. It is the entrance of the avenue. There's not an avenue of the Giants plan, and we have two houses that currently have code enforcement that are not being addressed, while you're addressing issues of too much stuff, a car that doesn't drive, and recyclables that don't want to be put in the regular trash. It's really bad. And I need somebody there to take the lead to be able to shift this and get some action going so that our communities, our children, and the entrants and the tourists that come here are safe. And right now they're not safe. So please look carefully at which code enforcement issues you're addressing that are creating unsafe environments for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie. 1172. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Catherine Gabaton. I want to address misinformation and statements made by two supervisors for a KMED news report, and my concern for proposed censorship by Stephanie Dittman, a Fortuna doctor, of the supervisors meetings, and that sentiment seemed to be supported by Supervisor Mike Wilson when he stated that Board of Supervisors meetings are a venue for misinformation and we should be accountable in that regard. That to me seems very concerning. I understand Supervisor Wilson had a 45-year-old unvaccinated friend die from COVID, which I'm really sorry to hear about, and that he stated that he believes his friend would not have died if he'd gotten the vaccine. Well, I also have a 30-year-old friend who developed myocarditis and an inability for her blood to maintain normal oxygen levels after her second Pfizer vaccine, and I believe that she wouldn't have had those complications if she didn't receive those shots. I'd also like to thank Rex Bohn for standing against censorship in that KMED segment, and that he's staying open-minded and listening to all the concerned voices of our county, including a doctor who he mentioned has been practicing for decades, who also holds beliefs counter to the health authorities, and that I'm concerned about the
propaganda pieces being pushed by our local media who claim to support free speech. Now, I pose to you, how is misinformation labeled? Is it any information that creates cognitive dissonance for the listener, or any information that a listener doesn't want to look into further? Robert F. Kennedy Jr., an environmental lawyer and activist, just published an expose on Anthony Fauci, which I know all of you have received a copy of per Dana Quillman. Thank you, Dana. And it was the #1 and #2 purchased book on Amazon since its release 2 weeks ago. I recommend listening to it on Audible because it's very dense and very damning. And the book is meticulously cited, obviously, since Kennedy is a lawyer and he wouldn't want a slander lawsuit. I asked the board to do their due diligence of reading or listening to the book, since you all are making decisions based on the guidance of NIH and Anthony Fauci. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. 1041 is our next speaker. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Donnie Creekmore from Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I would like to address non-agenda items. One would be a response to Michelle Bushnell. If there's a misspelling on any of your names on the petitions that you're getting from individual constituents, which are confirmed signature petitions, literally built the way petitions are done in every other fashion across the United States and every single state, then maybe you can reach out or respond to the authors, the people sending them in, and let them know that there's misspelling so they can correct their mistakes. I mean, if you would actually, communicate back to your constituents an idea, you can correct these things. Instead of ignoring things that you think are just copy and paste, maybe you should look into how petitions work, because the way petitions work are they're online. You go online and you read them. And if you, as a constituent, agree with the words of the petition, it makes no sense to rewrite the entire thing yourself. Why rebuild a will, right? It's all there. So what you do is you go on and you sign the petition, which I've made part of the administrative record today, the entire list of signatures, the entire language of the document. Okay, so you guys can go on ignoring it. You can go on acting like this is like English class or literature 101, like grammatical errors are somehow more important than peer-reviewed literature, a mountain of it that stands in opposition to the decisions you've made today, voting to go ahead and let Ian Hoffman continue to mischaracterize everybody on this call as misinformation agents in numerous articles. I mean, like it was something like 30 or 40. And in all of those, not, promoting monoclonal antibodies, which have 100% efficacy of preventing hospitalization and death. So, I mean, I really wish that the person that, that Madrone was talking about that died, I wish they would have got that monoclonal antibody treatment. If they would have known about it, if Ian would have done his job, maybe he could have saved, Madrone's friend's life. Shit, man. Wow. Whew. Sounds like the onus is all on you guys again. So is this English 101 or is this public comment? I'm confused. Please educate me. HumboldtFC.com. Trust the science.
All right, thank you. Rex?
Yeah, and I'm not looking for an argument. I think what I heard earlier is put as much effort into sending it to us that you want us into reading it, because I do read them. But I don't read every one if it's saying the same thing. It's not that I'm downplaying it, but I don't have to read it. But I did read it. I did see a lot of errors. I'm not going to hang my hat on it because I'm probably the least educated on the board, and I make a lot of errors when I write stuff. And I hear about it. But I'm just saying, I think you heard it wrong, Donnie. I'm just telling you, it's not English 101.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Thanks, Supervisor Bohn, though, for clarifying. 7207. About a star 6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. In December 2021, the DCC's Cannabis Advisory Committee published the 2021 annual report. In this report, under the section Cannabis Tax Rate, it states that the CDTFA recently announced that the cultivation tax will be increased by 4% in the account for inflation. Effective January 1st, 2022. This tax increase comes at a time when taxable legal sales during the third quarter in California fell by approximately 12.4% compared to the second quarter of this year. According to the MJ Biz Daily, California is not alone, as many other Western states have experienced a similar decrease in sales. In response, some local jurisdictions, including the City of Oakland and the County of Mendocino, recently passed resolutions requesting that the state immediately eliminate the cultivation tax. End quote. I would like to know why Humboldt County Board of Supervisors has not passed any resolution requesting the state to immediately eliminate the cultivation tax, considering Humboldt County holds a large amount of licensed cultivators and equity grant applicants. And I help speak and stand for the cultivators that pay taxes in their community. And so I would like to request that our Board of Supervisors support Mendocino County and jump on the board with the City of Oakland and get on board on this and speak up for all of the cannabis cultivators that are in their community. So please, I beg you, because we're very much struggling and we need your guys' help. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. We'll now go to 4402. If that's you, press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, so this is kind of a general comment, obviously, more about the broad and perceived role of the board, I guess our local government, public health as well. It seems really inappropriate that our individual risk assessment is being factored into so much of the work you guys are doing. Many of us, including myself, we've worked in public settings the entire time this so-called pandemic has been happening. Me, including many of my friends, we've contracted and recovered from infection from COVID-19. The risk is real for many, minuscule for others. As a general rule, life is risky when lived. I've known people who've died from COVID. Most were in extremely ill health, which tends to be the reality for leading to death from this. I've known many young people who've become very ill as well, who are very unhealthy. We're not talking about the right things. We need to talk about personal health, personal responsibility. That's the dominating factor here with severe COVID. This is not the government's place. Asking and experimental injections are not the focus that we should be looking at. And noticing a trend now, proof of vaccination in towns. Scary idea, effective to say the least, but Brio Cafe is the one I've most recently heard of. Most of our theaters are now doing it. This is more akin to a prophylactic treatment. It makes no sense. You can still catch COVID, you can still spread COVID. Those of us who've had it have great immunological protection based on all metrics. In any case, the boosters are just going to keep coming. Who remembers when we were told that this was going to make it go away, the vaccine that is. So in any case, it's going to be a really false sense of security. And you guys are going to have that as well in the local government, because I know lots of people who have fake cards. Lots of people get false entries placed into the digital verification records. There's been lots of vials thrown in the trash bins. There's been lots of injection syringes emptied into trash cans. There's a lot of room for error here, and it doesn't even really do what people are expecting it to do. The thing is, now we're encouraging segregation in our community. It's going to leave scars, scars on children, families. It's going to be a real big issue in the future, and I really hope you guys can get on the side of calming down this narrative and ending this emergency, letting us make our own decisions. It's not your place. We need to go back to protecting our rights, not subverting them. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker is the last four digits of 9493. Press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for taking my comment. This is Dylan Matole from Honeydew, and I would like to start my comment by reading a quote from Humboldt County Council that I pulled directly from the website just a moment ago. The cultivation, this is regarding Measure X. The cultivation tax may be repealed or amended by the Board of Supervisors in a manner that does not result in an increase in the amount of the tax or broaden the scope of the tax without voter approval. In the event that the tax is repealed, it may be reenacted without voter approval unless repealed by the electorate. I'm asking you, our Board of Supervisors, to repeal Measure S tax in light of the current market collapse. I honestly don't think that many farmers will be able to pay it either way. I was down at the Emerald Cup over the weekend, and most everyone I spoke to from Humboldt is completely upside down this year. A tax repeal is 100% necessary. San Francisco has already done this. Sonoma County is talking about it. Humboldt County should take a stand of support for our local industry. We won't have many farms left in another year if something major doesn't give. Farmer morale is at an all-time low. People are tapped out. The legacy cash is all gone, but it's not too late. I don't believe this is a permanent market situation. The state is going to be making changes and waive some licensing fees for cultivators next year. There's bills in the works to reduce the state cultivation tax. More retail will eventually open up and the market will expand. We just need to stay in business and keep the money flowing into our local economy through this downturn. If Humboldt farmers can survive the current market, we will come out on top. I truly believe we can make it. But this is a time for government to get out of our way and let us have a fighting chance. Overtaxation never results in a stronger industry. Micro grants only go so far. The county needs to let Measure X tax stay on the farm and let us invest in ourselves and in our neighbors. It's no secret that cannabis is a huge part of our local economy. We can't let this industry go the way of timber and fishing. What else do we have here? That's a serious question. Land is too expensive and the parcels are too small for us rural landowners to start ranching. The only option for most farmers, if legal cannabis is lost, is going to be to sell and leave the county. And then we will have a bunch of wealthy folks from out of the area coming in, buying up our parcels and having no income generating use for the land after they buy up our small farms. Sales are already happening. This is a known thing. We need serious action, and the best option for a quick result is to stop the overtaxation. Stop Measure X. Even without Measure S, we are all still on the hook for some very high property tax.
Thank you,
without
Dylan.
an ability to generate income.
Thank you, Dylan. Sorry for the 3 minutes. This goes by fast. 9716, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi. I'm calling because I feel as if the county is acting recklessly and dangerously in the name of a pandemic. Mask ordinances and vaccine mandates are unscientific. None of these decisions are being made with public health and science at the forefront. California, let alone the United States, has seen huge numbers of hospital closures, and here we have allowed St. Joe's to shut down departments in our rural hospitals and fire frontline workers who have worked through the pandemic and who are now apparently disposable because of a vaccine mandate that doesn't take into account natural immunity. The Board of Supervisors did not stop these firings or even say one word about them. In my opinion, that is not protecting the community. Madrone, I'd like to speak directly to you. In your district in particular, masks are not a thing. The majority of people don't agree with masks, and yet you are one of the more vicious people when it comes to the COVID agenda. Your words about unvaccinated not being treated in the hospital should have gotten you fired on the spot. I don't know how your district can be standing by you. I've appreciated a lot of your positions because unlike others on this board, your stance always seems balanced. But this stance in particular is disgusting and inhumane. Everyone is telling us to listen to the experts. Ian Hoffman isn't an expert. He's merely parroting the advice of our corrupt and bought out health institutions. And I'm sure that you're all familiar with regulatory capture. There is a global network that was put together by some of the leading physicians in the United States. It's called the FCCC, Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. Data has been coming in from all around the world about early treatments, and this information is being ignored and suppressed by our current federal and local government. This is unscientific. We need to take these masks off these children. We need to ban the mandates. My body, my choice also applies here. If you want a vaccine, go get a vaccine. If you think it's going to protect you, then you're protected. Why are you worried about what I have in my body? You need to start looking at the science. The data coming out of the UK is showing that the majority of deaths is in the vaccinated. 4 times the number of deaths in vaccinated people is 4 times that of unvaccinated. You think this vaccine slows the spread? Look at the data on the weaning of the efficacy. It only lasts 3 to 5 months, and that entire time it's weaning. It doesn't hold strong for an extended period and then drop off. Actually, from the day of a person's highest point of protection, it starts to drop significantly, especially in the population.
Thank you for calling in. Your 3 minutes is up. All right, we're going to the final 4 speakers, and then we will be taking a 20-minute break before we go back for the 1 o'clock item. So if you're 7454-2122-5300 and 1282, you will be speaking at this time. We'll start with 7454.
This is Ken Sawatsky. I'm going to do a lot of apologizing today. I'm going to apologize if I'm wrong here, but I thought I heard Mike Wilson say that his miles traveled were not within the district. I'm looking at the sheet submitted for 906.44, and it does say miles traveled within the district. I don't know if this is a sample of why the auditor controller can't, if this number is designated wrong category, whatever. If this is an example of all the stuff that comes to the auditor controller, no wonder she can't balance books and close statements. I mean, I think things are bouncing back all the time as far as things go. So here's my biggest apology. I wish to apologize personally, wholeheartedly to Estelle Fennell. Estelle, I made a mistake, a big mistake, and I listened to somebody who I thought was going to take care of some issues. And this is Supervisor Michelle Bushnell. I helped her run mistakenly. I guess she was a politician already, and how do you know a politician's lying? Their lips are moving. My biggest thing with her was to support the Garberville veterans building down there and give them back what they had, and this has not happened. So I want to apologize. I want to apologize to all the people of Humboldt County that took my advice. I was warned. People said she was a bully, and that in serving on her board there, I was warned, but I hope that wouldn't come forward into the chamber, and I hope that was wrong. That has proved to be true. She even admitted to me she had a conflict of interest. She said, I have cannabis going on. On the other hand, once you have a conflict of interest, you're expected to recuse yourself. And I thought she would be honest and do that. So for all of those of you who mistakenly took my advice to go ahead and change supervisors, I wholeheartedly wish to apologize. Conflict of interest of the person he appointed, Mr. Thomas Mulder, to the Planning Commission is running rampant, and I made a mistake. So I don't know how to unwind it. I guess I would say possibly a recall. I'll be happy to pay for that if people want to do it, or just keep this in mind. And I do always want to always have people understand the misinformation put out there by her and Thomas Mulder regarding the auditor controller is wrong. It's just as wrong as the other things that I was told. And I wish people would really try and understand and get into this situation, understand what's going on, see that she gets the funding to do what she needs to do, see that she finally got a time certain, which wasn't on the agenda for 1 o'clock. I've been begging for those forever. Hopefully she at least had time to write a letter, a memo that could be submitted into the record. But this county has major problems, and there's going to be some changes here. I'm not lonely anymore. We have voices out there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You may be accused of being a frequent public commenter. Own it. You may be accused of being an agent of chaos. Own it. You may have all kinds of things coming regarding making all these comments. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate. And again,
all right. Thank you. Thank you. And I would ask people to, I understand this is an opportunity for people to say what's on their mind, but it would be nice to try to remember that we're talking about real people here, and it's and treat each other with respect. We have 2122 is next, followed by 5300.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Uri Driscoll calling in again. Just a couple comments. I listened to pretty much everyone in the consent calendar, and the two items that were mostly discussed were not in favor of what you ended up passing. And I just don't really quite understand how that works. People are taking their time. If we want to talk about respect, I mean, people are taking time out of their day to sit in on these meetings and to participate, and then to just blow over the top of the comments that were almost exclusively against what you voted for. I just don't understand how that is a representative democracy. I think it's really just kind of flipping us off, and that's kind of offensive, really. Well thought out comments, pretty much unanimous, and you just blew them off. I'd also like to make a comment about what code enforcement is doing and what they're not doing. I've tried to bring code enforcement in on some public safety issues as well, and have just essentially got blown off. I mean, I take my time and explain and research and show why this is a significant issue, and it just gets discarded. And it could be a very simple fix. Involves the county and the county road and public safety. Also, I'd like to comment on some of what Public Works is doing. I'm seeing millions and millions of dollars spent on these trail projects where the existing trails that we have are in shambles. The existing trailheads are just disgusting. Toilets and bathrooms are just not upkept. So I don't understand why the priorities of focusing staff time on these projects is being pursued when we have a backlog on streets and a backlog on deferred maintenance on these existing public facilities. I'd really like to see that change.
Thank you, Uri. Thank you. 5300, I believe that's Adam. Welcome.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig, Lost Coast Populist, calling in from District 4. Apparently we need a review of 7th grade civics class. This is a representative government of the people, by the people, and for the people. As our elected representatives, you serve us, we pay your salary with our tax money. And, I find it interesting that you get this many emails and a petition of people exercising their right as a citizen to petition their elected representatives with their grievances, and you want to take this condescending tone with them about their spelling. Like, are we not smart enough to participate in our representative government? Are you going to throw shade on us for misspelling? I mean, maybe you should take the time to read and listen to what we say and to respond. And, the way that you keep putting these things on the consent calendar that are a major issue to a large chunk of the county, and then your solution is we're going to cut you down to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes. So basically censor us. If you don't want to hear from your constituents, then maybe you shouldn't have signed up to be a supervisor, but this is the job. And get used to it, because the longer you continue this fraudulent emergency, the longer you continue to not acknowledge our constitutional rights, the more people are going to call. The more people are going to sign petitions, more people are going to send emails. This is only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger as this continues. Because everywhere I go in the county, people are not happy. I got a lot of friends that, they bought into this for a while. They got the vaccine. They're not about getting this booster. And they certainly don't want to have to show their vaccine paperwork to sit down in Brio or go to a show at Humbrew's, or, this whole thing that Hoffman is now, planning on doing with, using masks as coercion to get vaccines. I mean, I got my kid's teacher telling them all, if you all get vaccinated, we'll be able to take the masks off. The masks don't even work. All it is a coercion tool to push more vaccines for the donors of your preferred political parties. And you've taken these far left extremists over at the Department of Public Health. You've given them
Thank you, Adam. And some time ago, I said we were only doing those last 3 speakers. We were on the final one. So those who have been raising their hand in the meantime, we had cut off the period for raising the hands at that point. So we're going to 1282, and then we will be breaking until the 1 o'clock time set. So 1282, welcome.
Yeah, hi, this is Catherine Wallman, and I did read some of my comment after previously at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm just going to carry on and read the rest because I did want to address agenda number 11. I do appreciate the caller that just said, how can something have been voted yes on when we made so many comments and emails were sent considering our concerns about the rehiring of Ian Hoffman? And I have those same concerns myself. However, what I would like to address is this continuation of mandates and ideas of mandates that Hoffman or others in the county government are trying to promote. And I'd like to see that our community's children are protected from further harm by these mandates. Mask wearing and social isolation have increased the incidence of poor nutrition, depression, addiction, suicide, and lowered rates of cognitive development around the world, and including in our county. Vaccine mandates around an untested product for which the manufacturers have no liability may cause irreparable harm to our children right here in Humboldt County. And our health officers need to be part of the nationwide movement that's moving away from COVID restrictions and allowing the mandates for lockdowns, masks, and vaccinations only carries us further down a slippery slope toward the loss of our American freedom, allowing for the familiarization of separation that allows a totalitarian government to rule over us. And just to finalize, I would like to say that the complaints about the long comments and all of the comments being made during the meetings, this wouldn't happen if we felt like we were being listened to, our concerns were being addressed and not just washed over. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I did say we were stopping after that one, so we will take a break and we will be back here at 1 o'clock for our time set item. Our 1 p.m. time set, which is an item being brought to us by Supervisor Bushnell regarding reports, monthly reports from the auditor controller. So at this time, I would like to hand this over to Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I brought this issue forward as we had made a motion on November 9th, a 5-0 vote, to get these reports so that we could be informed as a board. And so I had inquired if this was going to come, since we've had a lot of questions in the last month since the November 9th agenda item. And I was wanting to inquire for my job if we could get an update on journals, cost allocation, accounts payable, payroll. It kind of impacts everything. And then I've also had a lot of communication from the communities and staff about communication. So I was hoping we could get an update on that. Is Ms. Poston-Mingus on? I don't know if I see her.
I believe she
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Good. I heard your voice. Well, hold on, Karen. I heard your voice, but I didn't see. I want to pull you up on the same screen here. People get all spread out. Where are you? Oh, okay. Sorry, we've got so many people on that I'm trying to keep everybody on the same page so I can see where people are.
All right. Okay, I don't see her. So I hear you though. Thank you, Karen. So I wanted to inquire for our board about, we've had a lot of stuff happen with payroll and just how that process is going, and then how it's impacting the rest of the department. And then I also wanted to give some opportunity to department heads if they wish, and our CAO also. So thank you, Chair Bass.
All right, so I'm Auditor Paz Dominguez, did you want to provide a brief update? And then we can go to questions from the board. What is your pleasure on this? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. I had to rearrange my screens because I am in the middle of active payroll. So I'm happy to be here and share the information that I have, though I won't be able to stay very long because I am in the middle of active payroll and we have a very short window of time before all the reporting and payments are due to the IRS. I would like to share my screen to share a PowerPoint presentation. It's not a very long one, but it helps to have visuals sometimes. Okay. Can you see this? Okay. So I'm using the same template as the last presentation I gave so that you could see an update within the familiar format. The outline of today's presentation is I'm going to cover the timeline of reports and presentations so far. I'm going to walk you through the main payroll checklist, which has been recently developed since the last presentation. I'm going to give you an updated list of the challenges to the payroll processing, updated information about the present conditions that threaten public funds and increase risk. I'm going to talk to you about the staffing in the Office of the Auditor Controller and go over the functions of the Office of the Auditor Controller. I won't take the time to go through each one of these individually, but I did want to show that the Office of the Auditor Controller has accommodated all of this board's requests to provide written and verbal reports. No deadlines have been missed. No dates were skipped in any of the biweekly or monthly reporting. And this is very important. I think the record should be corrected. The main payroll checklist. So before we developed this checklist, there wasn't a comprehensive list of all of the tasks involved with the processing of payroll. There were general duties that had to be performed throughout the weeks, throughout the days, throughout the months, or at the beginning of a fiscal year, at the beginning of a calendar year. But there wasn't a consistent list that walked staff through what do you do the Friday before payroll all the way through the Thursday of payroll week. And so I've split this up into 4 sections. The first section is the payroll preparation. And this work starts on the Friday before payday. This is where we set up a new payroll cycle in the financial software. We create our new changes log so that we can list all of the different transactions that we're going to be incorporating in the payroll cycle. We set up file folders in our shared drive as part of our record retention requirements. And we also set up subfolders in our county payroll inbox. And this is because a lot of the tasks that we take on or have inherited are being managed primarily through the county payroll inbox. And so we've created 2 different databases of information. One is in Outlook and one is on the shared network drive. So because we experience a lot of breakdowns in network or servers, we are still able to operate because we have all of the information in the Microsoft portal. And we don't necessarily always rely on the network drive that has been set up for the auditor's office. We also run what's called the pre-payroll leave balance report. One of the areas where we've identified a lot of errors take place is in the utilization of leave banks. Currently, most of the county is using ExecuTime to track all of their time entry. Unfortunately, the leave balances in ExecuTime are not updated automatically or in real time. And so that can result in an employee potentially overdrawing themselves in one of their leave banks, or maybe not utilizing a leave bank that they have available, they just can't see it. And so we run a separate report at the beginning of payroll so that we know ahead of time who has enough leave banks to use. This has been a huge time saver for our department because previously we had to wait until the very end to get any warnings that someone was overdrawing. And so we'd get through most of payroll before we knew there was an issue. Now we're able to identify those issues up front. The second part of the payroll checklist is the active payroll time audit. That's currently the process that we're in right now. This takes place after 3 p.m. on Monday, all the way through middle of the day on Wednesday. We have to do the time audit for all of the employees that currently track their time in ExecuTime, in addition to the DHHS employees who report their time manually through Finance Enterprise, in addition to the Sheriff's Department employees who report their time by import templates. We also run a new hire report. This wasn't part of the process in the past, but we've identified it as an area for potential theft or loss or errors. So we have implemented it as an internal control. We run a new hire report and we make sure that nobody is reporting time before they've actually started working with the county. This could be mitigated easily if HR was able to enforce the rule that employees can only start at the beginning of a pay period. However, due to COVID and the county's need to adapt to COVID, employees may have to be hired in the middle of a pay period or closer to the end of a pay period. And so it requires extra diligence on our part to make sure that nobody is reporting time before they've actually started working with the county. This is very important because the county currently pays by exception, meaning if you do nothing else, an employee will receive 80 hours of salary, regardless of if they worked or not. We also do disability integration. We do workers' comp integration, catastrophic leave. It's not as easy as taking 2 hours from one employee and donating 2 hours to another employee because we have to calculate conversion rates. 1 hour to one employee is not the same value as 1 hour to another employee who may be paid at a higher rate or a lower rate. And so we have to calculate that conversion rate and then apply it and then enter the time in the software. Timesheet corrections. We process a lot of timesheet corrections. This is resulting from employees being forced to turn in their timesheets before they've worked the time or before the pay period has ended. This, I'm hearing, is necessary due to the manual time entry that certain departments have to perform for the employees. I believe this could be mitigated if the county moved forward on getting every single employee into ExecuTime and finalizing a consistent method of time entry. But until that happens, we will continue seeing a big number of timesheet corrections. This also can, so this cycle, for example, we have additional timesheet corrections because your board voted to extend the SB 95 leave. Between the period of October 31st and November or December, whenever you voted for that, employees are now eligible to use SB 95. But because those periods have passed, they may have already used their sick leave, their vacation leave, their holiday leave. And now we have to process all of those corrections to give them back their leave banks and instead utilize the SB 95. That's a new timesheet correction that we'll have to include in this cycle. Special items like county employees who are also serving as election workers, they receive stipend pays. Those payments have to be manually entered in the cycle in which they're going to be paid. And so there's no way that we could enter it beforehand or predate it. This is one of the tasks that we have to perform in this very short window that we call active payroll. MOU review. What we are learning as we go along, because we don't have very many instructions, is that not all MOUs are treated equally. Not all MOUs are the same. Sometimes one MOU will grant employees a holiday, For example, AFSCME and the Management and Confidential Group give the December 23rd as a holiday. However, law enforcement management, the attorneys, HDSO, they do not have that same holiday. And we have to be mindful of that when we're processing everybody's time. New incentives, new changes, new rates. We're constantly reviewing MOUs because what we're finding is they're not consistent in the timing either. The best example I can think of is the HDSO bargaining group requires that all of their employees be paid out for all of their vacation in excess or comp in excess of 80 hours in November. No other month, just November. And so we have to be mindful that in November, we're going to have to go cash out all of the HDSO employees. Review, do not pays. What we've learned is that some employees remain on payroll, but should not be paid. Unfortunately, we are experiencing a lot of system issues that are for some reason issuing pay to employees who are no longer here. It is converting them in executive time to extra help workers and applying 80 hours of time worked. How that's happening, we haven't yet figured out. We are being very mindful every cycle to make sure that we don't pay those people. And we do rely heavily on departments' assistance in telling us this employee isn't here anymore. This employee shouldn't be paid. They're showing up on the list, but they shouldn't be paid. Without that information, it's very possible that an employee will be paid who no longer works here. And so that there is a lot of interdepartmental information sharing. Lastly, proof and distribute time cards. This is more of just a function of the system that tells it we're ready to process payroll now. That moves us to the third area of active payroll. It's system processing. This is everything to do within finance enterprise. We've finished with executive time, we finished with the paper timesheets, and now we're going to process payroll. This takes place on Wednesday, and it can take anywhere from 4 hours to 24 hours. We have had to work 30-hour shifts continuously to make sure that the payroll system runs the way it's supposed to. And we have enjoyed the partnership and assistance of County IT, who has been monitoring in the background, making sure that the jobs are running the way we're telling them to. All of these, I won't go into detail because I know that they're very specific to our software, and I don't think you all care too much about it. But if you want to know what it means to run a trial payroll, please let me know. After we've run all of the system processing, meaning we've gotten the totals, we've gotten the amounts, we're ready to move on to taxes, that's where we hit post-payroll. It's still technically payroll, but I'm calling it post-payroll because at this point, there's no more processing of payroll. We already know what the results are going to be, and now we have to share that information with other agencies or process the payments for taxes or issue the wire transfers. This one here, the complete and submit ACH transfer request form to the treasurer. This is something that I think does need to be updated, and I will apologize ahead of time because I haven't actually had this conversation with our treasurer tax collector yet. So this is me thinking outside the box, sharing it with the board first. Right now, the treasurer is in the unfortunate position of receiving information after it's already happened. This is not done on purpose. It's mostly the way the process has been designed for a long time. This can cause some problems if we were to ever issue a direct deposit that was so large that the treasury couldn't cover immediately. Or if it doesn't have enough money in that moment in time and our transaction posed first, then the bank could potentially charge a fee. This is something that's happening outside of payroll as well. And it's something I hope to address with the treasurer to make sure that we're providing them information proactively so that they can make sure there is enough money in the bank to cover all of the transactions we're processing outside of the treasury. Okay, the updated challenges to payroll processing. I'm just going to let them all show up on the screen. I didn't take off that animation thing, but we don't have the time. You'll notice that there's 3 things on here that we've crossed out. The goal is to cross all of them out, but it's only been a month since the last presentation, and we've had to deal with a lot of events since. The inconsistent submission timelines make it difficult to plan. I'm happy to report that that's no longer a significant issue when it comes to processing payroll. We have met with our partners in the Human Resources Department, and they have been very helpful in walking us through what steps they take in the system and when they take them. In the last cycle, we had to learn by trial and error. There is a process where Human Resources needs to apply a pay assignment to an employee, meaning telling the system this employee works in this department, and when they get paid, the payment will be posted to this fund, this budget unit for this position in this object code. There's a utility in Finance Enterprise called Send to Payroll. If a change is made in those screens and it's not sent to payroll, it won't actually hit the payroll system. And we saw the result of that in the last cycle when employees reported that vacation leave they had taken or sick leave or holiday leave wasn't paying out. There was nothing wrong that we could see. We could see the time entry had been completed. We saw that their leave banks were actually utilized, but because those pay assignments were not sent to payroll, when we were processing payroll, the system couldn't find them. And it decided they don't exist, and so we won't pay. So in the following week, which was last week, we had to process a supplemental pay cycle to correct all of those and make sure that employees were made whole. Now we know, and through collaboration with HR, we've set our own internal timelines. By Monday at 3 p.m., HR will have entered all of their pay assignments and make sure that everything has been sent to payroll. And then HR backs away from the system and they do anything else until they get the all clear from us on Thursday. And then they can go back into the system and keep making changes. The next challenge that we've eliminated is significantly limited and outdated payroll processing instructions. We have now updated our instructions. We still have a lot more left to update, but all of the critical tasks now have instructions. Other things may still have outdated, but I wouldn't consider them a risk or a threat or a significant challenge. It's just we need the time to complete this. The next one is the payroll phone line has been unavailable to the auditor controller and unattended for months. This has been contributing to a lot of complaints you may be hearing from people saying that they've called us and they're not getting an answer or they're not getting any calls in return. It's been a surprise to us this whole time because we have staffing here in the physical office at the courthouse and we're answering the phone. We're returning messages. We found out that there is a payroll phone line and it was installed on 4 people's phones who are not here. And so when those rang, nobody in the auditor controller's office was hearing them or able to answer them. So now I've sent a ticket request to IT to have all references to the payroll phone number updated to reflect the auditor controller's phone number. We have access to the auditor controller phone lines, and I did get a notice that the ticket was closed. So I'm assuming that means it's been completed, and now everywhere on the intranet and internet, all references to the payroll phone number have been updated to the auditor controller's phone number. The other items are still not crossed off because they are still considered to be challenges to payroll processing. They may vary in severity, but they're still significant enough that I'm leaving them on this list. And the goal is, of course, to cross them off, and we will keep trying to do so. Okay. It's not going to the next one. We're gonna leave these open the same way that we did the others. So these are the present conditions that exist that threaten public funds and or increase the risk of payroll theft and fraud. None of them are crossed out yet. However, you'll note I added 2 little asterisks here. That was my way of highlighting them. Oh, I went too far. County HR and auditor controller and MGO have reviewed a draft overpayment policy. And I'm anticipating that it will be presented to your board soon. I'm not sure if it will be delivered by HR or AC. Either way, you're getting it. And it will help address a lot of overpayment situations where the county currently has funds outstanding that it needs to recoup. This can become even more challenging when an employee separates, because we cannot net out their final payouts. We can't correct their final payouts to pay the county back. We have to process them as they are, meaning we pay out their vacation, their holiday, sick leave, if they're eligible, regardless of their overpayment status. And so this is one that is critical, I think, to making sure that the county gets to keep its money. Everything else is still a condition that exists. And I will be working with COA Hills and MGO and HR to address more of these. I'd like to be able to say we'll have it done by next month, but what I've learned so far in my career here at the County of Humboldt is that we can plan all day long. That doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. And so we're going to be optimistic. We're going to say that we're going to be working on it. I just can't make promises about when we'll have a county leave policy or when all of CalPERS inquiries will be caught up. Okay. One of the challenges I shared with you was staffing. And there's been a lot of conversations about the staffing in the Auditor Controller's office. And so I prepared this to give you a visual. As of today, these are the positions in the Office of the Auditor Controller and whether or not they are filled. This looks better in Excel, and I apologize, when I copy pasted it, it got rid of all the grid lines and colors. So I hope you can still kind of line it up. We have 18 allocated permanent positions, and we have 2 extra help positions. Of the 18 permanent positions, we have 5 vacancies. They're currently in various stages of recruitment, and we hope to have these filled in January. There's 1 employee on leave. This is an employee that we inherited during the transfer, so we haven't yet had the opportunity to work with them in the Office of the Auditor Controller. So when you look at this list, you'll see that we have 1 payroll services supervisor and 1 payroll specialist. The payroll services supervisor has been working with the county since 2008. However, she only transferred to our department last month. So you have employees with various levels of experience and tenure with the county. However, they may not be working in the Office of the Auditor Controller for very long. And in the case of the payroll services supervisor, she's still in training. And so she hasn't really assumed the position yet. Every time that we say we're processing payroll, it really means the payroll specialist and myself training the payroll services supervisor. This is also why we prioritize the development of instructions, because we don't want the payroll process to ever be dependent upon any one person. The payroll function should survive on its own, regardless of who's here to process it. The functions of the Auditor Controller Department. I felt this would be important to share with you because the conversations usually center around the same 2 or 3 functions: journals, invoices, and payroll. However, that's not all that we do in the Office of the Auditor Controller. We do property tax. We assist in the revenue generation for this county. Without the Office of the Auditor Controller, there is no general fund. There is no general fund department because we are part of the process that gets that money into the county. The property tax function is just as significant as the payroll function. However, we only have 2 people who have been able to work on property tax, and not even full time, because as you can see, we have many other functions that require our attention as well. And as this county grows and adds positions to other departments, it also needs to be adding positions to the central service departments that are going to be handling the transactions related to that additional staff, to those additional programs, to the additional workload. Oh, I went too far again. Okay. Schools, there's hundreds of them. We operate mainly through the Humboldt County Office of Education, but we do get requests, individual requests from various special districts, schools districts. Special districts, there's 13 dependent special districts, meaning they are governed by your board. And so we treat them just like county departments. But there's 58, I think, special districts total in the county. And all of them require services from our office. Other agencies, you have REDEC, you have all of the JPAs, you have commissions, you have partnerships, public leasing corporations, all of these other agencies that you sign on to work with as the board become work for the Office of the Auditor Controller, because we are your central accounting office. Capital assets, leases, contracts. We're currently challenged in the performance of these tasks because we are not in the information loop. There are decisions made every day about capital assets, about leases, about contracts that don't include the Office of the Auditor Controller. And so when the time comes for the Office of the Auditor Controller to take action, we're usually having to learn something from scratch. We can't provide real-time responses because we're having to catch up on something that a department may already know or have been working on for months. When you tell me things like, we want you to give us reports with metrics, that's not enough information. That's not enough direction. To tell me that you just want to know how many journals are outstanding, that's also not clear enough direction, because we are processing journals daily. Every day we're processing dozens of journals. So you'd have to tell me, I want to know within this date range, how many journals did you process for county departments or special districts or schools districts, because they're all going to be different in the way that we handle them. And when you say metrics, what I think you mean is key performance indicators, right? What are some things that we can measure that demonstrate the success of a function? I am open to having those conversations with this board. And so I'm providing this to you as a starting place. I think it would be beneficial for everyone to familiarize themselves with all of the functions of the Office of the Auditor Controller. And if you want to talk to me about prioritization, I'm happy to do that with you. But this is going to be more than just journals and invoices. When you're talking about invoices taking priority or journals taking priority, you're telling me taxpayers who are owed property tax refunds may have to wait because we got to process journals. And so I'm going to send this presentation to you, the board, and you can choose which ones you care about. You can ask for more information. We do have detailed tasks for each one of these functions and timelines for them as well. So I am happy to see this engagement and interest in the office. So I'm going to provide you access to everything that we do and hope that you will have those conversations with our office so that we can provide you helpful, beneficial, valuable information.
And I appreciate that. I see Supervisor Bohn. He didn't have his yellow hand up, but I see.
I don't know where my yellow hand is. I didn't understand, and I appreciate everything you've done the last 3 years and everything. How much of this is new stuff? I mean, I know you worked in the office beforehand, then you ran for the office and you were going to do the job. But how much of this stuff, all this stuff, it's not just journals, payrolls, that's, the meat, but there's a lot of potatoes go with it. How much has this been added to your job since you've been elected? How much more did they get piled on, both with payroll and everything else? And then the other thing I'm really concerned about is those 5 people you're trying to find. And I saw all those hire dates, but I know the payroll person's been there a month. And I was wondering, the 4 people that the payroll phone used to go to, are they no longer with us anymore? And then the other thing is we're spending, close to $1 million with MGO. I don't know what we're doing with Koala Hills. And I was wondering what they're doing. Are they backfilling those 5 positions till we fill them? Because we have quite a bit of staff over there. Are they being helpful? Or I heard fraud mentioned 8 or 9 times. So Are we better off to get rid of those consultants because they don't seem to be getting it done or helping you? Because I think it's, and just for your benefit, because I know you're working 30-hour shifts, but MGO is getting 80,000 a month, close to $1 million from us, and it doesn't seem like we're still running into the same thing. We're getting the state here. I think that's what I'm confused about. I mean, you put the burden that's on you. How much of that burden have we put on you, and then why aren't we doing something more about it? I guess I need to apologize for you for not getting you more people.
I do appreciate that apology, Supervisor Bohn. And I will share with you that all of the tasks of the Office of the Auditor Controller are placed by the Board of Supervisors. And so since I've taken office, there's been numerous programs and additional staff added to departments. There's trellis grants, there's the COVID pandemic that existed when I signed on. There's payroll that we were asked to help with. Several new things have taken place through board items that are now the responsibility of the Office of the Auditor Controller. And I will share with you, I need to correct a misstatement here. MGO wasn't hired to help the Auditor Controller's office. And I asked for that clarification in a previous meeting when you approved a $500,000 contract. I asked a clarifying question. Are you saying that those $500,000 are appropriated for the Office of the Auditor Controller to engage with MGO? And I was quickly corrected and told, no, it's not for the AC office. MGO is doing a fantastic job helping this county correct its accounting practices because I am not available to provide one-on-one training to every department head, to every department. I'm not available to accommodate every single request that all departments have. And so what MGO has done is assisted DHHS with preparing their quarterly claims. They've assisted the Internal Service Fund departments with generating their billable rates and reconciling their working capital and their fund balance. They have assisted the Office of the Auditor Controller with processing journal entries. They have provided valuable support and assistance to this county. The fact that we don't have 5 positions, the only reason we survive is because we have people from MGO and from Coa Hills, not just helping us, but also training us. Coa Hills has specific knowledge about our financial software because they used to work for Central Square when it was Superion. And so they have that institutional knowledge that they are happily sharing with us. MGO has provided us great resource, their CPAs, their CFI, their CIAs, their CFEs, there are all kinds of letters. And they help us understand State Controller Manual, they help us understand IRS, they help us understand all kinds of regulations that I don't know how we would because we also don't have time to read. At this point, we are in triage mode every day. Every day, what is the fire that we need to put out first? And when you do take issue because you're hearing things from somebody here and then you generalize them and apply them to a whole department, that can create issues with morale and that can cause problems with retention. And so I would encourage you, Supervisor Bohn, to consider that what you're hearing from 1 or 2 people or 4 people who don't actually work in this office may not be accurate, but rather more personal feelings or opinions. And I would invite you that if you are curious about the operations of our office, come on over. Come to my office, sit with me. I'll show you what it's like to process payroll. I'll show you our inboxes. I'll show you the invoices that we're paying. But I need this generalization about our office to stop because it is creating challenges for the processing of our tasks.
That's fine. And then is HR doing quite a bit of the payroll with you? Do they have quite a bit of staff working on it? Because I didn't just hear this, but I know people over and they seem to be working a lot with your payroll. Is HR on here to maybe discuss their assistance and what they're doing and how they're getting through payroll with you? I mean, I don't know. You looked at your watch. I guess I'm out of time. Sorry.
Dar, would you like to speak? He's calling HR.
Sure, absolutely. Where do I start? Frankly, this payroll transition did not have a formal transition plan. I want to say that. And so I will tell you that HR staff, there were 5 allocations that were moved over to the AC's office with very little thought, in my opinion, based on what I have gathered in my short 5.5 weeks here. And I want to repeat that. for clarity, this payroll transition had no formal plan of action to efficiently and methodically move payroll to the AC's office. So we lost 5 allocations, but from what I understand from staff and others who are associated with this payroll transition, that HR has retained about 70% of the duties. That being said, none of the competent staff who managed payroll in the various departments were notified or consulted. So there was a huge, it wasn't just lack of a plan in general, but lack of trying to ascertain what would happen with such a transition. And not even the payroll staff who were involved with the transition were notified until the Monday prior to the move back to the AC's office. So, you know, Rex, I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question. Can you repeat the question? You're on mute.
Who is doing payroll now? I know it was HR, and then it kind of went back. They wanted it back in the AC. I was concerned, but outvoted. And then I found out it went to the AC, but HR is doing most of the work. And I think there's a generalization when we're talking about this big flood of all these things we have to do. I'm trying to figure out what Koala Hills does. I just found out now that MGO works just a little bit for the AC office and mainly for DHH, seems to be for all these other departments. As a board member, I'm really confused because I thought they were working primarily to get us caught up financially so we'd get our 1920 books done so we don't lose the possibility of losing road funds, DHHS funds, and any other monies. And maybe I'm just too simple to understand.
Looks like Scott's got his hand up, so why don't we let Scott. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bass and members of the board. I'm Scott Johnson. I'm a partner at MGO. So I thought it would be appropriate to back up a minute. I wanted to speak first about the payroll transition. And as you know, when this came to the board for consideration, there was a significant amount of discussion. In my professional opinion, your payroll processing was in crisis mode. You had employees that used to work on payroll in HR that no longer was either working at the county or working in other departments. So that allocation that Ms. Rhodes brings up, basically there were no bodies, there were no positions that were actually fulfilling and performing those duties. I also want to reflect on the statement about 70% of payroll is done in HR. I've seen no documentation whatsoever that supports that. And I would professionally disagree with that statement. Granted, this is an HR payroll system. So their HR and payroll have to be connected at the hip. But as Ms. Paz Dominguez, I think very thoroughly pointed out in the process, the majority of that processing is done currently in the Audit Controller's office through the transition. So I think there needs to be some better understanding. I do agree that the transition, and as what was pointed out in the board meeting, there is a need to have immediate stabilization. So there is going to be an immediate plan, an intermediate plan, and a long-term plan. From my perspective, professionally, I think payroll is still in that immediate plan. And I got to give a lot of credit to your auditor controller for leading the effort to work on trying to stabilize, identify the areas that need improvement, and identify, work with HR in partnering up on what tasks are to be performed in HR and what tasks are to be performed in the auditor controller's office. I do want to speak to the question about what MGO is currently working on. So, the board did approve a very broad contract with multiple deliverables for MGO to perform. And so I was stated earlier, early on in our contract, we worked very closely with DHHS in working with them to process their claims, which resulted in tens of millions of dollars of reimbursements from the state. So that was one of the immediate needs that was identified. We also participated in reviewing and participating in recruitment for your CFO, and we made a presentation to this board related to that. We've worked on a number of different policies. We've developed a fiscal policy manual for the county. We work directly with with county council, HR, county administrator's office, the treasurer tax collector, and the auditor controller's office in regards to that. We've reviewed payroll processes and procedures. So in addition to that, our immediate focus currently is working on bank reconciliations. For the bank reconciliations, as was pointed out previously, had not been performed for years prior to your existing auditor controller. And that was a red flag, and that was something that was identified. And that, along with assisting in journal entry processes, we have been assigned approximately 400 journal entries to review the documentation. I'm pleased to say that we have completed 3/4 of those. We have about 100 remaining that we're in the process of reviewing and determining and then submitting over to the auditor for posting. We've completed the journal entries for the cost allocation plan. We've completed the journal entries for all the internal services funds. We recently completed the journal entry related to the tax loss reserve fund. And so those have been a big priority so that the city can continue operations and get reimbursements where what is necessary. I mentioned the bank recs. There's 5 main bank accounts that we're reconciling. One of them belongs to DHHS. Another is the Office of County Office of Education. Another is the College of the Redwoods. And then there's 2 other accounts, a master account, the county-wide master account, and then an account called the auditor controller account, which all the transactions related to invoice processing and all your payroll processing, all those transactions are there. So we're actually reconciling literally hundreds of thousands of transactions. So we're about 95% complete on the main account, the auditor controller account, where all the disbursements are processed for the county.
Can I ask you a quick question, Scott? Because there's a lot of information. Did you say that the cash reconciliation was not done even prior, like 4 years ago?
Yes.
Because that's not what the treasurer tax collector had been saying. So I'd really like some clarification on that between you and if he's on here right now, because I just want to make sure I have a really good understanding of the situation. And that one brings me a little, I got 2 different messages in my head I'm just trying to sort out. So perhaps when you're done speaking, a treasurer tax collector can also respond on that.
Chair Bass, before he does respond, may I clarify?
Sure.
Sometimes people get a little confused about this. What I'm referring to are the bank reconciliations, which is the books, the county books, and comparing the county books to the bank statements. There's another cash reconciliation process that occurs per state requirement between the treasurer tax collector and the auditor controller. So there was, we've actually been working with the treasurer tax collector and the auditor controller in reviewing those processes and procedures and making recommendations to streamline that. So I'll give the floor to Mr. Bartholomew to add additional content.
Okay, and I just wanted to know, I'm sorry, Rex, but the bank reconciliation is something completely different that hasn't been done for a very long time, even prior to this, is what I'm hearing you say. Not the cash reconciliation.
Correct.
Okay. John, did you have anything you wanted to add to that since I mentioned your name?
Zach's got his hand up.
Yeah, I just, since I got John, except we can't hear him, I just wanted to get the treasurer tax collector's thing. And then, yes, Zach has his hand up, and definitely Michelle. John, are you there? Your lips are moving, but we can't hear you.
Mute.
All right, we can come back. Oh, all right. Well, you can come back later, and we'll get back to you. So, Rex, are you okay if we go to Zach now? Because I know you were still asking questions of Scott. I just needed to get.
Yeah, I'm fine. The state was worried about the cash reconciliation. We haven't done. Did we do cash reconciliation before? Because that seems to be the one the state was upset about. Scott,
in regards to the cash reconciliation as opposed to the bank reconciliation, it's my understanding that the process changed. There are some changes in process, and that is currently being reviewed.
What process changed and being reviewed? Who's changing it and who's reviewing it?
I should probably defer to your treasurer tax collector related to that issue.
I'd love to hear from him.
Get his microphone going. So in the meantime, should we ask Zach?
It's working now, Virginia.
Okay, where is it?
Here, Bass, can you hear me now?
I can hear it. I can't see it.
And Supervisor Bohn, I'm sorry, but I was logging back on when you were asking your question, so I don't know what that question was.
I was just wondering, it sounds like we changed the process and cash reconciliations are the ones we haven't been doing recently, and bank resolutions haven't been done for years. And I never heard that before, nor we got a "you're in trouble" letter from anybody. And I don't know if these are in trouble letters or if they're just friendly reminders are going to come up and help us.
To the best of my knowledge, bank reconciliation had been done properly, as was cash reconciliation up until recent years. Now, I say to the best of my knowledge because I'm not an auditor controller and I do not have that experience nor training or education. Scott is the expert in this area, so maybe the processes that were done for bank reconciliation in the past years was not accurate, but I cannot address that because it is beyond my knowledge and expertise.
Okay, but is the state involved with, I'm sorry, I know so little about this after so many years, but the state's never got involved with our bank but they are very concerned about our cash reconciliations, right?
Well, 26 Government Code 26905 requires that cash reconciliation is done monthly. And Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was thinking that the bank reconciliation, they are together in that case, but the cash side of it is to make sure that every transaction takes place in the bank, at the bank, is posted and accurately reflecting the bank transactions in the general ledger. And so that was what I was thinking was in arrears quite a ways that needed to be caught up on, just to make sure that the GL matches all the bank transactions.
Let me add some clarification. There's a two-step process. So the state requires a reconciliation because the treasurer tax collector brings in money, collects money, and then submits reports, and they also deposit it into the bank accounts. And then they submit reports, and then it's posted by your auditor controller's office in the financial system. So the cash reconciliation that's required per the state government code is the reconciling the treasurer tax collector records to the auditor controller records. The next step is reconciling what's in your financial system to what's reflected on your bank statements. It's my understanding that that step had not been occurring for a number of years, and your external auditor accepted a different methodology, basically looking at end of year balances. But there was not an ongoing process of reconciling the bank account to your financial records on an ongoing monthly basis. And that's one of the things MGO is currently conducting.
Scott, I apologize because I'm trying to absorb this. It is now, you said it hadn't been done, now it's your understanding. So who are you getting the understanding from? It hasn't been done. You were pretty sure it hadn't been done. I'm really lost on this because we had never been notified, and I've only been here 10 years, or just short of 10 years. So I'd never had this before, and now you're saying it hadn't been done, and that confuses me. And now it's, you've been in there doing it, and it's your understanding. So is it, or is it just your understanding? I mean, I'm not trying to, I'm not going to test your knowledge because I can't even compare to what you know. But
sure, Supervisor, to answer your question, I know for a fact it was not done for 1920 or 2021, the bank recs. As far as prior years, of course, I wasn't with the county. I was told that the reconciliations were not done. I have also have seen the reconciliations that your external auditor accepted that were end of year reconciliations. They're not bank reconciliations that typically are done for any business and any government agency on a month-to-month basis. I hope that answers your question.
My problem is I'm trying to figure out how the county auditors did not note the bank reconciliations had not been completed when they weren't doing the cash reconciliations. That's the confusing part. Well, who made this discovery? That's my only question here. Does that make sense?
Supervisor Bohn, if I could chime in, and Scott, just to, I have direct knowledge of bank reconciliations being done up until 1920, fiscal year 1920, because I have stood at the desk of prior employees as they've gone through, and this is in the Auditor Controller's office, as they've gone through bank statements relative to the transactions in the general ledger. And I do know that they were done line by line every month. And again, and that was, I stood by that prior employee's desk when there were problems and they were trying to resolve, okay, what happened to this transaction? And everything was ironed out and matched up. So I don't mean to push back on you, but I will in this case, because I was very comfortable with the bank reconciliation being done up until the fiscal year 1920. And I believe in the competence of those prior employees. So unless there's some direct facts that are contrary to that, that's my belief and understanding. But thank you for your interaction here.
Chair Bass, wait a minute.
Actually, Supervisor Bohn, hold on there. I know Supervisor Bushnell brought it forward, and I know there's other hands up. So Supervisor Bushnell, I would like to take that moment.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I want to ask, thank you, Karen, first for being here and for that presentations. And I had a couple questions about payroll, but I specifically wanted to ask Scott a question that kind of was weird to me. So you said that you were told the bank reconciliations prior to 1920 were not done, but you hadn't seen those. But the ones that you know for sure that weren't done were 1920, and there were two of them. Can you name those years, please?
Sure, 1920 and 2021. So those are the 2 years that we're working on.
Okay, and so previous to that, you don't know, you didn't see them, but you were informed of that.
Yes, during our staffing study of the Auditor Controller's Office, we interviewed staff, and we were told that those reconciliations were not done. I haven't seen any documentation to show, yes, they were done, so then just start in 1920.
So have you seen documentation that they weren't done?
Well, it's kind of hard to see documentation of something not being done.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I also have a couple more questions, please. And maybe if it's Karen that needs to answer or whoever can answer it, that could be fine. But so I was wondering about the ISF and cost plans. Are those being worked on and almost complete, or can you someone update me on those, please?
Yes, Supervisor Bushnell, I'd like to answer.
Okay, thank you.
The beauty of working in this county organization is that we have to abide by record retention. And so any information that I share with you, I should be able to prove in writing. And so if you would like to review what this county was considering as bank reconciliations, I will happily provide them. You are also welcome to reach out to our external auditor and request copies of what was submitted to him. You can run it by any CPA or any trained accountant, and they will tell you those are not bank reconciliations. Specific to the cost plan journals and the ISF journals, same thing. We keep records of everything. And so I have the original submissions that were sent to our office for these ISF journals. They were not complete. One was even out of balance by $3 million. I knew ahead of time that I should delegate those journals to MGO because last year I received pushback for not posting those journals. MGO has spent considerable amount of time working with the ISF departments and reviewing their journals, helping them prepare backup, helping them justify the rates. And they were all approved at on different days. We do have confirmation from MGO now that they have approved the last cost plan journal, and we are working on getting them sent to the county through some secure network or firewall thing that's preventing us from getting them. But as soon as those get through to us, which I think actually MGO came up with a workaround where now they're uploading individual PDF documents that we can then go download. So I'm gonna assign a person to log on to the share file, download each of those individual backup pages, and we will get them posted. Scott should speak to the considerable amount of work that went into correcting those journals from how they were submitted to our office originally. But I'm happy to share with you that I think those will be posted this week. And that's all of them, all of the outstanding ones for ADA, for IT, for communications, for purchasing, and for the central service charges that encompass all of the work of the central service departments.
Okay, thank you for that update. I appreciate that. And then could I ask you about the payroll? So in your presentation, you said that payroll is ran on Wednesday so that you can figure out, if there's problems. Then you said on Thursday. And then when we were notified that there were, the last two pay times, payrolls, there's been more problems. You guys haven't found things, and it's caused some problems. Those things were found out, I think Thursday at 9:30, and then Thursday again, very late in the evening. So I was wondering, with the presentation that you presented, and do you run payroll on Wednesday or do you run payroll on Thursday? And was it ran on Wednesday prior, or I was a little bit confused by that?
Yeah, so running payroll is a several day job. We run what are called force calculations of payroll on individual employees, and not all 2,000. Let me clarify that right up front. So if someone has disability integration, that means we have to adjust the amount of the pay by exception salary, but we can't process all of payroll to just get the results of one employee. So we have to individually run a force calculation of payroll after the time entries have been corrected. We have to do that for each person that we are integrating disability for or integrating workers' comp for. The reason we do that is because one of the glitches we've identified within finance enterprise is that if you run a force calc for the entire payroll file, it will assign pay history to the employees' pay accumulators. Those pay histories can't then be easily deleted. They require IT to go into the background, put in query and IT words, and then it deletes pay history. That can significantly delay the processing of payroll. And so instead of doing one mass force calc, which would be ideal, we have to manually do it for each employee that we are changing time for. That starts taking place on Tuesday. So right now, I would be running individual force calc for employees that we integrate disability, workers' comp for, or things like catastrophic leave, because we have to donate those hours so that they can then be used. That's two separate transactions, the receipt, and then we force calc, and then the use, and then we force calc. What happens on Wednesday, ideally, if everything goes great, is what's called the trial payroll. The trial payroll is a pretend payroll. We're telling the system, pretend like we're gonna run payroll and show us what comes out. And that can take anywhere from 30 minutes to 90 minutes. And then we have to review all of the resulting reports. Do the deduction registers match the pre-list total for deductions? Same thing with contributions. Do all employees get some pay? We want to avoid anything like negative net pay, which is one of the items that caused the big event, November 19th. That negative net pay confuses the system and it decides to stop working until you go and delete that pay history. So by Thursday, the plan is always to run main payroll. And that is the final utility. It's after the trial has been successful. That is when we do the mass force calc. The force calc is really multiplying the employee's pay rate by how many hours they work equals their pay. And then it also deducts all taxes, contributions, their unions and child support, garnishments. It all happens in one job. That we would hope can happen on Wednesday. But given the number of system glitches we've seen and the delayed submissions of timesheets and the volume of transactions that need to be processed in that short window of Tuesday, Wednesday, we're seeing that we have to process main payroll on Thursday morning. We have to have it done by 2 p.m. on Thursday because that's the IRS's deadline to pay taxes in order for us to pay Friday. If we miss that 2 p.m. deadline, then the IRS can assess penalties, underpayment penalties, and underreporting penalties, which I believe are 2% of a gross payment of $3 million. So that can be very hefty for a county like us. So to answer your question, we're processing payroll Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The big payroll happens Thursday morning.
So are you doing that trial run or to find those glitches? Have those been happening on Wednesday?
Yes.
They have?
Several different trials. The trial payroll is the final pretend payroll before we actually hit the button to do payroll. But before that, we do tests. They're called test payroll postings. That's where we make sure that things will actually hit the general ledger, not just the employee accumulators. There's a tool called debug payroll. And that helps us identify when things are out of balance, when an object code is missing. This has all been through trial and error that we've now implemented all these additional steps to test payroll because in the past, we were finding out at the very end and then it was crunch time, panic time. We also run pre-lists for individual employees. The pre-lists also show us the result of a force calc before it's actually been distributed and posted. So we do several trials, several tests.
So thank you for that. So, the supervisors get communication from people, constituents and staff. And one of the communications I've gotten is that, some of the paychecks, have not been correct or they've been shorted money or not given their vacation. And what the question is, when can they anticipate that those corrections will be made and that they'll be able to receive their funds, their pay, and also with the pay, I understand what you said, that the payroll line wasn't coming to your department. However, staff didn't know that, so they didn't feel the communication was very open. I'm going to ask one more question so you can answer. So I've came down to your office every week since for a while, and the door is locked. And so do I need to knock? Do I need to make an appointment? What do I need to do to be able to communicate with you?
With me specifically, or with someone?
I don't care, Ms. Paz Dominguez, to someone that can give me any answers. That's all I want.
So you can email us, you can call our phone line, you can knock on the door. The reason why it's not always open is because we don't have a lot of staff here. And so we would prefer to know when someone's at the door so that we can have someone available to help them. Let someone in and just let them stand around because staff are not available to help them when they're on the phone or already helping somebody else.
Well, I've been here 11 months and I've never found the door open. So I guess I'll knock more. And I also will schedule to an appointment, and thank you for that option. And then, so could you address the employee concerns of when they'll get paid, when they'll get their pay or their vacation pay or their longevity pay or those things that have been shorted?
Yeah, there's 3 different types of corrections. One are the regular recurring timesheet corrections because employees are turning in their timesheets early. So they have to estimate what they'll work on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the end of a pay period. They'll get sick or they'll work overtime and it's too late to fix their timesheet. So they submit timesheet corrections in the next period. Those are regular, those are recurring, and we process them as soon as we get them. The other types of corrections could be board driven. So like SB 95, you elected to extend that. Well, now we have to go back in time and process corrections so that employees can use the SB 95 leave. And then there's corrections that are the direct result of errors in the system. So I shared with you about that pay assignment issue. It didn't get sent to payroll, and so vacation, holiday, and sick leave didn't get paid out. We identified that immediately after payroll. We corrected it in the next supplemental cycle. So when we are aware of these errors that affect employee pay, we prioritize paying them. We want to make sure that employees are made whole as soon as possible. When you have limited resources, like in the case of our office, we then have to prioritize the employees who were shorted get to be paid first versus the ones who were, maybe they wanted to take vacation, but instead they used sick and now they want to switch them. Nobody's facing a hardship there. The employee who didn't get paid is facing a hardship. And so we prioritize those. In terms of when I will get paid, we are processing payroll every week. Every other week is when we do the regular main payroll. But then every other week, we're doing the supplemental pay cycles. And in the case of last week, we did 3 supplemental pay cycles to try to correct as many people's pay as possible. If we had a full, staffing in the payroll function, we could process not only all of the corrections that we get every week, but also we would be able to address the hundreds of inquiries that come through the county payroll inbox. Other things like longevity, that is not a function of payroll per se. It depends upon a review of an employee's service, and that resides in human resources. Human resources will be able to know whether an employee had continuous service over 10 years, whether they are eligible for step increases or longevity per their MOUs. All of that is employee-facing, employee interfacing, rather than payroll. And I'm very proud of the relationship we've been able to develop with human resources. We've learned from them, they've learned from us. And I feel bad for Zach because he's had his hand up for a long time. If you're okay with it, I'd love for Zach to also share what the HR perspective is of being someone who's actually working there.
And I would really appreciate that if that when Supervisor Bushnell gives that, because thank goodness Zach didn't actually have to physically hold his hand up because his arm would have fallen off by now.
So thank you, Karen. And yes, I am fine with that. I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And then hopefully, Zach, you can perhaps provide some clarification as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been trying to write some notes. So good afternoon. I heard some questions along the way, and I just wanted to kind of clarify a little bit. So one of the first questions I think Rex asked is, who's doing payroll, right? Well, I think that's a really complicated question at this point in time. The state of payroll in HR was there were 4 people doing it, and it pretty much was contained to those 4 people, none of which work here anymore or aren't available anymore. So when this transition happened, what I've actually trying to been coining as sort of the terminology is HR data entry, because we don't do payroll in HR. We're not payroll people. But however, kind of speaking to that whole 70% thing, that's more of an anecdotal thing. That's some of the past payroll people who were transitioning out or leaving said, you know, this is kind of the idea of what we think HR will still be taking on. So Dar's comment about losing 5 staff member, and if we don't want to put a percentage on it, I appreciate Scott's perspective that, you know, how do we put that percentage on it? It's hard to, but I can tell you that it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's with the same amount of staff that we have doing all the other HR things. So that's one thing I wanted to hit on, is that whole 70% idea with losing all those staff members. And then what is payroll? So Karen's kind of explained it in her PowerPoint a few times of, you know, we're really the front end of setting up an employee, changing anything on their profile. Once timesheets are entered, that's when we basically back away from the system. But there's a lot to that. And a big piece of that is really that HR data entry. So those are 2 things I wanted to clarify. The Koa Hills contract, I think Rex, you asked about that as well. What are they doing? It would probably be better to say, what are they not doing? They are keeping us afloat 100%. They are experts in finance enterprise. We are starting to take a little bit off of their plate in hopes that they can also help us with some system efficiencies. They're definitely working with both HR and with payroll on many of these issues. When we had payroll issues, they were working with us till, gosh, I don't know how late it was that night, but they were in the Zoom with HR and payroll working through these things. But, you know, so right now they're actually filling a void of expert knowledge and actually processing these things. Retroactive calculation, that's not something that any HR folks have done ever, and how to even do that in the system. So that's something on our plate to be pulling back into HR, working with the payroll division on how to handle those. But for the time being, keeping us afloat. Those are big ones, right? Retroactive calculation. People are missing out on money. We need to get that back to them, right? And then again, once we're able to sort of pull away some of those processing things, really wanting to leverage their knowledge in the system to get rid of some of these inefficiencies. One of the things that Karen can probably speak to, I can speak to, is so much of this stuff is extremely manual, and it offers opportunity for error. Of course, that's why we have retroactive calculations. That's why we have employees frustrated. And without that intimate knowledge of what the system is even doing, a lot of times there is a lot of trial and error involved in that. So those are kind of the key points that I wanted to hit on. Again, that I know that 70% thing kind of, I think, raised some red flags of who's doing how much. That was one that I kind of keyed on, that was really important to clarify, that there's all the stuff that HR was doing already, minus the 4 really expert people that are now completely gone, and we're doing a really large amount of work that we had never really touched before. So,
thank you, Zach, and thanks for your patience. Well, I know the auditor is in a hurry to get back because she's got a lot on her plate. Can we go to the public comment and then come back to the board? If that's all right with everybody? Of course, that means I have to be able to find my public comment queue. All right, so we have a couple of hands up. And we will go to 0116 will be the first public commenter on this item, which is regarding auditor controller and payroll update. So 0116, if that's you, press.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, this is Ash Teeter. I just wanted to chime in on a couple things I heard in the last section. The main thing that sounded kind of concerning was the lack of a bank reconciliation this year. That hasn't happened in like a century. So it sounds like that might be a good thing to get like an external audit going on to figure out what's going on with that, because if it's something internal, it just might not be shown what actually is causing that to happen. Also, I wanted to comment on the 5 open payroll positions that are having trouble being filled, and wanted to suggest that maybe the county remove the COVID testing as a means to facilitate more people to possibly fill these positions, because then they're discriminatory in nature, being that disabled people can't get the vaccines, and this violates the equal opportunity employment status. And some people just don't feel inclined to get nostril rapes with the invasive testing when there's actually like saliva only testing that you can order, but I guess the county doesn't feel like paying for that and would rather have people feel violated. So I just encourage to get rid of the testing, because they really don't work in the first place. The CDC says that they're replacing the testing because they do not differentiate between COVID and the flu. And that's coming up at I think it's like the end of this month, we're going to start to see those changes in the test coming through. But I just say, if you want to appeal to more people, don't require these kind of measures here. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Ash. And the next speaker has the last 4 digits of 7454. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky here, Virginia. The thing I take away with this is you've got a lot of people working very hard, and it sounds like you're getting your oars in the water. The common theme between HR and the Auditor Controller's Office is that they're short on employees. I'm really glad to hear HR is trying to get people in these positions. There's a few different ways to get employees, and I don't know anything about COVID testing. But the way that you do it frequently is, I think I said earlier, the sheriff's basically, if I saw it right, got a 10% raise the first year and some more the next year's. How do you feel positioned? You offer more money. The things that HR are doing and the things that the Auditor Controller and most of your departments are doing are over-regulated, and the regulations are continuing. The red tape's coming from the government 9 ways to heck. You got to report. This is not like owning a bar business. And I guess I could use an example like the 4th Street Connection, where you got bags of cash, you pay your payroll out of that, you kind of balance things out. Well, here's how much I'm making. I want to kind of break even, and you make it work out of that. This is very complicated business. It's not like a small little store or something where you got a couple employees and you work with them, you just get it done in standard forms. Extremely complicated. And for those who got an honorary degree out of a school there for Crusaders when they were 40 or 50 years, it's hard to understand exactly how complicated things are, and they're going to get more complicated. You're going to have to keep throwing additional people at these departments, especially these, and when you bring them up to speed, I think they both will run as effectively as I think John Bartholomew's department does. But until you're able to attain good employees, pay them enough, the tomb that the Auditor Controller works in there is horrendous. There's no light. It must be very discouraging to even work under those circumstances. Of course, you guys, I think, all have lights in your office, and Tracy had a little tiny window or something, kind of like a prison window or something. But it's just the working conditions are not good. The pay is not really good compared. Otherwise, people would be filling the position. So I really wish you folks would work on that and make all these people whole. And it sounds like your consultants are doing fantastic. Strongly applaud all the efforts they're doing. These are experts, and they're teaching these people. It sounds like to me, that's what the people that are working for them say. They're doing great. So you did good things there. You're just going to have to move and move a little slower, and maybe understand the process a little more. I think it's way over your head. I don't know how many of you could have done any of the functions personally that the Auditor Controller does on that long list of functions there. Personally, So until you walked in someone's shoes, I wish you'd, quit throwing monkey wrenches at it and just enable them to do what they need by getting them the employees and staff, the training they need, and bite the bullet. I mean, your staff is totally funded supporting the supervisors in the office there. You have all positions.
Thank you, Kent. Sorry about that. 3 minutes. Sometimes it goes fast. Again. All right, so we have no other hands up from what I can see. Oh, we do have one more. 2122. Press *6 to unmute if you wish to comment on the follow-up on the auditor, controller, and payroll item.
Yeah, hi, this is Uri Driscoll. I've been listening in on this. It's very interesting. I'm happy to see. I know it's caused a lot of angst, but I think it's really important to get this dialed in. As a taxpayer and a longtime member of this community, I think it's really important that we understand that we have the trust that when our taxes are being paid and our money is being spent, that it's all clean and clear. And it's not as easy as, a simple small business, that's for sure. And so I applaud the efforts that's being put towards this. And I really look forward to the finger pointing being over. That's all I've got to say. And, but beyond, the auditor controller needs to stay in elected office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uri. And that is officially the end. I keep losing my sign up here. No more hands are up. All right, we'll go back to the board. And also, I don't know, I see some staff members on here. So just seeing if there's more questions or comments. I know the auditor does need to head back and finish that process. Not seeing anything. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I heard a lot of stuff is going to get closed this week. Are the books closed? Scott or anybody that's doing them, are the books closed?
Well, let's see. Is Scott still on? Sorry. Scott, there you are.
Supervisor, I think I'd have to defer to your auditor controller for that question. We're working on different areas related to fund reconciliations, journal entries, bank recs, but we're not actively involved in closing up the county's books. So I'll defer to your auditor controller for that response.
All right, thank you. Auditor controller.
Which books, for which year, for which entity?
Any.
Then yes.
Okay, thank you.
If you mean specifically a fund,
1920,
a year.
1920, 2021.
1920 is closed.
Yep.
The information that the external auditors are waiting on, as Scott Johnson shared with you earlier, he's finalizing those bank reconciliations. The other one, I think I emailed one of you about, or somebody asked me, is about the payroll leave liability that they want for June 30th. This report doesn't exist. And so I've been working with County IT to develop these reports that will provide the external auditors a moment in time picture of how much the county owes for leave balances as of June 30th. That would be like if we were forced to pay out everybody's holiday, vacation, and sick leave on June 30th, how much would that be? That report, that information doesn't exist yet. IT has the skills to use what's called Cognos. It's a feature of Finance Enterprise to create these reports. And they've created several different ones that we're trying out, we're testing out. There are challenges with these reports because they're not actually going back in time to June 30th, but rather using positions as they exist today and applying those leave balances to June 30th. So an employee may have worked in DHHS on June 30th, 2020, but they've since transferred to the Auditor Controller Department. The liability report is now showing that DHHS employees' liability in the Auditor Controller Department, which wouldn't matter if we were all in the same fund, but we're in different funds. So there are still a lot of tweaks to work through for that report. Those are the only two items that our external auditor is waiting on.
Great.
For 2020. For 2021, we've closed the books for schools districts and for some special districts, but we are still, with MGO's help, processing transactions for some county departments. And the cost plan journals that have recently been completed, those will also be applied to 2021. The only challenge I see now is applying anything to the roads fund, because I believe they've already submitted that report. I'll need their permission to be able to add new charges to that. But I will work with Public Works on that directly.
Super. Thank you.
All right. So anybody else have a question, Supervisor Wilson, or comment?
I don't have a question, but I do have an offer, a suggestion. Maybe we still have some disparity between the interpretation of what the metrics might be or what they might look like in terms of how we, having sort of a monthly check-in. And so I think Supervisor Bass and myself and CAO and maybe Karen Paz-Dominguez, we can maybe get together and talk about that a little bit in terms of offering what that might look like, so we can kind of hone in on a common language, I guess, or just some sort of common metrics that we can evaluate. And the reason I was putting that forward is because we're on the audit committee, and I just figured that would make sense. But I don't have to be a part of that. I was just offering my some little bit amount of time that I might actually have relative to all of the other things that are going on. I'm happy to help with that. So it's just something we might want to consider. What, CAO Hayes? Yep, you got the sun at your back. That's really.
I know she looks like a big bonfire.
So, is that something we could work on and try and get that together?
Yeah, absolutely. Attached to today's agenda item is the list of the recommendations that we put forward, and our office further made a request to participate in the payroll transition team meetings. So wherever the auditor controller welcomes our input and feels most appropriate, we are glad to participate.
Okay, I'm just kind of looking for some consistency moving forward. I thought the lists of tasks and things was actually robust, and I really appreciated that from the auditor controller today. But again, it's like what trends, and I think the question from auditor controller Paz-Dominguez was, what are going to be the best things that sort of delineate, because we can't do everything, right? So we really have to look for what are the indicators. It's kind of like in wastewater when we're analyzing, we test for coliform because it's an indicator species of how what could be in the rest of the wastewater that it could be bad things, right? And so in this case, we really want to look for those indicators of the direction of how we're moving. And I think we can do that without burdening the system too much. And so let's see what we can find those nuggets of information as we move forward. So I'm happy to help with that but throwing it out there, I don't think we need like no specific direction from the board necessarily, but whatever we can do.
I want to say I appreciate hearing the transition. The question to be part of the payroll transition team that the CIO's office. I personally like that idea. I do see the auditor Paz-Dominguez had her hand up, but Regina's hand just popped up also. So sorry, Regina.
I did want to say to Supervisor Wilson that I would be more than happy to meet with you, Supervisor Wilson, and you, Chair Bass, over the key performance indicators and find reasonable ones, given our limitations and time. And also, I'd like to clarify process. Can I invite auditor controller staff as well to come to these meetings and take up longer than 3 minutes for public comment to give their opinions? Is that something offered to all departments? Because I know auditor controller staff would like to share information or their opinions.
It's a good question. And when we put these together, we can definitely try to sort out how it best works for your staff. so they can be more involved in the conversation. If that's, I think that's definitely doable. Sorry, Regina. Sorry, I didn't mean to say Regina, then no.
No problem. Thank you. The sheriff wasn't able to attend the meeting this afternoon, so he asked me to please attend in his absence. I am curious, as a follow-up question to Mr. Bohn's question about the fiscal year closing for 2021. So this question would be for Auditor Paz Dominguez. Do you have an update on who is working on, or when we might know when the accounts payable accruals will be completed, the AR accruals? I think there's still one more payroll accrual. And so that's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, I know that our office, along with the Public Works office and the DA's office, all offered up a staff member because we wanted to help get all of the journals approved and posted, at least at a minimum, to try to offer our help in that area. I know that all of those individuals went up there. I know our office was only used for maybe 2 days. And then I think the staff from the other 2 offices were only used for 3 days. I know that the staff, one of them was working on the sheriff journals and got through quite a few of them, but we still have 41 remaining journals that are outstanding that I have no idea what the status is. And I don't believe that that staff member is being utilized anymore to help get through those journals. So I'm not sure how we communicate with your office to find out the status of any outstanding journals, and if you plan to still use the help that we've all offered to try to get the rest of those journals approved and completed. And I can repeat any of those questions if you didn't get them all.
So that, and those are on behalf of the sheriff.
I would really like to thank the board for the opportunity to be here today. I spent a lot longer than 15 minutes. I've been here almost 2 hours or an hour and a half. I do have to go. I have to finish processing payroll. I can take, and if you send me your questions in writing, I can prepare a robust report at a later date. Sign me up for a special meeting. Please make sure it's not during active payroll. And I don't know, I do have to go. So I really appreciate everybody's time, and I do apologize that I can't be more available, but I am running out of window to finish processing payroll.
And perhaps you can.
Johnson is still here. He is more than welcome to talk about the processing of journals. And I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the sheriff, the public works director, and the district attorney who did provide us assistance. It was great to have them in the office, and they did help our office make significant progress. So thank you.
I think they're offering more. I just say, as you sign off, I think they're offering more. So
thank you.
To get back to your work and definitely.
And we have asked those questions and not gotten a response back from CTY auditor. So we've asked yet again and still not gotten a response back, even in person. So thank you very much for the time. I'll sign off.
Maybe send a copy of this.
What just happened? Okay.
I asked some pointed questions and didn't get an answer.
Okay, well, we are still in the middle of this item. I guess what we can do right now is we did have a little bit of direction that Supervisor Wilson and CAO Hayes, I think, kind of settled on some forward steps to take, and I think we should definitely follow up with taking advantage of the help that's been offered and try to make sure that that help is utilized, because it sounds like there's more help on the table. So Michelle, Supervisor Bushnell.
Oh, thank you. I was going to thank Karen for coming, and okay, but so I don't know. I just want we were able to get some answers, and that was great. And I think that maybe some direction from the audit committee could come forward with Supervisor Wilson's suggestion. Alicia, do you or COA Hayes, do you have anything else that we should talk about, or do you think I got my answers kind of my questions kind of answered, so I feel okay?
No, if you're feeling good, I think that that accomplishes the intent of your sponsorship on this item. And without the auditor controller continuing to be on, I'm not sure if there were any additional questions, we could get those answered at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so do we basically need a motion to receive and file, or did we need some direction with, okay, I see Mike shaking no and Alicia's shaking yes. So I'm going to go to CEO.
I'll follow staff and make the motion to receive and file.
Okay. And Supervisor Madrone didn't get a chance to speak. Would you like to second this, Supervisor Madrone?
Second.
And would you like to make any comments? Because we hadn't heard from you on this.
I very much appreciate the conversation today. So thank you everybody for your input. Glad to hear we're making progress. We have a lot further to go, no doubt. But thank you everybody, especially staff, for all your hard work.
Right. Sounds good. With that, Nikki, maybe we have a roll call vote.
Absolutely. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Received, and thank you.
All right. And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, we're at the items pulled from the consent calendar. I figure we've been trying to keep Jeff Dolph around as long as we possibly can by getting this item off, but whoops. Actually, I did have a quick request from Supervisor for a brief 5-minute break. So let's do that and we'll come back. And sorry, Jeff, you get to wait 5 more minutes.
And then we won't let you go.
All right. Uh-oh, there's already a hand up to make a comment on you, Jeff. But I think it's a good comment. All right.
Hey, Jeff, I muted you because from your office when we took a break. So unmute.
Just see your lips moving. We don't hear anything, Jeff. All right. You all here? Mostly. All right. Let me look. Supervisor Bushnell, I think you're there. Madrone, you're there. Mostly all around. All right. So we will go back to the item pulled from the consent calendar. And it's regarding retirement resolution for Jeff Dolph, who kind of thought he was going to be able to sneak away, but not going to let it happen that way. So for this, I'm going to hand this over to our CAO, Hayes, unless, Rex, were you going to read the resolution?
I certainly can.
Well, I guess that's probably fine, Alicia. Supervisor Bohn raised his hand, so should we just go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
All right, I'm just pulling it up as we talk. Sorry.
You didn't have to, but you did offer.
Well, the good part about this is Jeff didn't want this. I think that's the best part. Good local boy like him. Dewey would be proud right now. Dewey would be proud. Whereas on June 11th, 1987, Jeff Miles Dolph began his career with the Humboldt County Agricultural Department as an extra help agricultural weights and measures inspector 1, doing seasonal insect detection trapping. Well, I bet that got you a lot of dates. This was many moons before the everyday use of cell phones, desktop computers, and tablets, other than the stone kind, were being used. Somehow to this day, he's still managing out without most of those devices. Jeff is a very loyal fan of Humboldt, can even say he loves Humboldt, and has felt the need to support the local logging industry in any way possible by preferring the written note and printed copies of all work. Jeff makes bug infestations and their potential threats very exciting and interesting. Do you realize the sheer variety of stuff people try to take across state lines and through customs? Jeff can fill you in. Japanese beetles don't stand a chance against Jeff and his techniques for catching them. Whereas on October 11th, 1994, Jeff was hired as an extra help office assistant. And whereas on December 8th, 2002, Jeff became an extra help office assistant 2. Whereas on February 15th, 2004, Jeff then became an extra help agricultural weights and measures inspector 2. And on June 20th, 2004, after working as extra help for 14 years, they finally decided to hire him because he wasn't going away. And at one point, 3 different budget units at the same time from 1999 to 2002. Jeff was hired as a permanent and full-time agricultural weights and measures inspector 2. Whereas on February 2006, Jeff was promoted to senior agricultural weights and measures inspector. Whereas on May 31st, 2009, the Board of Supervisors appointed Jeff the interim agricultural commissioner, sealer of weights and measures. And whereas on July 21st, 2015, with approval from the Board of Supervisors, Jeff began providing agricultural commissioner and sealer of weights and measuring devices for Del Norte, while continuing to provide the same services for Trinity County. Whereas during the week of February 25th, 2019, Humboldt County received significant rainfall, which resulted in flooding in agricultural areas, a lot of it in the 1st District. Jeff was instrumental in providing flood damage assessment to assist the USDA Farm Services Agency in determining if crop damages insurance or other programs may provide benefits for qualifying losses suffered by agricultural producers. Jeff has worked on many issues: floods, drought, insect damaged crops. The army ant being one of them. Jeff has always been a strong supporter of Humboldt agriculture and not shy to step up and help. Whereas Jeff tackled a wide range of sensitive issues, including dealing with wildlife, pests, pesticide use, sudden oak mortality, political issues with state and federal agencies, with grace and steadiness that ensured the community's safety in these areas and positioned Humboldt County as a respected voice with law and policymakers. Whereas Jeff served on the local drought task force, helping to ensure the local agricultural community both helped in driving solutions and were served throughout. One thing that stands out is the public never complained about the agricultural department. However, that same department also received the most attaboys and girls from the public they served. Jeff is known to not let you get off the phone without checking in with you first, asking how you are, popping into your office unannounced to ask those same questions, and offering words of advice or empathy when needed. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby thanks Jeff Dolph for his over 34 years of service. Let that sink in. 34 years of service to the citizens of Humboldt County for advocating for and defending Humboldt County above all at the state, regional, and national levels, and wishes him success and relaxation in his future endeavors. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Rex.
I'll just get my stuff out of the way too. You seem so excited about this, Jeff. Control yourself now. I just think a couple of the things you do. You always, and it says we don't get complaints. You've always got the answer. You guys with your track and trace. You guys were always one step ahead of the game. All the other counties were calling you. You weren't having to call anybody. They were all calling you, and you picked up that burden. And throughout this whole state, I'd hear, God, your guy's great. He's got the answers. And the other thing is you had the forethought a year and a half ago or so, a couple of years ago, you were going to leave, and you and I had a pretty good heart to heart. And I appreciate you hanging on for a little bit longer to help Waylon get his stirrups all tied on so he can ride this horse. And I think you've got a great understudy. He has shown a lot of the same traits you have taught him. So I gained a pretty good friend in you. I'm so excited about you being able to walk out the door and spend time with your family and getting to travel with them back to the homeland and stuff like that. So congratulations and thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn.
And we have Alicia, and then I wanted to say something. Oh, Alicia, then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Vass. I just want to really commend Mr. Dolph on his service to our community and to this organization. We don't let you go easily because you have been a monumental contribution to our community, and we thank you from the bottom of our heart for all of your service. And I am sad to see you go, but likewise glad that you get to go be with your family and enjoy. This is the golden years, so to speak, of life, right? Where you get to go off and have fun.
Sweet time.
Yeah. And funny little story for the board. I interviewed with Jeff about 8 years ago, and he didn't like me enough to pick me up back then. So I ended up over here at the CAO's office, and which found me on my career track to where I am right now. So not sure if you should be mad at Jeff for that or thank him for that, but he and I like to joke about how life tends to pan out for you.
Path's not taken.
Path's not taken, exactly. Yeah, and Jeff, more than anything, what I appreciate about you is your kind heart. You are genuine and endearing and approachable, and I think you're leaving your department in great hands with a great leadership mentor, and they're gonna flourish because of the leadership you've provided to them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, CAO Hayes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Well, yeah, a lot of great things said about you, and incredibly well deserved, Jeff. Very much appreciate all of your efforts. I know you're leaving us in good hands, but I especially want to thank you for navigating a lot of very difficult waters, with potential conflicts and stuff, like the wildlife control contracts. You kept us out of lawsuits. You were able to negotiate some good compromises, still provide the services, but do it in a responsible manner. And I think that's the hallmark of everything I've seen you do, including holding the ground on irresponsible use of herbicides, for instance, and other things. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the things you've done for us. And I wish you a wonderful retirement and time with your family, whatever you're going to be doing. So thank you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Madrone. I appreciate it. And I am especially proud of what we were able to accomplish with the Wildlife Services Compromise.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Jeff, you're well aware I grew up in an ag community or family, and your name has been passed around my household for many years. My father-in-law, Don Bushnell, loved the ag department, came in there often, and really enjoyed the work that he did, and his son on our ranch with our fencing and our feed and all of those opportunities that came to our family through your department. Additionally, with my grandfather and with Dick Drury, those were my people that my grandparents and I grew up with those ranchers in the Southern Humboldt area, and have heard so much about you and your department. When I became elected, I You and I had an opportunity to meet each other on a different level, and I so appreciate all you've given me in the last 12 months and all the information. You made me feel like none of my questions were stupid and were appropriate. You took the time. And additionally, what you add to Humboldt County as Ag Commissioner, Waylon can fill those shoes, but they're not going to be easy. And I am so excited that you get to retire and spend some great time with your wife, and not have that, be able to enjoy the good part of your life. And I just really want to thank you, and thank you from Humboldt County Agricultural.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell.
Supervisor Wilson.
Sorry about that. I'll echo pretty much everything that was said here. But I do want to emphasize on the part where you really got us through what could have been some sticky times with some conflicts that you really helped resolve. And you didn't help resolve it just to be practical. You really resolved them from a place of empathy from people's positions and where they were coming from. I find that in all of your work, and that is a trait that to actually practically apply empathetic, perspective in ways that really function and help us all move forward is just wonderful. It was wonderful to be a part of and witness, and so I just want to it's just great to see that. And I'm hoping that it's something that we would love to be model more myself, and I'll see others as well. I feel like I really look up to you from that perspective, and just keeping it all rolling. I mean, this is the ag community and how we live on the landscape and how we function in the ecosystems that we are. This is how humans survive on the planet. And you're really a key part of how we can do that in a way that sustains ourselves. And you've really set a really great example. So I just very much appreciate it. Civil society and the ecosystems that we depend on really need more people like you. And so thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Wilson. I very much appreciate your comments.
And before we go, okay, Tom Matson, Director Matson, one of these days I'm going to see what I'm thinking, Jeff.
Well, it's simply been an honor to work with Jeff as a coworker. His integrity, his ethics, his dedication, and above all, he's able to be nice all the time, and it always comes through that he truly cares. So, Jeff, I'll miss you. Hopefully I'll see you in the grocery store someday and we'll catch up.
That sounds good, Tom. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Director Ford, and then Sean Quincy.
Thank you, Chair. Jeff, I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to partner with you, and all of your accolades, all of your accomplishments. The thing that you leave behind is you as the person that will be remembered, how collaborative you are, your thoughtfulness, you're a servant, you're compassionate, you're intelligent, and you're humble. And all of those just wrap together into an amazing individual. And thank you for sharing the time with us.
Thank you, John. I very much appreciate your comments.
Sean?
Thank you, Chair Bass.
Hey, buddy. What's up?
Hey, Jeff. So I've had the honor to be able to be the CAO liaison for Jeff for most of my time here in the County Administrative Office. And it's been an absolute pleasure. The piece in the resolution that talks about how Jeff wouldn't let you get off the phone without asking you about your family and how things are going for you personally. That holds true for me, and it never felt like it was perfunctory or just out of, hey, how are things going? It was always genuine. And that's the way you approach your work. I feel like your work is about relationships, and that's relationships with people in the agricultural community, relationships with people at the county, and everything that Supervisor Wilson and Director Ford and Tom and Steve and the other supervisors have mentioned is absolutely true. Is that you approach this work with a full heart And as a public servant, doing these things with that heart in mind is such a great example, and it leads to great work and great solutions. So thank you for your work here. Thank you for your relationship with me personally. It's something that I will treasure forever. So thank you, Jeff, and best wishes.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew.
Hey, John.
Congratulations, Jeff. It's been a real pleasure working and interacting with you. And I just want to echo what Sean just said. Work and life is about relationships. And you've set a very good example here at the county. And I'll miss you. Take care, my friend.
Thank you so much, John. You will be missed by me as well.
Yeah. I guess, I think a lot has already been said, about you, Jeff. And I guess I still have to remember, I had no idea what your job was until I saw one of those really weird traps up in my neighbor's tree. And I wondered what was going on in my neighborhood. And that's when I started learning about all that you do and what you've been in charge of. And I think I've also got to know you as a person. I'm fortunate you are a constituent. You have my phone number, coffee at Ramon's often. Sounds like a great place to keep connected to you, because I think you still have a lot to offer. You may not be working here, but you do have history and you do have heart. And I think you're a wonderful person to be able to, talk to at times, because I think you can provide a perspective that sometimes we lose. If that makes any sense. I really value your friendship and also working with you. I was sort of Dewey Dolph, and then I finally got to meet a real Dolph.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate my supervisor invoking my father's name. That means a lot to me. Thank you, Chair Bass, for your comments. It was my privilege to be able to represent Humboldt County in the Agricultural Commissioner's Office programs. And you're right, the relationships are important. And I'm especially proud of the fact that the public that we serve through this office always felt respected, and they felt like we were, meeting or exceeding that ideal of public service. And that's the culture that I've tried to instill in the staff that's here. And I have every reason to believe that it's stuck, and that this office will continue to provide that type of service to the citizens of Humboldt County. I love this county. It's part of me. My family came here, 120 years ago, and a value that was instilled in me was a love of this place. And so it's a great privilege in my life to be able to represent the county of Humboldt and to play some small role in the public life of this place, this county, which I care deeply about. So thank you all for your comments. I really appreciate it. And once again, it's been my pleasure to serve Humboldt County, its citizens, and your board. I will look back very fondly on this time.
I appreciate that. We do have a couple hands up in the public. I think you'll probably recognize this first speaker, 7454, 3 minutes.
This is not going to be too long, Jeff. I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing. You were on consent today and you're here at 3 o'clock. So that's apologize. But ditto to what everybody said. As far as some of you people may not know, I'm a shirt tail relative of Jeff's. I've known him a long, long time.
You're just admitting that now, Kent? I told him that a long time ago.
Well, I figured I'd save something for this occasion, So, but basically, everything said, and people said it was always the first question was, how are Earl and Mary doing? That's Earl and Mary Bean. Earl Bean was my father-in-law, and Earl is proud of you also. I think that should mean a lot to you also, because Earl is very respected. I'll see Jeff probably at family reunions and things up in Earl's barn up there. And I look forward to those kind of occasions. And we're all proud of you. The Sawatskis, the Dolphs, the Beans. I'm sure your wife's family's proud of you. And so I wish you the best in your retirement. And and enjoy life to its fullest. Thank you for my opportunity to have this privilege.
Thank you, Kent, for your comments. I appreciate it.
All right, so next speaker is 0889, and press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the retirement resolution for Jeff Dahl.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Jeff. It's Fiona Wilson. I had to tune in to see this agenda item. Just like everyone else has said, you have always just been so gracious and kind and on your game, and just a fantastic person to not only work with, but just to know. Really appreciate you. And I haven't forgotten to send you the contact info that I promised you. So I'll text that to you. But just thank you so much for being just such a wonderful person. And I'll just say that I've always been so proud whenever I travel to different counties and I go to the grocery store or I go to the gas station and I see these seals that are out of date, and never once in Humboldt County have I seen an out of date seal on a gas pump or on a grocery store scale. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Fiona. Fiona, can I ask you a question?
So probably
I'm at the water district.
Go ahead. You're retiring, so go ahead.
Did you get a position with CDFA?
No, I'm with the water district now.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad to hear that worked out for you. Okay, thank you so much. It's really a wonderful surprise that you took the time to come a public comment. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I mean it. So yeah, best of luck to you, and I'll send you that contact I promised you.
Thanks.
Right. Great. Thank you. And we also have 1041, I believe that's Donnie. Press *6 to unmute to speak on the item of the resolution of retirement.
Hi, yeah, I wasn't going to comment, but then I was moved by everybody's speeches about Jeff, and then also now hearing confirmation that he's responsible for making sure all of the certificates on the scales at the grocery stores and at the gas stations are in place. And I actually have noticed that, and now that I know that's him, thank you so much for that service. Thank you so much for being a person that could have so many people pour out their loving support for, talking about all of the ways that, you listen to your constituents and you replied back to their emails, and you were so concerned about, being a good public servant that you were to ask them about their family members and things like that before you let them. That's the kind of stuff that really stands out as a public servant in my eyes. I'm a huge proponent of, our representative government, and I just want to applaud you for that. Hearing that is just amazing. I would support you if you were to run for any political candidacy. You're clearly the type of man, and it actually makes me sad that you're leaving, because the current board needs leadership like you. They don't reflect your passion for public service and for replying back to the grievances of their electorates and stuff. So sad to see you go, but thank you so much for your service, and thank you so much for your commitment and for sounding to me like constantly making the next right decision. Cheers to you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
All right, and then we have one more hand up, 2122. *6 to unmute.
Well, hi there, Jeff. This is Uri Driscoll. I'm going to see if I can delay your retirement just another 30 seconds or so. But yeah,
I'll be here until the end of December.
Oh, okay, good. Well, yeah, you're definitely a model county representative, and I thank you for your time. Every time I've engaged with you, it's been very positive. Every time I think about you, I'm really glad that you are where you're at, and for all your service. But anyway, I'm sure you're happy as heck to get on to enjoying the rest of your part of your life and your family and all that. So I'll say I hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much.
Again, take care.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I want to go back before Jeff, we move forward on this item. I hear staff is getting calls about jumping around the agenda, and this is unfortunately what happens when we have multiple items that have been time set, and we have people's schedules that are a challenge. And Jeff's item itself was actually on consent, but we felt it was important enough that we wanted to be able to highlight him. So agendas don't always move smoothly. It's not the staff's fault. You know, sometimes we have a lot more public comment on items than we anticipate. So please don't give staff a problem about it. You know, you can certainly, I can take responsibility. It's not always easy trying to guess where people are going on and when items get done. Supervisor Bohn.
I just want Jeff to apologize to Nancy because I think I ad-libbed a little bit on her little speech she wrote because I figured Nancy wrote that about you. So I saw some of her her wit in there. So nice job.
Yes,
Nancy.
you're right. She did write it with some help from some other county staff.
Nice job. Very good. And the other thing is, Jeff has to be here for another item anyway, don't you? Or did we pass that on consent? The hemp.
No, the hemp item is still coming up.
Okay. So we still get you a little bit more. All right. Go ahead.
Can we have a motion to approve the resolution of retirement? And I've been told if we vote against him retiring, it doesn't matter. He'll still retire. So
Second.
we have a motion. We have a second. All right. May we have a roll call vote, please, Nikki?
Sure. Sorry, I went to my past life for a second. Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Vote passes 5-0.
All right.
Thank you, everyone, once again. It's been my honor and privilege.
We'll see you around. We're sure of that. All right. So, and just as we've unfortunately been having to do today, now we have to jump into closed session, I believe, because we have someone that's waiting for us there. I'd like to ask Alicia Hayes if that is accurate, because we've been all over the place today.
That is accurate. We have an attorney who is present for our closed session item and has limited availability for the remainder of the afternoon.
All right, thank you. So then we will move to that piece. I'd like to ask County Counsel Billingsley to brief us on closed session.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators, Kelly Barnes, Alicia Hayes, and Jack Hughes, for the various groups listed in agenda item M1.
All right, thank you. Go to see if there's any public comment on this item. There are no hands up. So we'll go back to the board. How long would you suspect we'll be in closed session, Jefferson?
I'll defer to CEO Hayes on that.
I don't think it will take long, maybe about 20 minutes.
Okay, so we'll do our best to be out in 20 minutes. I'm back here. All right. Thank you. The discussion at the at-large planning commission's potential conflict of interest. So.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you report out of closed session, I do think that I have the appropriate people ready for the next item.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank goodness for Tracy and the team. All right, so do we have enough of us to report it out? We have at least 3. 4. County Counsel Billingsley, can we have a report out of closed session?
Thank you, Chair. On item M1, there's no reportable action.
Right, thank you. So now we'll move on to the next item, which is the discussion of the at-large planning commissioner's potential conflict of interest. And so Tracy, sounds like you have the info to provide.
Hi, good afternoon, board. So this item is coming from the clerk of the board's office because the clerk of the board is the branch of the county that handles at-large appointments for the Board of Supervisors. Planning commissioners are at-large appointees. So when we started hearing back from some constituents in October, when Commissioner Melanie McCarver took on a new position at the Ronerville Rancheria Bear River, and since then we've had a few calls from constituents wondering if there was conflict of interest. When people call and ask these questions of the clerk of the board, we suggest that they always reach out to their board members, their district-specific supervisor, or even to the planning commissioner, Director John Ford, so that there can be some clarity on the issue. I was discussing this after last Thursday's planning commission meeting, and it was suggested that to better handle this in a transparent manner, that we agendize a discussion of a potential conflict for the entire board. And so that is why this item is coming to you today for discussion.
All right, thank you, Tracy. So Director Ford, did you have something you wish to add? And then Supervisor Bushnell, or?
I can, sure. I think I originally became aware of this in discussions with Commissioner McAvoy and identified that I had a concern with that. It's not so much a financial conflict of interest as it is a fair hearing, fair process issue, whereby you've got a person who holds power and authority as a planning commissioner, also holding a seat as a tribal historic preservation officer. I think one of the things that's really important to understand procedurally is how important tribal historic preservation officers are. Every single application that gets submitted to the county is referred to the tribe in which the project is in their ancestral territory. And so oftentimes there are negotiations with the tribal historic preservation officer, with the applicant, with staff, perhaps with others. And one of the comments that's been made to me about this is that, well, you know, we don't see a lot of controversy relative to cultural issues. And that's largely because a lot of those get worked out well before it gets to hearing. And so they're not brought forward as issues to be resolved during a public hearing. The office of the TIPO is critical in this, and they often consult with each other. Many of the tribes work together to make decisions. They make decisions in terms of when an archaeological study is required. They make decisions about whether the report is adequate. They make decisions about whether or not the mitigation requested in the report is adequate. They make decisions about whether or not the project redesign is adequate. And all of that happens long before it ever gets to a public hearing. So the concern is that when you've got a person who's a planning commissioner also serving as a tribal historic preservation officer, that it sometimes is confusing to the public, confusing to staff, confusing to applicants. Am I talking to a tribal historic preservation officer, or am I talking to a planning commissioner? Just want to point out that the Bear River Ancestral Territory is very large. Approximately 2/3 of the cannabis applications that we have had are within the Bear River Ancestral Territory. I would also point out that all of the major projects that we're currently working on, including the McKinleyville Town Center and the Nordic Aquaforms project, and by the way, we've had government-to-government consultation with Bear River on both of those. and also the North McKay Ranch project are all within Bear River territory. So this is not at all about the character or person of Melanie McAvoy. The concern has everything to do with the appearance of conducting fair hearings and having a fair process. If applicants feel that a commissioner has swayed other commissioners' votes or swayed a vote and is somehow representing an interest that they work for, serve outside of the Planning Commission, that gives the appearance of an unfair hearing. So I've seen a lot of correspondence floating around about this issue, and a lot of it I don't agree with. I'm not going to go into all of it. But I brought this concern up with Commissioner McAvoy because I felt that it was a conflict with the ability to provide fair hearings. When it became clear that I was not able to adequately articulate the concern to the commissioner, I left that to County Council, and County Council then provided a memo. Once County Council became involved in the discussion, I stepped back and have not communicated since then. I have been a witness to the email exchanges that have gone on. When Commissioner McAvoy said that she would simply recuse herself during all the periods or for all the items that are in the Bear River territory, it's like, okay, that's fine. So what we've started to do is to divide the agenda in such a way that all the Bear River items are on the agenda last, so that she could simply recuse herself for all those items that are on that portion of the agenda. We did this for this Thursday night, and ironically, 9 of the new items are in the Bear River territory. All of the old business items are in the Bear River territory. The only one that is arguably not within the Bear River territory is the Wireless Telecommunications Facilities Ordinance, and that applies countywide. That's really the history from my perspective on it. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Ford. I do see Supervisor Bushnell's hand up.
Thank you through the chair. I want to have a brief discussion with some stuff that's been circulating around myself. A commissioner came and talked to me a little bit and said that he thought I was spearheading this, and that is not the case. And I do want to clear that up. I received a memo from council, the same as every other supervisor on this board. Director Ford and I have not had meetings about this. I asked when he said, I think a while back, I don't know how long it was ago, he said he was referring it to council, and I said, oh, okay. And then received the letter from council on last week sometime. I asked Tracy, I said, well, what do we do in this case? Like, how do we, with this memo, what do we do? And she said, well, and I've gotten calls from my constituents, and she said, well, it would be agendized for the board to discuss because you can't discuss otherwise. So I want to make that very clear. And then also, I have a question for Director Ford, and I also have a question for Mr. Jefferson.
Which one would you like to ask first?
Jefferson, probably. So Jefferson, you sent us a letter, a memo that came from one of your staff. I'm sorry, the name eludes me. Natalie, thank you. Is that memo able to come to public?
Through the chair, if your board wishes, they could vote. Normally that would be a privilege memo, but if your board wishes for that to be public and authorizes that memo could certainly be shared.
Well, I personally would like, I don't know how my board feels, but this is where the concern is stemming from, is the memo we received from your office.
Yeah, I mean, I would be interested in that because it seems like it does provide more information that people would have to understand this what's going on. So County Council Billings, what is the best way for us to do that? I mean, if 3 or more wish to try to have this into the conversation.
Chair, I think you would just take a vote to authorize that, and that can happen right now.
And is this a vote that has to go to public comment as well? Sorry, I just wanted to ask. Okay, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, just from a technological perspective, then it can be shared on screen and anyone from the public can then see it. So, I think that's the way we would do it. I don't know. I don't know another way. So
I'm happy to do a synopsis if that's your board's wishes as well.
For that.
Synopsis, okay? Mike? Steve?
Yeah, I'd second a motion to do so.
Okay. Do you need an official motion, Jefferson? If so, we've got a second. We can get a motion.
What exactly are we doing? You lost me.
Wait, there's a memo from County Council that came to us, and it's privileged information. I'm saying this right, hopefully. And in order for us to be able to have that in part of the discussion, we need to basically waive the privilege of keeping that private. Is that kind of close, County Council Billingsley?
Chair, the board will be voting to waive the attorney-client privilege. Only the board can do that. I can't.
Right, but then we would be able to have it in the discussion.
Yes. Obviously, it was shared with your board because you're entitled to privilege information, but to publicly discuss it, the contents, I would need the privilege to be released.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this seems so convoluted, people pointing fingers, everything else. Have we looked at outside counsel for a idea to send this out to get a ruling? Nothing against Jefferson, Natalie, or anything else like this, but I mean, we sent, like, you know, I always say, we send out bad food in the jail to outside counsel. Now we're sitting here talking about a planning commission. Would that be appropriate?
I think that, you're probably asking Jefferson, but just that I feel the discussion is appropriate, and whatever we come to, would be appropriate. If that is that there's not a conflict, then that's what it is. I just was told that this is the process to do this.
No, I appreciate that. I just appreciate that. I'm just saying, anyway, okay.
But my question to Director Ford was, do you have an idea of a percentage of projects that she would have to recuse herself from?
The percentage for cannabis projects is about 2/3. The percentage for other current planning projects is not nearly that high. It'd be maybe, 40%.
Okay, thank you for that. And so do we.
How do we go about, Supervisor Wilson, we're still talking about whether we're going to have that information that we can talk in public. And
I'll make the motion that we release by synopsis, by verbal synopsis from the county council, the content of the memo that we received related to the potential conflict issue, just for disclosure.
Chair, I just wanted to say, once your board releases a privilege, the whole document becomes a public document. I would just be offering a synopsis for sort of ease of presentation. If your board wanted to put something on the screen or something, they could do that as well. But if you do that, it'll become a publicly available document.
And my motion is made with the that document will become public record.
Okay, and I believe Supervisor Madrone, do you still offer a second?
Yes.
My question for County Council is this need to go for public comment on this portion of this conversation?
I don't believe so.
It's just like
this
more
is just
the process.
a procedural step. You'll need to go to public comment before you make a decision.
Okay, so this is more procedural. Is there basic agreement? I don't think we need a special vote. Let's just say I am in favor, Supervisor Wilson's in favor, Supervisor Madrone.
Chair, I would want to vote on that one because that one reflects on my office.
All right. We have so many different things we're trying out today. It's so much fun. All right. So then I guess we want a roll call vote.
All righty. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Okay, and that vote passes 5-0.
All right. Well, I'm glad we very much safeguard that information. So, County Council Billingsley, you have that synopsis now.
Thank you, Chair. My office has written a memo to Commissioner McAvoy regarding her employment as a Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, or TIPO, for the Bear River Tribe. The memo deals with the requirements for impartial hearings of quasi-judicial proceedings like those that come before the Planning Commission. With the position as TIPO, Commissioner McAvoy would be involved in projects referred to the Bear River Tribe through evaluation of projects, project details, AB 52 consultation, and work on mitigation measures. Through this process, there's also access to information not available to the Planning Commission and direct staff interaction on projects. This work could also involve a potential dual role as TIPO and a commissioner, and could give rise to challenges from applicants involving projects the tribe opposes. In light of these concerns, the recommendation from the memo was recusal from any project referred to the Bear River Tribe. That's the recommendation of the memo. Obviously, the item before you tonight goes beyond that, and from Director Ford's comments, I don't know that the commissioner actually disagrees with the recommendations of the memo regarding recusal.
Can you say that again?
Perhaps this would be a better a question for the commissioner, but from what Director Ford said, I believe that the commissioner agrees that she would recuse herself from any item referred to the Bear River Tribe.
Okay, well, I don't know. Melanie is here. Perhaps we can have her pop on the screens. Thanks for waiting through the long day, Melanie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you see me? Not that that's important.
I see a dog.
I hope not. That's a goat.
Animal. It's a goat. I can't see that. You guys, it's a small little square on my screen.
You guys will figure it out when she goes to the rescue mission why she has some problems with animals.
It's actually a Nigerian dwarf.
The dwarf pygmy, right?
Yeah, Nigerian dwarf. Very close.
I missed that.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to provide you with my brief history of this debate. When I was hired as the cultural director and tribal historic preservation officer in October, I had contacted the FPCC because I am very concerned with these issues. And at that time, they told me because there was no conflict of interest, I did not need to request the formal advice letter, which is similar to what I received via email and phone calls, but as a formal letter. And I also didn't request one at that time because the director and I seem to have reached a compromise, which is in fact different from the one he mentioned, which I will get to in a moment. So the FPCC told me that unless there's a financial effect on me or my family arising from any discretionary decision that I may vote on as a planning commissioner, there is no conflict of interest. So for example, the housing project that the director mentioned that is upcoming, it's 300 to 500 feet from my house. So even though I may not see a financial effect or that it would affect my judgment, the FPCC recommends recusal because it's within 300 to 500 feet of my house. And so I would do so. Interestingly, before I took this new position, the director told me that I need not recuse on that one, even knowing I lived there. Anyway, at the BRB, I'm an employee, and after asking me several questions regarding my salary, whether I have stocks or relatives there, whether my funding is dependent on permit approvals, whether the Bear River Band is involved or invested in any of the cannabis projects, and the answer being no to all of those, the FPCC told me that there is no conflict of interest, and so the county must instead be implying that I cannot maintain dual roles. So dual roles is another aspect FPCC deals with, but not for very complicated cases. It goes under a different department. And again, said that because I'm not in a position of supervision or power over the department, I am, like all humans in theory, capable of fulfilling dual roles. So for example, you can be on the Planning Commission and be on a city council, apparently, which I did not know. And there are some exceptions to that. So I've always valued objectivity over nearly everything else, and I've had dual roles most of my career. And I do certainly agree with the FPCC that I am more than capable of fulfilling dual roles, and there's no way that anything I might do at my job might affect my discretionary decision making, especially since we don't see cultural impacts before us typically at the Planning Commission. It's usually noise, water, smell, roads, other resources such as those. So most of the time when one is objective, dual roles are rather easy to maintain. I've only had a few instances when I had to think about it. For example, when I was on the Arcata Planning Commission, we deliberated on a private developer's student housing project. That was somewhat uncomfortable because my department head and superior colleagues showed up at all 11 meetings in extreme opposition to the project. So that was one of the more difficult ones, but nonetheless, objectivity is more important than interpersonal relationships when it comes to these decisions. And so everything was fine, and the FPCC did not see a need to recuse. This new job is and will be no different in terms of its lack of influence on my decision-making as a commissioner. And importantly, the FPCC agreed on that. As to the details of my position at BRB, I'm still supervising a grad at HSU as well. Part of my duties include responding to consultation opportunities, such as from the county, amongst many others. I'm also the cultural programming director, so cultural classes, cultural burning, the museum, basketry workshops, and so on and so forth. So when we receive these consultation requests, the GIS specialist looks up the parcel in the database that shows where all the archaeological, burial, and other listed resource sites are. Then the parcel is evaluated for distance to any listed site. So that's within 600 feet. And this is just following the regulations. If it is within 600 feet, then we ask for monitoring or an archaeological survey. And we only do that actually if there's additional probability that it might also have artifacts on it. So presence of springs, waterways, historical record mentions. If it does not, we typically respond with inadvertent discovery only, meaning that if someone should, while they're digging on their property, find some human remains or artifacts, they have to follow the state protocols that are required and are required in the Humboldt County General Plan. So if the parcel is actually on or very near a listed site, we might ask that the archaeological report be completed or a monitor be present for all of the ground disturbing work so that the artifacts can be protected. So I do not financially gain or lose anything, whether it is inadvertent discovery only or anything else. And so the FPCC does not find reason to recuse for that as well. Furthermore, the majority of projects are returned to the county without any requests or conditions other than the aforementioned inadvertent discovery as per California law or general plan in section 106. However, to end the argument 2 months ago, I offered to recuse myself from projects that had conditions other than inadvertent discovery, which is the majority of them, even though the FPCC said I did not. Which is a little different than I believe what the director just said, which is that I offered to recuse from all projects sent to the Bear River Band. That was not the case. I had offered to recuse from anything that had a condition, even though, as I mentioned, the FPCC does not agree that I need to do that. As for the director's argument that I cannot maintain objectivity, I only left to assume that for some reason does not trust me, even though ironically I've been asking for transparency in the public process for years and believe I've shown that I take objectivity very seriously. Just received word actually that the maps that I've been asking for 3 years that will allow us to assess cumulative effects under the CEQA as we are demanded to do will be provided to us in January. So I do take this very seriously, or perhaps more worrisome even, I sees the Bear River Band as being somehow corrupt and able to exert enormous influence on me. I feel very confident that I would never be asked to vote a certain way on a project by my employer. I would never work for an employer who asked me to do that. So I do find that disappointing that this implication of corruption is a serious concern, or that maybe the Bear River Band is somehow willfully profiting off of cannabis permitting by asking the burial sites be documented. And so I can assure you there is no profit made off of protecting the.
Okay, we have several comments for you, questions for you, Melanie, and I'm gonna, Supervisor Bohn, I did have Supervisor Bushnell's hand up first. So we'll go to Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Wilson. Are you okay if we go to Supervisor Bohn because he was waving? Okay.
Well, I don't know, Melanie, you made some reference to corruption, which I've never heard. I don't understand that at all. Secondly, if Jefferson could come back on, I believe you're referring to the FPPC, not the FPCC.
Either one counts.
Either one counts, okay.
Yes,
Jefferson,
I'm sorry. The Fair Political Practices Commission of California.
FPPC, that's who you contacted?
Look up FPCC, it's the same thing.
Bex.
Sorry.
Thanks. Just
So,
have one person.
I had asked, in your document that you emailed us, you had said that it was a different ruling because it's a quasi judicial hearing. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, through the chair. The memo isn't based on a financial conflict of interest or incompatible offices under the FPPC guidelines. It's essentially the issue that Director Ford spoke about, the appearance of having potential conflicts when you're dealing with quasi-judicial proceedings.
Which is, I'm sorry for asking so many questions, I just need to understand, but it's different than just sitting on the commission board or just sitting on this board of supervisors as this role. When we adjourn and we go into a hearing, we're adjourning as this board and going into a different role. Is that correct?
Yeah, they call it quasi-judicial, but essentially when a project comes before the planning commission or from the board, you're sitting as a judge and you're supposed to be a neutral party. Okay. So here, there may be projects that have been referred to the Bear River tribe that someone may be intimately involved with, may have seen a lot of the information and may have been involved in adjusting the project, and then they're also voting on the project.
So if Miss Melanie were to recuse herself from all of those projects, then that would take care of this issue?
And that was the recommendation of the memo. There wasn't, that's as far as it went. That was the recommendation.
So also one last thing before Rex goes, if she were to get a ruling, just based on what you said, a written ruling from the FPPC, that doesn't, how would we get, or would we need to get a ruling outside, or would the FPPC be able to rule on that go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't believe the FPPC would give an opinion on the fair hearing issue. That would be separate. And one of the things that's raised in the memo is that you might be open to challenge on a project approval from an applicant.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
No, I'm on the outside looking in on this thing, and I hadn't heard corruption. I thought we were back in the earlier meeting. I haven't heard anything on embezzlement, corruption, looking after the money, nothing. So I'm just, I didn't quite understand that. And if there is corruption, I mean, Bear River and I go back about 15 years, and we've had a pretty good relationship for the last 10. And I've done quite a bit with them, and corruption is the farthest thing from my mind. They're great members of my district, and I can say good friends. So I never heard the corruption part. That kind of disturbed me. I'm sorry. That's why I got excited.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes. Melanie,
Yes.
who is that? Okay.
This is Melanie. Yes. I just wanted to clarify that I was just left to guess as to why the objectivity was being questioned. And what concerned me was that the only thing I could really think of is that somehow I would be leaned on by my employer to vote a certain way on the planning commission. And that would never happen. That was my only point there.
Don't worry, your employer leans on me.
Okay, I saw Director Ford had his hand up, and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, when I was discussing this with Commissioner McElroy, I meant no disrespect at all to Bear River. Have had nothing but very good interactions with their council and also with their past hippos. So this is purely an issue of an appearance of fair process and fair decision making. And it also really has nothing to do with the person of Melanie McElroy, as I tried to say before. I'm going to give you an example of how this plays out in real life. Several years ago, I was meeting with a cannabis cultivator who had false started. I was in the process of assigning him a $120,000 fine. His face was turning red. I thought he was going to explode. He came back into me later and said that he was really upset because his consultant had told him that he could go ahead and clear the trees and grade the property and that there wouldn't be consequences for that. And when he confronted his consultant, and this is the critical part, about why he didn't tell the director that in that settlement conference, he said, because I can't afford for the director to be mad at me. And so that's where the whole tension between being a TIPO and being a planning commissioner becomes very, very important. Authority is something that it has to be exercised very judiciously and understand how people respond to it. And both of those positions have an extreme amount of authority.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Wilson, and then Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just want to say that this is actually, this is a very reasonable conversation to have. And while I completely understand Director Ford's position on this, I probably lean in the other direction. But I want to say that it's not necessarily. I agree. The pushing the buttons about corruption, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's just not. It's not what it's about. It's not about an integrity of either an institution or a person. It's about perception, but then it's also just about relationships and staff relationships as well, because our staff is running these projects through agencies, of which you have a planning commissioner that's part of an agency, and then trying to sort of predict or have that in play before it ever even gets to the planning commission, I think can be confusing a bit in terms of the roles that people play in the community. And so I do understand it. I understand the criticism of this, whether I think it crosses the threshold of removing someone from a planning commission. I'm not there necessarily, but I do think that it's not an unreasonable. It's not unreasonable something for us to discuss, and I think
but also understand it's not about integrity necessarily. It's really about sort of the process. So that's just me.
So Supervisor Bushnell, and then I want to make a comment.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm wondering, with the recommendation from Jefferson's office, there you are, Melanie, I can see you now. If the council says that that's the recommendation to recuse from those projects, is that something you're willing to do, or can we get a better determination, as Rex said earlier, to clarify, I guess? I guess that question's for Melanie and for Jefferson.
Melanie?
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And just to respond also to Supervisor Wilson, I agree. I 100% agree with you. I was just addressing some of the language and some of the correspondence I had received that seemed to be questioning my objectivity rather than a fair hearing process perception that is the subject right now. As for your question, Supervisor Bushnell, I had offered to recuse from anything sent to Bear River that was returned with any kind of condition. Like I said, most of them we just send back because there are no issues. They say inadvertent discovery only. And I never heard, the only response I received to that was thank you for your response, until Friday afternoon when I received a phone call. So I would have received the formal advice letter. It would not be difficult to do, but as the director has pointed out, there isn't a conflict with the fair political practices, and we already know that. So I'm not sure it would help given that he's concerned about some other issue.
Well, I think we're referring to our council is concerned about other issue. As Director Ford said, he put it in our council's hands.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's Director Ford. I think it's the recommendation from our council. And that's where our board got that communication additionally, was from our council. That's where my concern came, like, what do we do with this now? When I got the email as a supervisor, I got the email from our council. So just to clarify that. Jefferson, with the second part of my question, what would you suggest?
What? I recognize that this is a difficult situation. Obviously, the advice from my office was recusal. That's just advice, the same as it would be for the board. We don't have any power to force anyone to do anything. Really, the only other actions are available to your board, or if Commissioner McAvoy is willing to take a different position.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Thanks, Chair. No, I agree. I think this is a reasonable discussion. And I just have to say that it's obvious to me that Melanie takes these issues very seriously and is really trying to do her due diligence to make sure that she doesn't have a conflict. I like the proposal whereby if there was any project that was reviewed by her at Bear River Band that produced conditions that came back before the commission, that's an obvious appearance of a conflict. So her willingness to recuse herself in those situations, I think, covers it. You know, this conflict of interest is something that we all, I think, struggle with, whether it's planning commissioners or board of supervisors. You know, there are many things with planning commissioners whereby one commissioner is a cannabis farmer, also sits on the trellis subcommittee. Another one is has development interests. Another one does insurance for cannabis farmers. You know, so there's all these various types of things that can potentially create conflicts. And really, it doesn't make you a bad person when you have a conflict, as long as you recognize the conflict and how it might affect your decision making, and basically pull yourself out of that and recuse yourself. That's really what this is all about. And I hear Melanie saying she's more than willing to do that. You know, this is actually one of the easier ones in the sense that her job as a TIPO is if something is within 600 feet, then there's an issue. And if it's not within 600 feet, it's not an issue. You know, often in planning commission decisions or in board decisions, it's not so clear. You know, we have all kinds of discretion. It doesn't matter whether it's 600 feet or not. It matters what we think about the project on many, many levels. And so I think that in this case in particular, because there is that trigger of the 600 feet, it really creates a very easy way to decipher whether or not there's a conflict or not. And frankly, I don't think there's been a single project in the whole Bear River area that's come before the Planning Commission that had conditions. Basically, I think all of that stuff got worked out ahead of time between the applicants and the tribes. I can think of a couple conditions where that didn't happen. Out on the Klamath River, there was one that actually ended up before our board as an appeal. So anyway, I just wanted to say that thank you, Melanie, for taking this seriously. And I think you do a great job. And I think we all personally really have to look very carefully at our conflicts and do the right thing. And I think you're doing that. Thank you, Melanie.
I have Supervisor Wilson, then Bushnell.
I don't think we've gone to public comment yet, but I just did want to say that, you know, no matter if we do come out of this today without, you know, without any real further action, I would say that this is something we would ask. I mean, I would ask, and I will check in certainly with Director Ford within a few months here to see, you know, what the fallout of this is and what impacts, because we're predicting what the impact might be associated with this discussion, but I'm not told. I'll want to get a report on that. But that can be informal, and I plan to do so depending on the outcome of this.
So Melanie, your hand is still up, so I didn't know if you had a comment. And then we have Supervisor Bushnell, and then I'd like to make a comment, and then we'll go to public comment.
No, I believe it's still up from last time. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Thank you for the synopsis, Supervisor Madrone. With that, I wanted to ask either it would be Director Ford, I guess, or maybe it's Melanie, I'm not sure. So if a project comes to the TIPA board and there is an issue and it's worked out with the planning department and that board previous to coming to planning commission, would that in your mind or in Jefferson's mind be a project that, or Director Ford's mind, be a project that would make you have to declare that conflict because it was worked out before it came to the commission?
Yeah, I think it was slightly different. So as you may be aware, we don't really come across any projects that have conditions related to cultural impacts. We're not a board. It's an office. It's a position, and it's very narrow. We look only to see at the parcel to see if there are any cultural sites on it. So it's very narrow in scope. We don't look at water. We don't get any of that information. It's very narrow. So what I had offered, even though the FPPC did not say I needed to do, was to recuse myself from anything that was returned above inadvertent discovery, which is like the default response for anything that involves digging. And that's true for any industry. And I believe what Supervisor Madrone was perhaps referring to was any project that came before the commission without conditions. So now if something, there are only two responses because from what I've seen, BRB doesn't move to deny permits. It's just looking at the whether there's a cultural site on the parcel or not. So there's really only two responses, one being inadvertent discovery and the other one being that there should be a cultural monitor on site when the applicant digs to make, to see if something gets dug up. And so it's the latter that I was referring to. So if a cultural monitor had been requested for when the person digs up their property, then I was offering to recuse. If we didn't have any issues and didn't ask that a monitor be present, I was saying I didn't see any reason to, because inadvertent discovery is already demanded by our general plan for any digging anyway.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Kind of. So I guess Director Ford, are there projects that are deemed not that you can't continue forward with if there are artifacts found on site? And does that come from? Is this a different role than what the TIPO plays?
So there have been projects that have not been able to go forward. None of those have come out of the Bear River area as of now. There have been projects that have been modified long before it got to the Planning Commission. Probably the most known of those is the Odessa project, where meetings between the TIPO, Bear River TIPO, the planning and building department, and the applicant and the archaeologist resulted in relocation of the cultivation area on site. There was no conditions for cultural applied to that because the project description then adequately mitigated that impact. There are other instances where there will be 3 or 4 iterations of work on with the archaeologist to determine where an appropriate location is to relocate the facility to and what mitigation is required. Once that's done, there won't be conditions applied to the permit because the impacts have been mitigated in the project design.
Thank you for that. Melanie, what would you consider your role if the mitigation happened and then it comes to Planning Commission? How would you feel about that?
Well, that's exactly what I had just explained. So even though the commission told me the fair political practices told me that I didn't have to do this, I knew the director was concerned for other reasons. And so I offered to recuse myself from anything that was returned initially with anything but inadvertent discovery, which, as I mentioned, is already required. And so that would include everything that the director just mentioned.
Thank you for those questions.
So, and I just wanted, my comments were going to be, and I know that there's a real desire to kind of like talk about FPPC because that's what comes into mind first when we talk about conflicts. But really, when it comes down to our everyday work that we do here, it's not so much about a conflict with FPPC. I mean, certainly that is one of the ones that at the top of the list because it's usually is regarding some type of financial type of situation or concern. But to me, this is almost like us, in our ex parte communication when we go into appeal process and we do a quasi judicial process where we all have to say who we've talked to separately or, what do we know that others don't necessarily know. And so I would just caution, don't, this is not about the FPPC. It's about a different type of perceived conflict or perhaps actual conflict. Yes, Jefferson.
If I might, I have some language. Maybe it could be a middle path here, if I could offer that.
Sure.
And I don't know how often this happens. Commissioner, what would your opinion be on recusal on any project where the identified parcel has cultural resources on it?
Yes, that would cover exactly what I had just explained before.
Because that may eliminate Director Ford's concern that there would be negotiations before anything happened. And this way, there would be recusal in any situation where Bear River has an interest in the resources on the parcel.
Right. And in fact, it would be within 600 feet. But yes, thank you.
So can we, I think I saw Supervisor Wilson's hand up and then down. Director Ford, does that sound like it would work at least to move forward? And, perhaps it won't be perfect. I don't know.
Yep. No, absolutely.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone and then Bushnell.
I would move that we accept County Council's middle ground approach that also was agreed to by Commissioner McCover.
And I'll second that.
And then Jefferson, did you want to clarify that?
If I may, the recusal decision is up to the commissioner. I don't think your board would actually be taking any action.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be up to Commissioner McAvoy to make that decision.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Well, I will make that decision.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, just acknowledgement of the 600-foot buffer in that analysis. Thanks.
Okay.
That's in the,
So then out of this proceedings, we've had the discussion, we have a path forward, so there's no motion, is that correct? She just remains and we go forward?
How does that work? I'd like to ask.
I know we have to do public comment, but I'm just trying to
clarify.
That's through the chair. That it would be status quo at this point.
Okay.
The commissioner has stated what her position would be, and I think you have agreement from staff.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that clarifying question. So now we'll go to public comment. And we have quite a few. Just a reminder, we still have several other items. So anyone who might be waiting for a future item, just heads up. It could be a while. So our first commenter is 7454.
Virginia, I'm really pleased with the resolution of this, the way you're going. I did want to make note, you basically took a vote on a non-agendized item early in the thing without public comment. So that should be on the record. You've got some terrible legal advice regarding that. I disagree with probably 90% of Melanie's decisions on the Planning Commission, but I think she has zero. And you know what zero is? It's none, nil, not any conflict of interest in doing her job. And I talked to other people in the business. I talked to people who do this, and they said there is zero conflict. It was very gracious of her to give you guys this exit strategy. Public perception is there are other people who do have a conflict. And I guess there was a comment she made that was interpreted to be that maybe people in 1.0 should be put under the guidelines of 2.0. And of course, Michelle's personal grows and Thomas Mulder's personal grows and Noah Levy's clients who he has that he's a consultant for. And these people have the conflict of interest you should be discussing here, not Melanie's. I even though we totally disagree, I have her back 100%. And this is all based upon public perception. None, near zero. And it's kind of an affront to me that this was even brought forward. And I think it's a different agenda. Maybe the Bear River knows something. I don't know what's going on. But Melanie, I apologize for you being dragged through this. And I'm glad to see that I think you're bended, your credibility. I mean, we've had so many conflicts here on the board and so many things where I say there's 100% conflict, you're zero. So thank you for your service. And a bunch of planning commissioners reached out to me, what is your perception? And this is what it is. This should have never been agendized. And it's kind of insulting to all of the planning commissioners that this should even be brought forward. So I want to apologize to Melanie. I really want to, I'm doing a lot of apologizing. I apologize to you that you were even put through this. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
All right, very good. We're going to 9820. 9820. It is your opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. Press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Board, this is Alan Bongio, the chair right now of the Planning Commission. I think you just made a good decision. I've been toiling with this since I found out about it on Friday. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm the commissioner that talked to Supervisor Bushnell yesterday.
and we had a good talk, and I thought that she was the one who instigated this, and I'd be the first one to tell you that I don't believe that after having a talk with her. Troubling part about that is why this got brought to the Board of Supervisors if she wasn't the person who did it. That's more troubling to me than if it had been Supervisor Bushnell. Take this job really serious. I've had to deal with the FPPC issues many times on different boards and commissions that I've been on, and I did my research. I couldn't figure out anything that constituted a conflict here. So I contacted counsel that I talked to before. They said there's no conflict as far as what they could tell. So it makes me believe that this doesn't have anything to do with conflict and has to do more with politics. And that's troubling to me because you've got what I would call the best commission you've had in a long time. And I've been on this commission when I had people that landed on issues more the way I see them. But I'm not going to say that it was a better commission. I'm going to say that we were more in agreement. But we have a commission that really comes from differing views and comes up with good decisions. And we've known that there's problems with what we're doing, especially, and we all know that's in the cannabis. And so we've been addressing those, and therefore we ruffled feathers. And it is beyond me that we can't just look at something as simple as changing some small things and not come up with better conclusions for this county. I'm speaking for the people of the county and for the people that are in the industry of cannabis. I think I'm going to go out on a limb here. I've known Melanie McCaver for 3 years. I didn't think this was going to go the way it is.
Alan,
yes.
I'm really sorry. You may be a planning commissioner, but your public comment right now.
Absolutely, I agree with
sorry
that.
about that. We got you. Sorry about that. I do apologize. I don't like being in that position. All right, 5340. If you're there, I'll press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes, which goes by fast.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Supervisors made a really good decision when they put Ms. McCaver on the Planning Commission, and you're making a good assessment of the situation now, and I applaud that. For a lot of the same reasons that Mr. Bongio mentioned, you have a Planning Commission of diversity just like the county, and she brings expertise that the Planning Commission really can use, and I'm glad you're sticking with your previous decision to have her on there as an at-large commissioner. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling in. Next is user 11. If you have the last 2 digits of 11, press *6 to unmute. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. This is Mary, and while I am encouraged to see the board reflect on the concept of a conflict of interest, I am surprised to see that it is occurring in this context as what would have been the apparent reason for removing Ms. McCaver from the Planning Commission. This seems too convenient to apply this standard now in what would appear to be an attempt at controlling the narrative by removing dissenting voices. Whom would it serve, or would it have served, to remove Ms. McCaver at this juncture? And wouldn't voting on her removal, which could possibly benefit the financial interests of a narrow segment of the population at the expense of the broader community and the environment, itself be construed as a conflict of interest? Ms. McCaver has been asking for maps for 3 years to help the Planning Commission determine the cumulative impacts of cannabis cultivation on our environment, which would guide the Commission in making future land use decisions. It seems too convenient at a very crucial moment in the permitting process where we are beginning to have a real discussion about the impacts of large-scale industrial cultivation inappropriately sited in our remote rural areas, which include impacts to surface waters from unregulated well water extraction, fragile, inadequate roadways tasked with an inappropriate traffic burden, as well as the potential for vastly enhanced wildfire risk. It seems too convenient that the supervisors whose friends and family who have seemingly gained the most from the county's actions and misapplied standards might be the same ones supporting the removal of Ms. McCavor. I feel like it's an ironic and hypocritical situation, which is not lost on the residents of Humboldt County. I urge you to consider carefully and retain Ms. McCavor, which you have decided to do, as the at-large planning commissioner. I applaud you for that decision. But I would also like to see you apply the ethical standards of conduct regarding conflicts of interest to your own actions and decisions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our next speaker is 2122. Just press *6 to unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi there. This is Uriah Driscoll again. Well, I think the previous 3 speakers spoke very eloquently, and I appreciate Supervisor Madrone's articulate and well concise comments on this. I haven't followed Ms. McCavor's decisions on everything, but what I have seen in the times that I have, she's very articulate and very CEQA orientated. And I think that that is an extremely strong voice to have on the commission. So anyway, I won't yammer on much longer, but I think that you're making the right decision in a no decision. But I fully support really everyone looking in the mirror. Do I have a conflict of interest if you're in a decision-making position? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 9334. Press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, am I on board yet?
Yes, you are.
Hi, this is Dennis Mayo calling, speaking as just a private citizen. I understand this dual situation. I was in that myself while on the Planning Commission. And what I did was completely, when issues about McKinleyville Community Services District came up, I represented my district. I stayed off the commission on any decision about that, just as a little advice on the process. But it's interesting, some of the things that were said. Our integrity on these boards and elected positions are questioned all the time. Our integrity is always questioned. Somebody just questioned the board's integrity a few minutes ago. So there is potentials for lawsuits, and it's valid to talk about this. And I applaud the commissioner for jumping in here and bringing it up. And it's good to talk about this stuff way ahead of time, because I don't care if you get a ruling from the FPCCA QR LMNOPQ today, that doesn't affect future decisions. So people sue all the time. They can sue all the time to find reasons. So to bring this up and talk about it clearly and kick all the possibilities around. But what's the number one absolute remedy for conflicts? That's integrity. And do I think this commissioner has that necessary quality? Absolutely. Of course I do. And I don't agree with most of your decisions on the commission, but I agree with what Mr. Bongio said. There is a couple questions, though, about privileged information and a commissioner's responsibility to share with the other commissioners everything they know about a subject that they've learned. That's a big deal, and I don't think it happens quite as much as it should, or people bring it up matter-of-factly. So I have a concern about being the TIPO and proprietary information. There is proprietary information that all groups, tribes included, don't want out in the public. So I think that's an important thing to think about. Maybe talk to council about it as your role as a commissioner and ferret that out. But these are important discussions. I think you guys are going down the right path, and I know this is a commissioner that will do the right thing. And
thank you, Dennis. Sorry, 3 minutes goes by too fast. All right, so 7207, you are next. Press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes, and it's a hard 3 minutes.
Hello. First,
Welcome.
the Fair Political Practices Commission, FPPC, has stated they have adopted rules for deciding what kinds of financial effects are important enough to trigger a conflict of interest. I did not see this board exercise their knowledge of this and consult with the FCCP in their staff report. Also, the FPPC has guidelines for recognizing conflict of interest. A guide to the conflict of interest rules of the Political Reform Act states the act relies on individual citizens to monitor the decision-making of their elected and appointed representatives to identify whether they have a conflict of interest with respect to a specific decision. Much of the enforcement of the Act's reflect of interest provisions is based on citizen complaints. Has there been any public complaints, or was this pushed by our other officials? If this is the case, Mike Newman would need to be investigated for conflict of interest for working for an insurance company that provides surety bonds to cannabis companies and collects a fee. You would also have to look into Thomas Mulder for a conflict of interest for holding a cannabis permit and license, which would have a private financial impact. I want all fairness, and if this standard applies to one, it should apply to all. Melanie receives a salary pay no different than any commissioner, and the fee and ordinance for the cannabis is a final and does not change. Therefore, this action of removal seems over the top and extreme because she can recluse herself from the decisions. If these findings of the conflict of interest are this extreme, then the Fair Political Practice Commission, FPPC, should have been consulted first. Furthermore, stating she has to be removed. Yes, there are a lot of cannabis projects that come in front of the commission, but that is not all they see. A few projects have cultural impact. Therefore, this conflict seems minor to the public being, which is an exception according to the FPPC. I also wanted to point you guys to an example that recently happened in the city of Yucca Valley. They had a moratorium for short-term rentals. Over 400 people came, and there was 3 of the commissioners that had conflict of interest, so only 3 could vote. They did not go to this extreme where they had to remove their commissioners, and they immediately consulted with the FCCP, and the FCCP's attorney was involved in the meeting to allow for comments and to allow for questions with the commission. I hope that you guys, I know it seems like the decision has been made, but please don't make your decision on speculation, make your decision on facts. If you would like to see the guidelines from the FCCP, you should look them up. I also included them in my public comment, and I have a more detailed public comment that I had emailed to you guys earlier. You know I had to change it a little bit based on the discussion that happened prior. So I want to say thank you. I think Melanie has done a really excellent job. It provides an excellent balance.
Thank you very much. Sorry, 3 minutes. 7429, you have 3 minutes to speak to the board, and press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name's Roby Tenorio, and I thank your board for the decision you've reached. As a member of the public who often attends the Planning Commission meetings, I was quite taken aback by this agenda item, not because it addressed the issue of conflict of interest, but because those concerns were directed at Commissioner McCaver. The Fair Political Practice Commission states that officials are capable of dual roles and conflicts arise only if there are financial implications, and you discussed this. My concern is why and who brought this item to the clerk, And perhaps this agenda item is exposing some deeper dysfunction. I request that your board initiate an investigation into and consider the potential for planning commissioners who may very well have the potential to gain financially from their advocacy and votes in favor of cannabis operations and practices that are now being questioned by their fellow planning commissioners. Practices such as the generator use for growing and the use of groundwater without storage, and the continued self-certification of access roads. So thank you for your decision today.
All right, thank you, Roby. And our final speaker is 7108. Just press *6 to unmute. You'll have your 3 minutes as our final speaker. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry, and I want to say I agree with everything that Roby said, and I really am relieved that the board isn't going to make a move to have Melanie removed from the Planning Commission. I do think the issue of appearance of and potential conflict of interest, that there are some commissioners that a lot of people have been wondering about, and I would suggest that whoever put this on for Melanie, that they take a look at these other commissioners and see if there's any times when they would need to recuse themselves. So thank you very much for listening. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Bonnie. Now, before we turn over to the board, I did want to say a few different things. First of all, again, this is not about FPPC. I understand that's where people first think when they think conflict. I think this is a little bit different. It could have been phrased differently. Perhaps the agenda item might have said discussion regarding concerns. It didn't say that, but that's fine. This is what we're doing right now. I don't think this was in any way meant to be a slight of Melanie. I mean, I remember sitting with Melanie the first time I had coffee with you at Ramon's, before you got on the commission. So, I think you've got a lot of support. People who don't necessarily agree with you support you. So, unfortunately, I think the words kind of, as we know, words kind of can land wrong sometimes. And so I'm hoping you understand, I do believe Director Ford did the responsible thing of bringing a conversation here. Could it have been phrased a little differently? Maybe, but it is, I think we've got a good resolution, and I hope you can leave here feeling comfortable and supported. But I also support Director Ford for being willing to bring the conversation forward, because it was not an easy conversation. Director Ford, then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I did not bring this item forward.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean that. Well, the item was unintentionally phrased. It could have been phrased differently. No, we're not gonna, okay, so I don't know who brought it forward, and it doesn't matter.
I did.
Okay, Tracy, that's the way to accept responsibility. Thank you very much, and I'm so sorry to put you on the spot like that. And I'm sorry, Director Ford, too. I just thought it was important that the conversation happened. Supervisor Wilson, then Bushnell disappeared.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just want to say I do not feel there at all that there's any conspiracy or anything like that happening here whatsoever. I think this is just a conversation that I gotta say bubbled up, and so we were taking care of it and having that discussion. And I'm fully confident in all of us moving forward. And I have to say that we, in a smaller community, as elected peoples and appointed peoples on commissions and boards all over the place, we're bumping into these spaces a lot. It's just it is the way that it is, especially if you're trying to find people. It's hard enough to actually find people to want to be on boards and commissions in general, but then also to find people who have knowledge of the subject matter probably means they maybe have some work that they've done in the past do or have some sort of connectivity to something in that space. And so while we have to be careful of that, we also have to be somewhat understanding that we have to rely on people's integrity often, and we have to respect it. And unless there's some reasons to really call that to the floor, we have to just be careful of those conversations. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be vigilant of all those things, and there are rules and regulations all around it. It's just we just need to understand that we just don't live in an absolute space, and we're working hard to try and govern in a somewhat messy democratic process. So there you go.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Can you push your anti-mute on? Or?
There you go. Yeah, it's a lot more fun when we throw corruption and everything in there, though. No, I met Melanie long before she was on the commission. Got to meet her and her husband. I think they both came into my office. I think Virginia gets $2.50 every time she mentions coffee at Ramon's. It's a subliminal thing. You're up to $10 today, Virginia.
A coffee mug too, just saying.
Yeah, but that's probably another 50 cents. So that's a coffee at Marone's. And it feels like I went back in time, because I remember when my dear friend Denver Nelson, when I took him off the planning commission and put my big developer friend Alan Bongio, because that's what all the big developers wanted. And today he's worried about it. It's just the way things are moving around. I don't think there was anything conspiracy. I know our clerk, I heard her talking to the other clerk about it. It came in, it was asked, they're in charge of boards and commissions. They brought it forward. They don't give a damn, you guys. They just put our agendas forward. I don't think anybody cared. I think it was just to answer some questions about Melanie's position with Bear River. And again, no corruption problems there in the last 10 years I've ever seen with them, and I'm up there a lot. So with that being said, I look forward to the vote. I don't think we voted before public comment. I think there was a motion and a second, but we haven't voted on that yet. So I think somebody that is always so informed missed on that one, but I do appreciate everything. And if we did vote, sorry. But anyway, I appreciate everybody that was involved. I think we got a lot answered. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor McAvoy, sorry, Commissioner McAvoy.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd just like to thank everyone who was present for the discussion, supervisors, planning, members of the public. It's important to have these conversations, and I just want to assure you that I will exercise all of decision-making with integrity, and hopefully we can revisit this discussion again in the future. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I think we ended up that there may have been a motion, but our county council said there didn't need to be a vote necessarily to move forward on this. So my request would be that we just move forward without a vote, and next agenda item. That'd be me.
As far as calling this routine status quo, is that what we had heard? Supervisor Bushnell, and then Melanie, your hand's still up.
Thank you. I wanted to kind of clarify what Supervisor Wilson had said, that there wasn't a vote before public comment. So, and that thank you to Melanie for the discussion, and Director Ford, thank you also for the information you provided today, along with our office, and also to our staff. It's their job as it's ours, and I'm glad the discussion is done.
Thank you. And I did want to say there was a consensus on being able to release the information from the county council. So I think that was a simple consensus. So, all right. So there's not an official vote on this because there's not an official motion on the floor. Is that correct, Kathy, or Nikki, or Tracy? Anybody?
Chair, I believe the board isn't taking any action, so there's no need.
Thank you. I just wanted to be able to move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you all for waiting and sticking in with us.
Thank you.
All right. So our next item, the appointment of board members to various boards, commissions, and committees for the year 2022. Kathy, who's doing this? Yes, you are. Please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in the interest of moving our meeting along, we still have some very important business to get to. I am recommending that we move this particular item to your board's January 11th meeting. So we would continue the discussion for your board to review boards and commissions, consider appointments, and move on to the next item on the agenda.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
I make that motion.
I'll second.
A motion has been seconded. We'll go to public comment. If there's anyone who can comment on this one. We have a hand up, 7454. Press *6 and unmute.
So what are you moving to where? And because it's so important, I didn't quite catch that one. Can you clarify that before I make public comment or not? Is it point of order?
The items, yes, we're just, I'll clarify that for you. I stopped your timer. The item was to talk about boards and commissions that the supervisors will sit on next year. But we're bringing that back up. We're bringing that back on the 18th because there's not, I think it'd be what?
18th of December or
Okay,
18th of January?
11th. And Kathy, can you clarify? I know we're bringing back in January.
Yes.
I'm not understanding.
We do not have a board meeting January 18th. We will be bringing this back as a continued item from this meeting on the January 11th board meeting.
So we'll be having this discussion on January 11th, Kent. We're just moving this to then.
Okay, thank you. That's never happened before. I guess that's what has to happen. So anyway, thank you for the clarification. So I think you should stay with the agenda. I think you should stay here till 3 in the morning if you have to finish the agenda. The rest of us are staying here, but that's just my input on that topic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right. There's one other hand up. This item again is on just changing the date on when we're going to hear this item. 2122. Press *6 unmute.
I'm kind of disappointed this is getting moved off. There's the NCRA appointment that is significant. If I can make a comment on that, I guess I'd have to wait till next month. But by then, there's some decisions that could be made in the NCRA. And anyway, I would like to make sure that my name remains on the Maddie list. And if not, or if it's determined that a supervisor needs to maintain that position, then I think the alternate should be Michelle Bushnell should take that seat. That's all the comment I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the last of our public comment, Supervisor Bohn.
I think Marianne Hansen needs to speak. I saw her hand. And the other thing is the NCRA. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that I can't find it. I'm trying to find it. Isn't that a 2-year appointment?
Yes, it is.
So it's not even up this year.
Okay, so Supervisor Bohn, so Marianne, you wanted to comment as a public comment member. Supervisor Bohn has a habit to just kind of I muted myself. So we're still on public comment then at this point. So you'll get 3 minutes, Marianne.
Thank you. I just have a brief question or clarification for the board. If our commission meets before you appoint a new commissioner from your board, I think our commission would be short if you delay this item. And I know that I'm supposed to be calling a meeting.
Yeah.
Is that not true?
I will give my impression is that we would just keep who's already currently operating in those positions. And that's what I'm seeing. Thank a lot of head nods.
Great.
You'll both have myself, and you'll have Supervisor Bushnell, and I'm going to be the trusty backup. All right, that was simple. Okay, so we're back to the board. Is there a motion to bring this item back on January 11th?
We have a motion by Michelle Bushnell, second by Supervisor Wilson.
Okay.
Are you ready for a roll call vote, Chair?
I think so.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, Tracy, for holding us all together. So our next item is update on the board chambers equipment upgrade project and in-person meeting. And I believe that also comes to us from the clerk.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll try and be brief. As you recall, on October 26th, your board voted to return to in-person meetings effective with the first meeting in January and to pursue based upon equipment upgrades in the board chambers, a hybrid model that would be available to members of the public for call-in options for individuals who could not attend meetings in person. I'm happy to report that with respect to the board upgrade, everything has arrived, all of our equipment, our TV monitors, the sound equipment, all of that has arrived, and we are in the process of working towards installing all of that equipment. There is a bit of a timing increment as it relates to Stewart Communications, a company that will be doing all of the rewiring of power outlets and the wiring necessary to connect all of the new equipment. They're very backed up, and we had hoped to have them in the chambers the second week of January, but we met with them last week, and the wiring needed in the chambers, the project has become a bit larger than what we had originally anticipated. So we are probably looking at the month of January, either doing only Zoom meetings or doing only in-person meetings with a go live date of a hybrid model and in-person meetings mid-February. And let me give you a brief background about why we're looking at either only Zoom or only open meetings. It's the recommendation of Access Humboldt because of all the cabling and wiring that needs to be done in the chambers. We had looked at possibly doing some sort of a temporary fix to be able to accommodate Zoom as well as in person. It is their recommendation based on the current equipment that we have that would not be a viable option. So the recommendation to your board and the decision that needs to be made is to whether or not to continue with in-person only meetings, beginning with the first meeting in January. And what that means so that you and the public and our other departments can understand is it would be in-person meetings only, no Zoom option, and no option to provide PowerPoints, presentations. None of that would be available to us until our new equipment is installed. If we continue with Zoom meetings until we have everything installed, we would still have the option of providing on-screen PowerPoints and presentations based upon need. So that is the question to your board, as to whether or not to continue with in-person only or Zoom until we have the equipment installed. And with that, I'll take it back to Chairman Bass.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. So any thoughts from the board?
Let's do it.
Which one? Okay, Supervisor Madrone, your hand was up, then Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, I want to work with the board and try and do what's reasonable and possible with staff. For health reasons, I will not be attending meetings in the chambers anytime soon because I'm not willing to subject myself to that possible exposure. And I won't go into all the details around that, but for my own personal health reasons, I am requesting that if we're going to go to meetings in the chamber, we do it when there is the opportunity for doing Zoom and these other things. I'm fully supportive of the hybrid approach. But if you decide as a board to meet in chambers without those options, you're pretty much locking me out of the meetings. And this is for very serious health concerns that I have about this issue. So I think it'd be prudent to delay this in-person meetings a little bit further. We're really close to being able to do that and have the hybrid option once the equipment's here. So that would be my request.
Okay, I saw Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Bushnell. I thought your hand was up.
I had my mind all made up till Steve said that. It makes me think. No, I'm just kidding. I think we should stay with the Zoom till all the equipment's ready and we accommodate the public and our board members that aren't coming in.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor.
Motion.
Was that a motion?
Basically.
Okay, so.
I think I hit all the.
Okay, so we're going to say we have a motion from Supervisor Bohn to continue as we are until we're ready to go in with everything together. Supervisor Madrone?
You notice how many were first and seconding together today? That's not corruption, that's unity.
That's good. All right, so Michelle, did you still have your hand up? I mean, it was up. I don't know.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. I've got the public comment on this. We have one hand up at the moment, 7454. Press *6. There you go.
Virginia, I want the public to know that you have a special meeting, a virtual meeting scheduled for Monday, December 20th at 9 a.m. And there is no room for public comment on non-agendized items. I just pulled this up here accidentally because I was looking at the agenda for this meeting. So the public feels like we're being blocked from public comment, and to have a special meeting. Just to have a special meeting where we can't have public comment on non-agendized items, in my opinion, is extremely wrong. This should be changed. I hope you will have a new agenda put forward. And it says final here, but I hope this is the final before the final. The public wants to participate. We want to be able to do it in person and through virtual. And the county has had, I don't know, it was what, 3 months ago or 6 months ago, they were going to try and facilitate this. It's not that difficult to do what you're not doing here. We still are not even just able to see who's attending the meeting on the screen. That went away, was there for a little while. And so if you really want to be, if you honestly want to be transparent and have public participate, otherwise just tell us, say, don't bother calling in. We don't want to hear from you, and just get it over with. I mean, it's either public participation or not. And so I'm formally requesting on this agendized meeting, that's a final agendized for December 20th, that the public participation be allowed on non-agendized items, just like it should be on any of your meetings. And you should have had a meeting on Tuesday, December 21st, rather than having a special meeting that nobody knows about, but they know about now on Monday, December 20th. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's, if we can keep these comments on the future going in, we certainly appreciate those comments, but this is about when we get back in the chambers all together with the Zoom component, I believe. 7108, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Bonnie Blackberry. I'm greatly relieved that that there's support for waiting until you get the hybrid set up. There's health reasons why a lot of people wouldn't go to meetings up there, and for the rural people, I'm down here in southern Humboldt, and how much it costs to drive to Eureka, and there's our climate action plan. So this hybrid model, I think, is the best for Humboldt, and I'm sorry for people that really want to do the in-person, but I feel like we can't cut off all the people that are unable or unwilling to do that. That's the answer. So, thanks for continuing it.
You're not my boss.
Hey. Thank you, Bonnie. 7094. Got 3 minutes. Press *6 unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig, calling in from District 4. Although I am a supporter of the hybrid model because I do believe in the end that gives the most accessibility to everyone, major concern I have is, I've been timing my comments, and my last comment earlier today, I was cut off at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So if we are going to continue this Zoom meeting, or if we are going to do a hybrid in the future, I'd like to make sure that our comments aren't getting cut off or delayed, and that our First Amendment rights are being respected. And I'm also concerned that this keeps getting pushed back. Before it was we were waiting on equipment, now the equipment's here, and now there's further delays with the contractor, and I just feel like this could just keep dragging on and on. So hopefully we can get this hybrid model up soon and get it working, and hopefully we can let people get their full 3 minutes, and waiting for hours and hours and hours to speak and then getting cut off early is definitely concerning. So that's all I got on that.
All right. Well, I gave you extra time because I'm really sorry about the earlier one. Sometimes it does happen, and I do apologize. I make mistakes at times, unfortunately. So we have 7429. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, good evening. This is Roby Tenorio. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for your motion, and I'm grateful that the board is willing to wait for the hybrid model. I was wondering if someone knows why there is no longer a video available when to watch the meeting. Up on the Legistar, there used to be until 3 weeks ago. It would show in progress, and you could click on that and then watch the meeting. That was the only way I had access to actually watch the meeting. I don't know if something changed. That's not happening now. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Roby. Since there are no hands left, we will go back to the board. I did want to, Tracy, someone from staff able to help us with that comment on the video? Is there an issue?
I've been watching it all day on it.
Yeah, I'm currently watching it too, so it might just be something in her settings. She's welcome to call our office and we can help her locate what she's looking for.
I just pulled up when she said that, when Roby said that, I just went to Humboldt Legistar and pulled up, and it says in progress, and click on to watch just now.
Okay, so there's some glitch perhaps on her end, but yeah, definitely we'll see what we can do to help with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are back to the board. We have Supervisor Madrone's hand up, and I do believe we have a motion that's been seconded. Your hand's not up, you're saying. All right, are you ready to vote?
Okay,
right.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Sure.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next item comes to us from the CAO's office, and it's regarding another retirement of one of our valued employees. And I don't know if we've made Bev stay here the entire time late, but I'd like to hand this over to Alicia Hayes at this point.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I will read into record the resolution. Whereas on May 30th, 2007, Beverly Pixley began her career with the county as a Buyer 1 for the County Administrative Office. And whereas on January 2010, Bev was promoted to Buyer 2. And whereas in June 2011, Bev was promoted to Senior Buyer. And whereas in September 2016, Bev accepted the position as Purchasing Coordinator, where she created a team that feels like family, works hard for each other and the organization, and carries a deep sense of pride through every interaction. And whereas Bev has been integral in implementing many programs and policies around the County Administrative Office's mission of supporting the needs of our community, particularly through providing unparalleled service, optimal management of resources, and responsible policies and procedures and teamwork. And whereas Bev lives the county administrative's office's values of engaging in ethical behavior, serving the public and exceeding their expectations, promoting teamwork and collaboration, and encouraging and enabling others to grow. And whereas Bev is an active member of the California Association of Public Procurement Professionals, and whereas Bev helped create the county's purchasing policy in March 2014 to ensure that the county expenditures are legally and adequately executed and tracked, to ensure accountability for the expenditure of taxpayer funds, and to ensure the methods used to procure goods and services provide the best value for the county using an open and fair process for vendors. And whereas Bev revised the purchasing ordinance in June 2020 to allow the county to be more responsive to purchase emergency goods and services during the onset of the pandemic. And whereas Bev assisted in the Emergency Operations Center in 2020 to help ensure purchasing of emergency supplies and services was done efficiently and within established guidelines. And whereas Bev revised the county's CalCard policy in April 2021, and whereas Bev helped drive software upgrades from the county's old financial system, formerly known as IFAS, to One Solution, and eventually to its current system, Finance Enterprise. And whereas Bev institutionalized regular countywide employee training on purchasing processes, including CalCard and other processes. And whereas Bev ensured that purchasing procedures are documented and updated and insists on cross-training employees across various functions so that her team can carry out their essential tasks no matter the challenge or disruption. And whereas Bev created a responsive atmosphere in purchasing, always quickly engaging with departments across the county and hundreds of vendors to resolve issues. And whereas Bev has an uncompromising dedication to quality and integrity, likely stemming from her Midwest roots. And whereas Bev is a great communicator, a natural leader, and a mentor. And whereas Bev's influence on the purchasing team will benefit the county and community for years and years to come. And now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Bev Pixley's 14 years of service and contributions to the County of Humboldt that have paved the way for future of purchasing operations that are sure to be ethical, efficient, and service-oriented. We wish her well in her adventures and hope that she will remain a friend and partner for the years to come. I also have to read into record, because it's getting a little bit late, the sheriff sent me over a message and asked that I read this for the resolution on for recognizing Bev Pixley. The sheriff's office says that they would like to thank Bev for her many years of service to the county and to the sheriff's office specifically. As a department with high volume of purchases and contracts, they often have questions about the best way to go about specific purchases. Bev and her staff are always helpful in guiding them to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's. The sheriff's office thanks Bev for always being available to help and greatly appreciate how responsive Bev and her team are when urgent purchases need to be expedited. The purchasing division provides excellent customer service, and the sheriff's office is truly grateful to have such a great working relationship with the purchasing team. Although Bev will be dearly missed and nobody can fill her shoes, the sheriff's office is grateful to Bev for training up an amazing purchasing team that will always be able to follow in her footsteps. Bev has left a legacy to be proud of and a great team to continue the support to the county. Her retirement is well-deserved, and the sheriff's office is so happy for her and congratulates Bev and will miss her dearly. I would like to conclude that by saying Bev is really the epitome of the county value system. She prides herself on the utmost level of customer service, and she has a team that is well functioning and very independent in their operations, and that is a true testament to Bev's leadership and her ability to empower her team to provide services to the organization. Her retirement is a monumental loss for the organization, and I can't say enough how much we will miss her humor, her laughter, and her steadfast dedication to the organization.
And thank you. I'm sorry we didn't get this while she was still in the office today, but I was really sorry. I kept trying to stop her, but
she had a hair appointment. I told her, priorities. She's gearing for retirement, so.
All right. I see Connie popped up on the screen. Did you want to say something on Bev?
Well, I will just say I agree with everything that Alicia and the sheriff said about Bev. She's always been so helpful in all of the purchases. Such a great collaborator and partner for DHHS. So I just want to, wish her well and thank her for all of her years. Because it's always been, if we had questions around purchasing, ask Bev. She knows it because she knows it. We always depended on her. So I appreciate it. Wish her well.
All right, thank you. And Tom and Marianne, as staff folks here.
Well, ditto from Public Works on everything. Bev was a rock star. There are very, very serious implications for violating state purchasing code. And Bev was the first to make sure that any changes we all found out about having the county purchasing policy was a breakthrough for her and for all of our departments. People in the scenes like Bev that don't really get a lot of recognition are the people that keep this county rolling. And she was greatly appreciated by Public Works. Thank you, Bev.
Tom and Marianne.
I'll be brief because everyone has already expressed how much they appreciate Bev, and I've already expressed it to her personally, but she has been fantastic and truly the epitome of a county partner. And so we're very sorry to see her go, and also believe that her legacy to the county will be felt for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Supervisor Bohn.
All the way back to Ed Rodriguez, we've always had good purchasing agents looking out for us, and Bev has bust. And the good thing about it, she has surrounded herself with great people. Don't forget, she's only as good as her staff, and she hasn't hesitated at all in bringing really smart people in and working with her and listening to them. So, that's a great asset. And so we're not going to have much of a glitch moving forward, but with Bev's office right across from mine, and I guess occasionally I can be a little loud on the phone, and I'll see her come over and shut my door, or have somebody shut my door. She actually is really polite and calls somebody to complain, and they shut my door. But so that's when I know I'm on the phone too loud. But anyway, Bev's done a great job for 14 years for the county, and people like that, we're very fortunate. We're holding on to some of that institutional knowledge because we have people to step up and fill the hole. But again, people leave like that, and it's just, we don't forget them, but we know the loss is great, but we'll be able to go on without them. So, but anyway, it'll be tough. So she'll miss, we're going to have to invite her to one more Christmas party because she does love a Christmas party.
Definitely. All right. Well, we'll go to public comment on this item and come back to the board. We have 8736. Your hand is up. You'll have 3 minutes. Just press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board. This is Olivia Wilder, and I just wanted to call in and recognize Bev for all the awesome things that she's done in support of the programs that I work for, and also recognize that she was a pivotal person in the Emergency Operations Center and helped get emergency operations for this pandemic up and going. And so I'm grateful for being able to work with her, and I'm really happy that she's retiring. So have a good evening.
Great, thank you. And we'll get a 7454. So you've got your 3 minutes. Welcome.
Bev, I hope your hair appointment's going good. I basically want to apologize because I never had the privilege of meeting you. I don't think. Maybe I did, but it's with the CAO's office. I feel I get along really well with the people there, and I want to apologize because when the supervisors and all the staff, I mean the electeds and the other people, got 10% raise and you only got a 2% raise because of a Measure S all of a sudden came along. For all you people that work and bust your butts, I want to apologize that I was not able to get that 8% raise, which of course would be 8% now for the rest of your life, for your retirement, for your PERS. For those of us who really like and appreciate the worker bees that get things done, and you sound like a hell of a worker bee, I just want to say, I want to recognize you and thank you for your, even though I never met you, for the work you did for the county. So everybody's got nothing but good accolades, same as Jeff Dolph earlier. And for those of you who do that and dedicate your time and put your whole life into a situation here, I just hope you enjoy your retirement, and I hope you're compensated correctly. And I do want to apologize because other people got big raises and you probably didn't. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Director Mattson, is your hand still up for a reason? Maybe not. All right, so we're back to the board, and we don't really want to see Bev go, but I think she's ready to leave us. Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to make the motion to approve adoption of this resolution. And with all the things that were said about Bev, one thing is, I have to tell you, it's such a comfort to have her around this office. Yeah. I just want to say, there's a lot of personalities around here, and she's one of them for sure. But she's one of those personalities that just like makes everything feel good and centered and grounded. And I just appreciate that feeling in this space, and I'm going to miss it. So
I think that was very well said. Thank you. All right, so we do have a motion. Did we get an official second?
I'll second. I don't know where everybody else is at.
We've got a motion and a second. There's 4 of us here. And I think Supervisor Madrone's there too. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? All right, maybe have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. This motion passes 5-0.
So our next departmental item comes to us from the Department of Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, and is regarding the request for proposals for assisted outpatient treatment program, also better known as Laura's Law. And I see we have Director Beck here. I believe we have Emmy here as well, and Jack. So I'll start with Connie. And
hi, this is Emmy, and I'm on, but I'm sorry, I'm having a problem starting my video. It's telling me it won't let me, which is a bit of an issue.
Probably checked out at 5 o'clock with everybody else.
Yeah, that might have been what happened.
Would you like us to scoot to the next one and then come back to you while you try to?
Oh gosh, I really would not, but
okay.
Let me...
I'll wait for you.
Okay, it's just saying cannot start video, failed to start video camera. Please select another video camera in settings.
Can you read it to us?
I just did. Hold on.
I think he says the entire report.
So Emmy,
yeah,
you may just have to do this without the video and without the PowerPoint and just update.
Yeah, I'm trying to point it out. How about
I will actually, can I see if I can share my screen and if that part works?
Sure.
Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Yep.
Great. So at least.
What are you guys seeing?
A dark screen.
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes much more sense now. Your name's smaller.
I don't think it's going to work.
Is she gone? Emmy?
Her name is still up there.
Oh.
We kind of heard you.
Through the chair, if I may, Emmy, maybe you can email me the presentation and I could share it for you and move through it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just reconnected. I'm not going to try to share the PowerPoint, but I'll just go through it. Is that okay?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
That's fine.
All right. So, hi again. Good evening. It's been a long day, I'm sure, for everybody here. I'm Emmy Botzler-Rogers. I'm the Behavioral Health Director here in the county, and I'm here before your board today just to do an update for you on assisted outpatient treatment, also known as Laura's Law, and to make a recommendation for a provider selection. So just as a brief reminder, Laura's Law is AB 1421, which was passed in 2002 due to 3 individuals dying at the hands of someone with untreated severe mental illness. And at that time, it gave counties the option to decide if they wanted to participate in AOT or not. More recently, AB 1976 was passed in 2020, which directed counties to either implement or more formally opt out of AOT. AOT is what allows a judge, after extensive due process, to order outpatient treatment for individuals with severe mental illness who meet specific criteria. And the services under AOT include intensive case management, outpatient mental health, psychotropic medication, substance use disorder treatment, among other things. So on April 6th, 2021 of this year, I gave an overview to your board of Laura's Law assisted outpatient treatment and the impact of implementing AOT in Humboldt County. And at that time, your board directed myself and the CAO to return with a supplemental budget and a position allocation request to implement AOT or a similar service. On June 8th of this year, I returned with that requested information and received authorization at that time to issue a request for proposals regarding the provision of services that are designed to assist in determining feasibility of implementing AOT here locally for us. Also on that date, June 8th, your board authorized staff to identify funding to implement Laura's Law AOT, including an allocation of county general fund in this current fiscal year in the amount of $336,226 and additional funding for next fiscal year, 2022-2023. So we will be submitting a supplemental budget request for AOT costs in the next fiscal year. We'll also be conducting an evaluation of the AOT pilot project between July 21 of 2022 and June 30th of 2023, and we'll report those findings to your board. So once you all authorized issuing an RFP, we internally put together a team that drafted that RFP, including a preliminary scope of services and the required both mandatory and preferred qualifications of a provider. The RFP was actually issued on October 4th, and then over the next few weeks, there was the opportunity to submit written questions from applicants, and we responded to those questions. The deadline for proposal submission was November 5th. At that time, we received 2 proposals, and we completed the evaluation process over the next few weeks. I'll talk a little bit more about the selection committee just in 1 minute. So I'm here today with a recommendation to your board regarding the award, and I hope to return on January 4th with a finalized contract and scope of work at that time, and the intent is to have the contract executed on January 4th. So the selection process included the development of a ranking tool that we could use standardly across all proposals. We assembled a selection committee, which included a behavioral health board member, someone from NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, someone from Public Defender, the probation chief, a representative from the Sheriff's Department, myself as the Behavioral Health Director, and 2 other behavioral health staff, both the budget specialist and another deputy director. We received 2 proposals, EA Family Services and Redwood Community Services. Each selection committee member reviewed these individually and rated them individually and then submitted their scoring sheets. We then met as a group to discuss and ultimately selected EA Family Services. Some of the qualification highlights for EA Family Services: they had a very strong proposal with a clear understanding of the requirements of AOT. They're currently providing AOT-like services in Plumas County. They have experience providing mental health services to incarcerated individuals. They are established locally with an ability to get up and running quickly. They utilize client-centered and recovery model approaches. They were the more cost-effective proposal. They included in-house medication support, and they have experience providing permanent housing supports. So I'm before your board today requesting or recommending that you approve the selection of EA Family Services to provide these specific services as part of the assisted outpatient treatment program, and that you authorize myself or a designee to enter into contract negotiations with EA Family Services for these AOT type services. And that is it. You can't see my questions discussion slide, but that's the point we're at. So I also have my Deputy Director, Jack Brazil, on the phone. And so if there's any questions, comments, or discussions with this group, we're open to that at this time.
All right. Thank you, Emmy. Are there any questions from the board at this time on this? I think we're all excited to see this coming forward. We know it's not been easy. I don't see any hands up, so we'll go over. Oops.
Look.
Yes, Emmy. There you are.
I'm here. I don't know what happened.
Well, thank you. I don't think we're going to make you do it all again, are we? I think. Okay. We'll go out to the public. There is one hand up, and we'll come back to the board. 7454. Press *6.
I have a basic philosophy that a lot of these groups that are outside that you can contract with is a good thing. Sounds like maybe this is one. If it's not, well, then get some that are. I have a really major concern, and it's regarding funding for these projects. It's a perception in the community that a lot of the funding is in jeopardy, and it's in jeopardy because, well, I hate to have to say it, but there's a perception out there that books have been cooked. And if that is true, then the funding and grant money that supports all these wonderful projects, which we need to support, take care of these specific topics, could be at jeopardy. And that's the last thing I would like to see. So that's why I really continually support these projects, and I continually support things where the documentation is able to be provided to continue these projects. So that's my angst here. It just appears that we don't have the correct documentation, and we may lose all these wonderful projects as this one is here right here. So that's my concern. I just wanted to bring that forward. And the public has the same concern I have. I mean, you may not understand, but people bring these topics to me continually, and they say, Kent, can you speak for us? And that's what I do. So that is a major concern that all these wonderful projects may be at jeopardy, and I want to see them going on, and I want to see cross the T's, dot their I's, support the auditor controller, and there we go. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And we do have 2122. Press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, hi, this is Uri Driscoll again. Health and Human Services, I think we'll really be needing to take a good hard look at some of the mental health that has come over the last 2 years with the COVID issues. I know several people that are generally very, very well balanced people that are really having a struggle and a tough time. And that's just here locally. And, some of the behaviors that have been taking place in some of these other cities are really kind of alarming. And I don't think we should be ignoring them. And I hope DHHS or one of the contractors will really take a look at this and come up with a program to help people. I don't think there's any one of you supervisors that hasn't had some issues with either depression or anxiety or any of that some of these mandates and some of the issues that we have had to deal with, the results of that. So I really hope that DHHS will take a lead and produce a program that could help us out. There's going to be a strong need if there isn't one already. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to the board. Do appreciate. Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I mean, I call about certain people that I think there's issues with, and Connie, and they've always responded. I've been with someone and they've sent a car to help someone and everything else. And believe it or not, I get a lot of phone calls. I do not believe you or anybody on your staff or anything is cooking any books, marinating, barbecuing, or anything else. And if somebody wants to promote a fallacy like that, I've got a good idea where it's coming from. But I'm just saying, I thank you for all your hard work and efforts. And I know all the monies go towards just what it's supposed to do and how hard it's to get. So I really believe in the First Amendment, and I think people should have their time to talk. But there has to be somewhere in there some validity instead of throwing it against the wall like they know what they're talking about. This is getting very frustrating, especially as it closes in on 6 o'clock at night.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I wanted to thank Emmy and Connie for the presentation, and also recognizing when this item came several months ago, almost a year now, I believe. There was a lot of discussion about it and what it would mean or could mean or couldn't mean for the residents of Humboldt County and certain districts, mine being one of them. And I just really appreciate all the effort and recognition that you both and your departments have put into getting this going. And I know it was a struggle, and I hope and pray that in the future that it will help some of our people. And so thank you very much.
So is there a motion from the board for staff recommendation?
Move staff recommendation.
Wholeheartedly second.
And
second.
And if I can speak to the motion, which I do appreciate staff coming back with this. I do want to acknowledge this is a $1 million contract for 2 years. And that doesn't include our staff time associated with managing and monitoring that. And so I'm hoping that after 2 years, we get a fairly robust report about what services and how this made a difference. And I think it will, because I believe in our staff's ability to do so. But I just want to acknowledge that we are investing quite a bit of money in this piece of the care puzzle, and I'm hoping and believing that it's gonna be effective and beneficial for the community.
Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. Any other comments, or are we ready to vote? Looks like we're ready to vote. So Nikki?
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're going to move on to our last department item with Spruce 5 and the Humboldt, the independent audit finding and MOU with the county. And so at this point, I will hand this over to Mary Ann Hansen.
Good evening, Chair Bass and Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I feel like we're almost moving into a slumber party here. It's feels late, but here we go. And I have to say, I regret that I must extend your day a little bit longer, and I'll be as brief as I can. I'm focused this evening on First Five Humboldt's ability to serve the needs of Humboldt's youngest children. And I know you know this, but for the public, I need to state that First Five Humboldt's an independent local government entity established by county ordinance in 2000 and mandated by California voters to work towards integrated systems of care for our county's youngest children. Also in 2000, your board entered into an agreement with First Five Humboldt whereby the county would provide a number of services for which we pay fees to the county each year. As part of our statute, we're required to be audited each year by an independent auditor, and you will find our most recent audit linked in your agenda. As you know, this is the first year in our history that we had to request an extension from the State Controller's Office. Please note on page 42 of our recent audit report, the significant deficiency identified. Our audit noted, quote, that the County of Humboldt Auditor Controller's Office did not meet the expectations included in the Commission's agreement for accounting and oversight services, end quote. They note the cause as, quote, the formal financial closing process was not followed as it had been in previous years, unquote, and then further that financial controls for best business practices should include year-end closing procedures, including the reconciliation of balance sheet accounts. This finding is based on the fact that our balances were not posted to our accounts in a timely manner. There's nothing subjective about that, nor is it disputable that the books have not been closed in a timely manner. This finding, only the second in our 21-year history, was the first was quite a few years ago when a contractor was paid, but their contract hadn't yet been renewed, so relatively minor. So this finding, though, jeopardizes our current grant funding and our potential to access grant funding in the future. I need to show you how significant that is for our agency, so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, here we go. I shared this this graph with you, with your board in 2017. At that point, the First Five Humboldt Commission was drawing down from its sustainability fund at a rate of almost $500,000 a year, with that fund to be exhausted within 6 years, and we faced deep cuts to services. This graph, which I'm assuming you can see, right? Yes, give me some nods. Yeah. This second graph shows you where we are today. When I started in 2015, we had no awarded grant funding. Today, our grant funding significantly exceeds our tobacco tax funding. We deeply depend on out-of-county funds to provide services for Humboldt's youngest children and families. That sort of dark purple, almost flat line, slightly declining, is our tobacco tax dollars. The dark green line that starts out at nothing in 2015-16 is our grant funding. And then the lighter green line is our total expenditures. And so, I share that with you because grant funds have become increasingly important to us. And so this finding by the auditor controller is very concerned by our auditor about the Auditor Controller's Office services is disturbing. It doesn't really matter to me, however, where the issue is within the county. I just need First Five to have its balances on the books for our accounts, for interest due to our funds to be apportioned promptly, and balance sheet accounts to be reconciled in compliance with our MOU and in accordance with best business practices. For every year that First Five has been receiving Prop 10 tobacco tax dollars, despite whatever longstanding staffing shortages might have been occurring in county departments, you as a county have always been able to fulfill your contractual obligations to us, First Five Humboldt, until now. All previous auditor controllers have complied with the requirements of our MOU. And I reiterate that First Five Humboldt pays the county for these services through A87 charges. I need to go just a tiny bit in the weeds here to address any confusion there might be in the public. I have to speak to a question that was raised to me. We raised a concern with County Council earlier this fiscal year, about a new county code requiring business licenses of every county vendor payee enforced through purchasing. And for us, this issue relates to equity and paying child care aides and license-exempt child care providers in accordance with one of our grants. That new code only applies to contracting for which the Board of Supervisors is the approving authority. Your board does not approve First 5 Humboldt contracts. Despite that concern, we are still using purchasing for all our purchases, abiding by all their procedures while we look for other options in meeting our grant requirements for child care providers. Additionally, our MOU stipulates that we may use purchasing services. Our MOU stipulates that the ACO will provide accounting services. My raising a concern about compliance with our grant requirements under an optional component for our MOU does not negate the county's responsibilities for auditor controller services under our MOU. If the situation with our MOU is not fixed, we might have to renegotiate or sever our agreement. But if we do have to disentangle our processes from the county, it will entail hundreds of hours of staff time, which translates to dollars better spent on services to families, time spent on grant applications, and advocacy at the local, state, and federal level for better systems for children. That's my job. Our staff are county staff under the MOU. Our IT systems are maintained by your IT department, and every payment we issue is through the County of Humboldt check. In previous years, I took great pride in the fact that we operated under the oversight of two auditing authorities, the Auditor Controller's Office through the county and our independent auditor. What better way to make sure that we're transparent and accountable with our dollars, with our tax dollars? In my 6 years as First Five's director, I've worked hard to lift up all the good work done in Humboldt. Your departments, our local nonprofits, our hardworking child care providers, while always looking for how we can do better, how all of us can do better. But First Five can't do its work without the network of nonprofits and departments also working to support our local families. I also have to share with you, and I share this with caution and concern, that First Five commissioners have shared with me privately that they're worried about retaliation towards the entities that they work for if First Five speaks out about this issue. And I know that a knee-jerk reaction may be to say, oh, well, the Auditor Controller's Office can't retaliate against nonprofits or entities out in the community. And I'm just going to say it's not my job to question the risk assessment that's been done by our professional, longstanding community leaders. And I just need to be clear that feels to me like it's about an erosion of concern. I mean, it's a concern and an erosion of trust in the community. So this mess affects our audit, our potential to receive grants, our staff time, and I need to spend my time not lock focused on how we can better serve families during a pandemic when children's and families' mental health concerns are at crisis levels and the child care industry is coming apart, but instead spend time with you talking about how your house is on fire and is threatening my house and all the services that shelter our children and are most vulnerable. So here's my dilemma. I can protect First Five by renegotiating or severing our MOU, but I can't protect, sorry, I have automatic lights that go off and they're off now, but I can't protect and work to fulfill our mission when the network of family services in Humboldt is so impacted. So I respectfully ask that you accept our audit findings, that you acknowledge your responsibilities under our existing MOU, and that you direct your fiscal staff to fulfill the obligations under our MOU in regard to closing processes and accounting and oversight services. I do recognize that you're trying to resolve these issues. This situation is hurting children and families because lost funding opportunities translate to lost support. And our families deserve every effort, our tireless effort, to serve them as best we can. So thank you for your partnership in serving Humboldt families and your community partners in the way that they deserve. I appreciate your commitment and your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. So
what?
Supervisor Bohn, and then there is I'm checking on a email I think that's supposed to be read at some point in time, but go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
I really don't understand. Mary Ann Hansen may be one of the most genuine people I've ever known. She's given me little packages for all three of my grandsons for First Five. And I served on First Five long time ago, just as she was. And I know this is everybody's fault, but anybody's fault. But how do we get First Five back to doing First Five work? I mean, we have the director here at 10 after 6 at night, pretty much been hanging around the computer watching what we do all day. And she should be out. The most important thing we do as a board, I've really got to say, is First Five. We get good kids coming out at 5 years old. We get good kids. And we're sitting here talking about, I don't like your audit. And I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. I want to write her a check. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I had to get Supervisor Bushnell, if it's all right. I do know the auditor would like us to read this into the record. So thank you, Nikki, for printing this out. And then we'll go to Supervisor Bushnell. Please find below my response to the First Five item. The AC office has historically treated the Five agency similar to a county department. It was our understanding that they were bound to the same obligations and limitations as all other departments, which is why we were happy to complete their year-end accruals and adjustments for them. This is also why the AC office performed these services for First Five at the public's expense without direct reimbursement. Let me finish reading this, Supervisor Bohn, and then we can answer, because I agree with you. However, in August of 2021, First Five Executive Director Mary Ann Hansen took issue with a CIO purchasing policy regarding a requirement that anyone contracting with the county needed to hold a business license or be exempt from local business license requirements. Director Hansen took her issue to County Council, who then determined that, based on what Director Hansen told them, has taken the position that First Five was created pursuant to Health and Safety Code, Section 130140.1A1, which creates a commission as a legal entity separate from the county. Another code states any obligation of the county commission, statutory, contractual, or otherwise, shall be obligation solely of the commission. Given that Director Hansen made clear that First Five is an independent entity not bound by county regulations, it is no longer appropriate for the AC office to perform adjustments to their books as it does for agencies under the governance of BOS, much less at the taxpayer's expense. The AC office has since continued to process transactions as requested by First Five. Had they submitted their accruals and adjustments for which they are solely responsible, then we would have posted them. I understand that First Five's auditors have determined that our office did not meet contractual obligations. Given that their auditors never performed any field work or interviews in the AC office, it appears that the determination was based solely on the word of Director Hansen and not on the actual review of AC operations. If the First Five Commission is interested in engaging with the Office of the Auditor Controller for Accounting Services, then they are welcome and engaged and encouraged to reach out directly. We'll be happy to set some reasonable parameters for the engagement and ensure that the commission is reimbursed. Should the First Five Commission and the Board of Supervisors choose to enter into more agreements that will impose expectations on the AC office, then I recommend that they include the AC office to those discussions, or at the very least inform the AC office when a contract has been entered into that impacts AC operations. And Marianne, I'm going to ask you first if you wanted to provide some context there, and then Supervisor Bohn. Well, I heard you, but I see Supervisor Bushnell's hand up. Oops, Marianne, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
No. So let's take it point by point. Yes, we are an independent commission. We are not a county department, but we are bound by a specific MOU with the BOS, with the county, covering these issues. And we do reimburse the county for services. We're billed for those services yearly and pay them. And I double checked with the CAO's office and other fiscal staff in the county who assured me A87 charges cover the auditor controller office charges services. Additionally, the auditor controller seems to say that because I asked about whether or not we had to abide by the code requiring business licenses of all paid vendors, that somehow negates the rest of the MOU. Our MOU says that we may participate, we may use the purchasing office and their requirements, but it says that we will use the auditor controller's office services. So those are optional services. So I'm a little confused, and I'm also confused by the implication that an elected or appointed department head gets to choose which contracts they're going to follow through with that the Board of Supervisors has signed, especially a long-standing contract that's been in place for 21 years. And so I think that's a question I have for your board. Does the AC get to choose which contractual agreements that she complies with and which she does not? I think I made it really clear in my previous statement that our auditor was not making a subjective decision. It is pretty clear that the books were not closed on time and balances were not rolled over. And we assume that our accounting processes through the auditor controller's office would be performed in a timely manner in accordance with best business practices, and that has not happened. I think, I'm not sure, but I think that covers the issues that she raised. Yeah. And I was a little confused by the comment that said, I think she said that we could directly pay the auditor controller's office for services, or that we don't directly pay them. We do pay.
Yeah. I'd have to look to see. This is small writing, but
well, we do pay county A87 charges, and I felt like there was an offer in there to contract directly with us for accounting services. We're already doing that. That's already our agreement with the county.
You know, and I did want to say also, I think you have reached out to the office there multiple times, and it's been not easy for you to actually have someone engaged, if I recall. But I am also going to go to Supervisor Bushnell, since she's actually the actual member on the committee.
Thank you, through the chair. Marianne, I thank you for coming tonight, and I know the struggle that you have felt. The thing I wanted to ask is what Supervisor Bass was going to ask. Can you, did you try to reach out to the Auditor Controller's office? And how did that play out for you?
So we began reaching out regarding this most current audit at the beginning of August. It started with an email from a staff person, I believe on August 5th, which said, hey, basically, where's the $3 million in our sustainability account? It shows $12,000. Where is First Five's money? And then on August 11th, I said, and I copied our auditor, our independent auditor, and I said, hey, these are the things, this is a regular request of you every year. These are the things that we need. Could you please respond? Sorry about my lights. And I received no response, multiple inquiries, until I involved council and the media. And that's not how we should communicate with one another. I have staff who are emailing county payroll weekly about overpayments that have been made to them, and they want to pay the county back. And they have received zero response. Kent gave us an explanation of zero, nada, nothing, right? Radio silence. And so, I'm happy to meet with the auditor controller if she would like to meet, but I don't feel like I need to be reaching out and telling people, do your job in accordance with our agreement when you won't even respond. So I'm sorry. And I'm getting frustrated.
Thank you, Marianne. I think for this discussion, I want to ask, so the last meeting we had, there were some decisions and expectations talked about and what the board wants to do going forward. And can you let us know those frustrations that are coming from the board and some of their ideas that I think are going to come back in a meeting? I know they're coming back in a meeting. If you could.
So you're talking about that we've had 2 discussions on the commission agenda so far about our relationship with the Auditor Controller's Office, our MOU with the county. And the first discussion, well, actually this permeated the second one as well. And I don't like to talk about hearsay. They were public meetings, however, and I feel like it was really clear. And what I said to the commission was what I was hearing from all of our commissioners is that they're worried about retaliation. And I do not mention that lightly because it sounds accusatory and I don't like it. However, phone calls with commissioners who were concerned that if I continue to take this stance and share our concerns, frankly, with the Board of Supervisors, that they're going to experience retaliation through their agencies with delayed payments or other roadblocks put in their way. So the commission is incredibly concerned. They are not ready to go on record with a vote at this point regarding any sort of stance, but are fully supportive of me continuing to raise our concerns. And they are worried that we need to sever our MOU, which will mean counsel and legal fees and lots of staff time. And I just don't think, maybe that's where we're headed. Maybe we've had a great relationship with the county for 20 years and it's time to sever that. But I don't think in the middle of the pandemic, when we're trying to get playgroups open and serve families, that this is exactly the time I want my staff to have to develop all new fiscal procedures. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yep, the question was that the conversation is circling around severing with the county. And I think that's an important part of this discussion. Thank you, Marianne. And I just want to say, I'm going to apologize. I do it a lot lately, and this has been so terrible for you and your commission, and I feel your frustration in your discussion tonight.
Okay, well, we do have one hand up in the public. I think we'll go there, then we'll come back and go to Supervisor Bohn. 7454. Star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
So don't own apologizing. That's my thing for today. I'm only apologizing. I think the people who know where my heart is, there's no bigger supporter for First 5 than myself. It's all about young people, dogs, old people, and the wonderful work that First 5 has done. I do want to apologize that the supervisors have not funded the auditor controller possibly to service all the needs we need to do. I want to apologize for that, honestly, to everybody out there. I have to apologize for that. for those of you who don't quite get it, I know Karen Paz. I know where her heart is. Her heart would be is totally with things like First Five. If she could help them, she would. If she can, she will. If you need to take your MOU to another place, and I apologize for maybe having to do that because the county has not funded the auditor controller to service your needs. An awful lot of apologizing I seem to do today, but I guess I just have to seem to do it. I really wish that this could be worked out so you don't have to. I wish that the auditor controller was funded to the point where she needs, and I wish there was more communication between everybody. I mean, that's something we all seem to be lacking here is the communication. Communication's great rather than finger pointing. So anyway, I hope you can work it out. I would hope that you could get together, sit down with the auditor controller if she has time, because she's got to do payroll, she's got to do this, she's stretched 9 ways to heck. But this is imperative that the children be taken care of. And I have your back 100%. If I can facilitate a sit down, I'll pay for the coffee. I don't drink coffee, but I'll pay for that and arrange an appointment for everybody to sit down and find out what's not happening here and what needs to be fixed. That's that important to all of us here in the county. So again, I wish to apologize at this point. I think there's ways to fix it. There's always a way to fix problems, and that's what I do. I fix problems. Even though I have opposition, people finger pointing, this, that, and the other, let's get to the root of it and let's make this happen for you so you continue to do your fine works here. And I totally 100% support you. So I'm sorry that you're in this position. We all need to work together and not do this other political baloney, which is totally causing problems with the children. And that is unforgivable in my viewpoint. But thanks for my opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. And we'll go to our next speaker is 2122. Press star 6 to unmute.
Yeah, hi, this is Uri Driscoll again. Yeah, of course, we all support the children and all the help that they can get. I don't know all the details of the First Five program, but I mean, kids are where it's at for sure. And I must agree with the assessment of the previous callers that communication is key. And I need to say that all of us have run into communication problems with supervisors, with some city council people, public works, on and on, planning department. It's been very frustrating. And so I feel what you're going through, and I'm really sorry for that. And I hope that things will work out. Did I just apologize? Geez, I think Kent might be rubbing off on me. Anyway, but the finger pointing needs to stop and communication needs to start. And I really hope that I can somehow help that. And but I run into it with the supervisors all the time, and it's extremely frustrating, and it ends up leading to lawsuits with city council. It's not a good way of doing it. When communication can really solve a lot of problems, even if you end up not agreeing, you can still solve problems with sitting down and looking eye to eye. Thanks. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Public speakers on that one. We'll go back to the board, and we do have suggested motion language of accept the Supervisor Madrone. Sorry.
No, go ahead and read that, and then I'll have a comment.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say we do have a suggested motion of accept the First Five audit, confirm the county's responsibilities under the existing MOU of understanding. All right, it's getting late. Memorandum of understanding, and direct county financial staff to fulfill the obligations. So that's what's in the suggested recommendation. Supervisor Madrone, then Bushnell.
Thank you. Yeah, Marianne, I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said. We all do support the children and what you all do there. But this deals with some of these issues, but I thought one of the issues was with your contracting and the requirement that's being placed on you for everybody to have a business license. And I'm not sure that this action really covers that issue. Is that true? It doesn't really cover it?
No, that issue, we're still complying with all of the county's purchasing requirements and not paying. And we're considering subcontracting with someone else so that we can pay those vendors, those childcare providers who are unlicensed and still meet our grant requirements. And so that's really not an issue for your board. It's covered within our MOU. We're doing everything that purchasing is requiring. So I'm not sure why that got raised.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had that working for you as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I'm just concerned that with the motion, we're directing the auditor controller, which we
can't do
according to her. So I don't know what the, she's going to push back on that. And Marianne and First Five need some options. And with that motion, I don't think it's appropriate. I also want to say that, I don't know what to say to public comment today. I could probably say a lot, but it's going to get me in trouble. But pointing the finger goes both ways, and public comment just did it again. And I don't think that's the way to go, but it's been happening all day long. And it's quite frustrating. It's disheartening, and it really takes away from what Marianne and First Five are trying to do tonight, and actually all day today. And so with that being said, I'm not sure that we can direct the auditor, as we've so been told, to do anything.
Well, we can always have language that says direct, but yes, we could ask kindly, but it could just be, reconfirm, the commitment to do what we need to do for First Five. I'll ask our CAO if she has suggested language, or maybe perhaps Supervisor Wilson.
Well, in the past, we've substituted direct with request. So, which is, it is a request. It's direct. So I'm just saying, if we feel like that it's not going to, that the issue is the semantics of whether or not we can direct another elected to do something, that's one thing. So we can remove that concern by just adding the term request, strongly request, or whatever. That may. I think the message isn't the same. I don't think it's.
Pretty please.
Sure, if you want to put that in there.
I'm sorry. This is
okay. I understand. I get you. I was just responding in kind. It's okay. I'm not. Your humor is not lost.
Well,
I'm just saying that we could do that, and I'm happy to support that.
And that I just I raised the concerns because we're going to make that motion, and then we're going to get ripped up in the paper. So let's fix it.
We're ripped up in the paper anyway. So,
well, COA Hayes, what do you suggest? And Mike, that's a good suggestion, I guess. Pretty please sounds great right now.
I think just request. I think Mike's idea, but
do your damn job.
Alicia?
Yes, we have a longstanding history with dissension when your board directs the auditor controller to do certain things. So request would be good language, I think. And I just want to say here that this is a prime example of how the county is the cog to our community. We keep our community up and running from a services standpoint and from an economic standpoint, and we're failing our community in that regard. And as Supervisor Bushnell said, that is disheartening. And so I'm sorry, Marianne, to put you in this position. I know it pains you to have to come out in this way and to potentially have to evaluate severing your ties with the county. And I'm sure I can speak on behalf of the board and certainly on behalf of myself that we will do whatever we can to try to prevent that. But it really, this lies in the auditor controller's hands. We need to close fiscal year 1920. We need to close fiscal year 2021. We need to get an audit done. And we need to apportion interest. I've been talking with your board for more than a year about how these critical financial components need to be completed in a timely manner. And we have allocated the auditor controller many financial resources, including a 70% increase in staff, including a $1 million contract with MGO to help her perform her functions. And we have not received any additional requests as of lately for financial resources that could assist the auditor controller in completing her functions. But I'm happy to have that conversation with her and evaluate where the county is not meeting those needs and what we can do to help, because we need these things to be done and we need them done yesterday.
Mary Ann and then Supervisor Bushnell.
I just, thank you, Alicia, very much. I know that this is, you're doing the hard work and I appreciate it. And I appreciate it of your board. I do have a question about, does an elected department head or an appointed department head get to choose which sections of a contract with the county they get to execute? And I think that that's maybe a question for council, because I almost felt like in the statement that the auditor controller made that she had made a unilateral determination that because I raised a concern about our ability to comply with a code, that she was choosing not to make the adjustments. And I'm just a little confused about that. So anyways, and it does feel a little retaliatory too. And so I'm worried about that. There's a word for it and I can't quite put my finger on it because it's late, but arbitrary or anyways, yeah.
I can see what you're saying. Okay, so, but in order to move forward, I was Supervisor Bushnell. I was gonna say, we can get a motion on the floor, and I would be curious about County Council comments regarding what Marianne just brought up. If there is a picking and choosing between parts of contracts.
Chair, I'm at a bit of a loss on this one. It's a board contract. Your board has contracting authority, but obviously your board can't directly demand that the auditor or controller do something. This is a situation that I have not researched and I am not sure. I think what would probably be most helpful to your board in first five is for the auditor or controller to say whether or not they intend to abide by this term, by the terms of this MOU or not.
Is Miss Dominguez here, or in the room, or listening?
Not that I've seen on those of us left on the screen.
So I want to make a motion that will be effective. I don't want to make a motion then and hear tomorrow that I'm not doing that or I'm not, or push back. Like, is there any way we could have this work? Is there any way that we could, make this work for them and to get some assurities coming out of this motion that it's going to be done? Because we don't have that. Because everything else we've asked for is not getting done. Maybe I should rephrase that. There's a reason why she isn't doing it, or there's an explanation, or it's, there's not enough staff. So just what would we do to get it done for five?
Supervisor Wilson, do you have a did you have a suggestion? That's why you hand one up.
I just, this is a question, I guess, for Mary Ann. You can turn on your light there if you want. I'm telling you, that's gold.
Very energy efficient.
Awesome. So, Mary Ann, have you had a chance to talk to the auditor controller directly about any of this, or have you had any direct communication with the auditor controller? Or maybe we could, I would just add that maybe we could also have a fourth request that request that the auditor controller meet with the director of First Five. And I just think we keep talking about communication, and so maybe we have to request, just very specifically some communication sometimes. And it's not where I want to be. I mean, I just really be really clear.
Direct talk.
Just like direct talks. Like we're kind of, this is where we shouldn't be having this discussion without having had that first. That should have been done before we get to this place.
But wait, did she try? Mary Ann, did you try?
Well, I definitely tried. And I just want to, I think communication is one issue. The issue on your agenda is because of our audit finding. And our audit finding is because the year end was not closed and our balances were not rolled over. That's a countywide issue. That's not a First Five issue. And so, the issues are sort of intertwined, right? I can talk to her, but if our balances don't get rolled over promptly and the year end isn't closed, then I still get another finding this year. And we're halfway into, actually last year, anyways, we're halfway into the next year that's going to be audited again, right? Coming this next fall. And so, the clock is ticking. So I'm happy to talk about sort of, do you intend? There's nothing else I can do. We've been completely compliant. Our fiscal system is the county's fiscal system. We enter everything. We have not heard anything about we're not doing something, or, yes, we use Executime, we're not using paper, right? We're doing everything that the auditor's office has asked us to do. And I'm happy to sit down and meet and talk. But
yeah, I didn't mean this to be a distraction from the, what's trying to get done here.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, it just seems like it seems to be a missing component, and so and something we keep a theme, I would say. And so I was just trying to see if we can address it in this context.
Yeah,
I'm okay with the motion the way I did. Did the motion get made with that one word change? Has that been done? Has there been a second?
I don't know if it was officially made. I'll have to ask Nikki. Nikki's like, it's not been officially made. If you'd like to officially make that motion with that suggested language.
I think I would.
Would you like Supervisor Bushnell to make that motion? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate for item.
I don't want to make a motion that's not going to get done. I'm tired of it.
Well, we need a motion to get anything
submitted. What assurities are we going to get with a motion that this is going to get done for First Five?
Okay, first of all, part of the motion is we accept the First Five audit. We're doing
I'll
that.
make that motion that we accept the First Five audit.
And I think we should confirm the county's responsibilities. And perhaps the best we could do is request. I agree with you. I don't know if it's going to get done. I don't know how. I'm not sure how you want to. Unless you just want to leave that third section off.
Well, what? I mean, I'm going to be candid. What's the point? Any four of you can answer me. I don't care. But what's the point?
I'll offer a point. I mean, there's probably several, but one is for the record. I mean, just that I think is not and we do many things for the record. That some we take positions on bills that may or may not care whether we do it or not. Just in all kinds of things. This is a little different because it's another elected within our sphere, but it's another elected nonetheless. So I think a record is even though it may not seem to be the be all end all, it does assist in the message of the board, if that's the direction you want to take. If you feel like it's not going to do anything, then I guess
I'll make a motion that we accept their findings. Also make the motion that it's our responsibility to uphold our MOU with them and recognize it that way. How to fix that, I don't have a clue. We've been trying.
Well, Marianne,
my motion.
I'm just going to say that our corrective plan of action is that I advocate to your board and the Auditor Controller's Office that they fulfill that you fulfill your MOU. And I'm doing that by bringing it to your board, and feel like, anything else that you want to do is up to you. I would appreciate it if you would accept the audit findings because they're clear.
Yeah. Me, Rex?
Somebody second that.
Nobody second my motion. My motion is that we accept the audit findings and that we recognize that we have a contractual duty through an MOU to First Five that we're not fulfilling.
I'll second it. I don't think it goes anywhere. I agree with you. But anyway, we asked earlier, we heard about communication, but we also heard from 4 different people today throughout the whole meeting about not getting emails answered or phone calls and everything else. And you said you've emailed quite a bit and didn't get any responses. And we're going to ask you to send another email about a face-to-face meeting. And you seemed pretty excited about that. I'm just saying, it's just, and I guess it hurts me saying, and it's all going to come down to being your fault because it's never anybody else's fault. So.
No, it's our fault.
So I'm just.
All right, so we do have a motion. Was there an actual second? Okay,
yes.
So, I'd like to say that there is an understanding that it will be done, but we see how that has worked so far, and it's not worked really well. But, and we can actually, perhaps we should have this come back at a agenda in January to have a further conversation. I don't know if Marianne is interested in that.
I'm happy to continue to talk about the fiscal health First Five.
Well, let's hope you don't have to. But,
she wants her money.
I know.
Show me the money.
Yeah.
There's our interest apportionment, for example.
Yours and everybody else, I know. Okay, so we have a motion and we had a second, I believe.
Can I get clarification on the motion? Because I understand it's the first thing, except First Five audit, and I think we have.
And I believe we had the second item too. But Nikki, what did you hear?
I was actually going to ask for clarification, but I basically have accept the First Five Humboldt audit. And that's where it got muddy. Sorry, Michelle, but recognize that we have a contractual issue being upheld with First Five. And that's where
so recognize that we accept the audit findings that First Five is bringing forward, and recognize that we have a contractual obligation through an MOU that is not being honored by our county.
Thank you.
Mike, Supervisor Wilson.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the recommended language. And so the accept First Five audit, which is just the number 1. And so confirm county responsibilities under the existing MOU of understanding. So that's part of what you just said, right? Just confirming.
It's the same thing. You can.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm just trying to get one. And then what about do you want to recommend or request county financial staff to fulfill the obligations under First Five MOU, or no, you just want to leave that out?
No, I'm not going to do that because I don't have any assurity that it's going to happen.
Okay. And then I guess there's an assumption that it's supposed to happen anyway.
Well, so I understand that, Supervisor Wilson, but every request we have made has not happened.
I hear what you say. So really, it's the first 2 things. It's just like accept First Five audit, confirm the county's responsibility under the existing MOU. That's it. So those first 2 items. Okay. Thank you. I understand. If that's the gist of the motion, I'm okay with that.
Before you vote, can I ask the CIO something?
Sure. Alicia.
Yes, sir.
What I'm writing about this, in number 3, you say direct county financial staff. You don't say auditor controller. Is there a reason for that? Because the county financial staff actually works for the county. Is there a reason for that? I just want a clarification. Or was that subliminal, or was that?
Our office didn't prepare
That was me.
this agenda item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was me. That was me, and I wrote it that way intentionally because I'm just going to say that they're county employees, and fiscal staff in the county are county employees, and I recognize that you can't direct the auditor controller to do X, Y, or Z, but I also think that probably I was overreaching because I suppose that she supervises her own staff, and you also can't direct her staff.
You would assume that, but okay. I just need a clarification because it was pretty blatant out there. So, all right, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Marianne, thank you for staying with us through all of this, even with your lights going out. All right.
Which is the best part of this meeting, by the way.
All right, so seeing no more conversation, can we please have a roll call vote, Nikki?
Yeah, Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Sure.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
Marianne,
Thank
you
you,
can go
all
home
of
now.
you.
Now turn around and beat your head against that brick wall.
All right, so
You're all welcome to come and hit your head here too if you want.
Yes.
Good to
Thank
know.
you.
All right, so we have 2 more items that I believe, 2 public hearings. And thank you, Planning and Building and Public Works, for staying with us all this time. Oh, wait, look, Jeff Dolph is still here. There you go. We're going to make sure you hear as much as.
Their money's worth out of them.
All right, so first public hearing comes to us from the Planning and Building Department, the adoption of an urgency ordinance extending a temporary moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp. And I do believe I have to ask our county council to actually properly introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. Before your board is adoption of an uncodified interim urgency ordinance of the County of Humboldt, continuing a temporary moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp by established agricultural research institutions or others within the coastal zone area of the unincorporated areas of the county, which shall take effect immediately.
Great, thank you. So I am now opening the public hearing, and I'd like to get a staff report.
Thank you, John Ford and Jeff Dolph, to represent the extension of this moratorium. What this moratorium is for is to allow the moratorium to remain in place until the Coastal Commission has an opportunity to act on and certify the actual ordinance, which would not allow hemp cultivation within the coastal zone. The Coastal Commission has not been able to take that forward, or the staff has not been able to take that forward to the commission. And so this would just give them that time to complete that. Be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Dolph, if you have anything to add.
If it may interest your board to know that currently there are 2 registrants for cultivation of industrial hemp. Both of those registrants are within the city limits of Arcata, whereas we've discussed previously, the county's ordinance has no force and effect. That's all. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. We have Supervisor Wilson and then Bohn.
Yeah, I'm happy to make the motion that we adopt interim urgency ordinance as described in the staff report, and then if adopted, direct the clerk of the board to publish the summary of the ordinance and amendments within 15 days as described in the staff report.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. We'll go out to public comment. You have one hand up. 7454. Welcome.
Well, it's interesting that the price for THC cannabis is delving rather rapidly down toward the price that it would be for top quality hemp. And this is an emergency. I understand you have 2 people doing this in Arcata, but you got an emergency to block anybody in the coastal zone. I always get a kick out of this. I think I'm going to direct Michelle Bushnell to do her job. I guess I can't, but I can request she can do her job. And this is getting really, really old, continually getting really, really, really old. And do you understand why you are here and why I am here at 6:53? It's because you guys aren't doing your job. That's what people were telling you all day long. It irritates you. I'm so sorry you have to hear it from me. I have no problem with basically you going ahead and doing this. I no longer decided to have a dog in the fight. It's amazing how much stuff. And I'm hoping none of you supervisors have any permitted grows that fall within the coastal zone, because if that was true and you were blocking this so that you didn't have hemp in your neighborhoods, then you would have a conflict of interest. So anyway, we're still here. We're going to be back next meeting, I would hope, in force. And 6:53, you might be seeing 10 or 11 o'clock meetings if the people don't start looking and listening and paying attention to public participation in this process. But hey, everybody makes their own hell on earth, and corruption and conflicts of interest and those things are what basically make this happen. So be careful what you wish for. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this topic.
Thank you. That's the last hand and only hand up. We'll go back to the board. We have a motion and a second, if I recall correctly.
If I may, I'll just speak to the motion, which is that this subject we've talked about a lot, and I think there's no new information, and I don't think there's a need for change in our direction. And with that, my motion stands.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I see no other hands up. So Nikki, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yep, Supervisor Bohn?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So we will now close that public hearing. Thank you, Director Ford and Jeff Dahl. Sticking around. All right, and so now I believe we are moving on to our final public hearing and hopefully final item for the night. This is coming to us from Public Works, acquisition of interest in real property. Assessor number, well, it's listed in the agenda item. And Jefferson, I don't have to read all the numbers, do I? Since it is properly listed.
I don't believe there's an ordinance on this one.
Okay, but at this time of night, I'm just waiting, just thought I'd run it by you. Okay, good. So at this point, I'm opening the public hearing and I look to staff for a report, please. And we can't hear you. Hank, there you go.
Good evening. Hank Seaman, Deputy Director for Public Works. This item relates to acquisition of interest in real property for the Humboldt Bay Trail South project. This is a longstanding project, a large infrastructure, active transportation project to connect Eureka and Arcata with a paved multi-use trail. These are images of Arcata's and Eureka's trails. And this is a map showing the project area for the county's project. We've been working on this since 2013. So it's a 4.25 mile project. It's in a very constrained corridor between Highway 101, the railroad, and the Humboldt Bay shoreline. So we're nearing the completion of the right-of-way and final design and permitting phases. Our funding for right-of-way comes from the California Transportation Commission. These are funds that were regional transportation funds that HCOG originally allocated to Caltrans for the corridor improvement project. And then those got reallocated back to the county for the Bay Trail because there's a nexus between the Bay Trail and the corridor improvement project. In October of 2020, the county acquired 2 parcels along the shoreline near Indianola Cutoff. In July of this year, we executed a lease agreement with North Coast Railroad Authority for the parcels that they own in fee within the project area. And so today's action involves the last two significant right-of-way agreements for the project. And so we're aiming to, before I talk about those two right-of-way acquisitions, just the current scheduling goal is to complete the 90% design next month. We'll also be coming back to the board for some action relating to the airport land use compatibility plan. In February, Coastal Commission staff is aiming to bring our application to the full commission for consideration of the coastal development permit. And we're aiming to complete our design and bid package by June of next year to enable bidding the project next summer, beginning construction, and then completing construction in 2023. So these are the properties that are involved with tonight's action. We're looking at Brainerd Industrial Park and then also the Brainerd Mill Site. This is an image of Brainerd Industrial Park. You can see at the bottom of the picture, the south end of the city of Arcata's Bay Trail. And so we've negotiated a purchase and sale agreement with the owner of Brainerd Industrial Park to acquire 2 parcels and then also to obtain a temporary construction easement. And so the 2 parcels are shown in yellow, and then the temporary construction easement is shown in red. So we negotiated a purchase and sale agreement with the landowner, and the 1 parcel is a linear parcel that underlies the railroad. The railroad sold that parcel to Brainerd Industrial Park back in the 1980s. The North Coast Railroad Authority has an easement for railroad purposes across that parcel. And then as part of the transaction, the landowner would receive an easement for the driveway from Highway 101 into the main industrial property, which he will retain. And then there's another property that's along the shoreline that also includes a portion of the rail prism. And we're acquiring this parcel in order to be able to do shoreline improvements to protect the rail prism and the future Bay Trail. And we've administered a lot line adjustment that would adjust the boundary so that a corner of that parcel would remain with the main industrial property. So we did an appraisal for these parcels, and the compensation offer was based on that appraisal. And then we've included an allocation for legal expenses. So the total compensation would be $355,200. And so this is a map depicting the right-of-way at the Brainerd Mill Site. So I should say at the Brainerd, at Brainerd, what I just showed, the trail would be located between Highway 101 and the railroad. So that's consistent with Arcata's existing project. Here at this location, our design will bring the trail onto the levee around the old mill site. And this was done for several reasons, primarily to avoid the main driveway into the mill site, also to avoid the southern segment of eucalyptus trees, to take advantage of a levee that's in good condition, and to provide a more optimal experience, both, this will be a trail for transportation and recreation. So having the trail on the levee will really provide a superior experience. And so we're not acquiring property here, we're purchasing an easement. So there would be an easement on the levee to construct and maintain the trail. There would also be an access easement to access the property for maintenance. And then we're also looking to acquire a temporary construction easement. So these are images of the mill site, and you can see the levee that surrounds it. So we've negotiated a purchase and sale agreement with California Redwood Company. Both this negotiation and the negotiation with Brainerd have been ongoing for almost 5 years. And the valuation for the easements at the Brainerd Mill site were based on the appraisal that was done back in 2019, but it was adjusted to account for really the unique aspects of this property. And so the trail easement area was valued at a portion of the appraised industrial land value. And then we applied a percentage for the access easement. That's a permanent access easement. And then the temporary construction easement was valued based on comparable market rates. The compensation offer also includes an administrative settlement adjustment, and that represents 10% above the total fair market value. And that was done because we had reached an impasse on just the appraised value. And so we made an additional offer to reach an agreement to avoid having to pursue other options like eminent domain. So, yes.
Yeah, Hank, two things, and I don't know who maintains the dike with the trail on it after that. Do we maintain 75% of it, and Green Diamond or the future owner does 25%, or how does that work?
Yeah, the easement really lays out the shared responsibilities for levee maintenance. So the county will be responsible for normal levee maintenance where the trail is built, with the exception of any water or stormwater facilities. And then if there are the need for repairs, then that easement defines a shared contribution. So if it's done as part of a if there's a declared disaster and there's storm damage relief funds, then the county would pay 75%. And if there's not storm damage repairs, it would be a 50-50 share.
And is that property still in unincorporated Humboldt, or didn't that go into didn't Eureka incorporate that?
That property was annexed into the city of Eureka.
So are they participating in this at all?
Right now, they don't have a role in this project. It's the county's project we've been developing this since 2013. So yeah, it's right now it's solely the county's project.
So we're building okay. All right, we're building the trail in Eureka then, basically. It's fine. I just wonder.
So the total compensation offer in the purchase and sale agreement is $770,000. And like we just discussed, it has provisions detailing the responsibilities for maintenance repair. And so we did publish a notice of intention to acquire interest in real property in October in accordance with government code. And so our recommendation is that the board approve the acquisition of real property with assessor parcel number 501-241-031, 501-241-030. Also, we recommend that you approve the acquisition of a temporary construction easement on 501-241-033. Those are all at Break It. And then for the Brainerd site, we recommend that the board approve acquisition of permanent and temporary easements on portions of 017-081-001 and 404-141-004. And then we also would recommend that the board approve and authorize the Public Works Director to sign the purchase and sale agreements and the associated deeds with revisions or amendments for non-substantial changes. And finally, to appoint the Public Works Director or myself to negotiate and execute documents reasonably necessary to complete the acquisitions. That ends the staff report.
Thank you, Hank. Supervisor Madrone?
I would move staff recommendations.
We have a motion.
Second.
And we have a second. All right, we will go out. There's a couple of public commenters. So we will head out to public comment now. 7454. Press *6 to unmute.
This is a very interesting process. I don't know what the hurry is. You're spending over $1 million for easements. $770,000 is within the city of Eureka's jurisdiction because they wanted the tax basis for that. And yet they're not participating. Do you have a feasibility study or an estimate? I mean, earlier today's testimony was that dike out there most likely will have to be raised 4 feet. So the trail plan you have include the price of taking the rail prism, not the rail prism, that's just the dike. That's not even the rail prism on that particular portion, or even taking the rail prism up the required 4 feet that I heard earlier in the day regarding the other property. I think the Hesses owned that or used to own that down there at the mill yard. And then what? I mean, we need money for trails, just trail maintenance. People tell me, and I've visually seen the trails sometimes aren't being maintained. So you have $1 million for easements. Just kind of scratching my head here a little bit, and kind of with Rex's questions there for easements here. And yet, if the Surface Transportation Board goes ahead and makes a determination that the railroad's coming back, you will have just spent $1 million. I guess you can still put a trail in there. I guess you could, but it doesn't sound like it'd be very viable. There would be no connectivity. And so it sounds like this should actually wait till the Surface Transportation Board makes a determination before you spend $1 million. A lot of money that could do a lot of good in this county on trails, especially for maintenance and stuff. You're going to spend this for easements that, in my opinion, will be close to worthless. I don't think you can sell them back. And then the other thing is do you have an estimate of what it will take to go ahead and raise that levee? We already have up there. We have up north in Steve Madrone's districts, the levee in Blue Lake. These are all potential major hazards, and yet we're going to take responsibility for 50%. Sound like somebody's getting a heck of a good deal out of that one. It sounds like the city of Eureka and possibly the owners of the properties are going to get a great deal, but it may not be in the county's best interest. I'm just kind of stroking my chin here a little bit, doing that Columbo thing. There's just the hairs on the back of my neck say you're moving too quick. And there was no comment made here. You had to do this right now. So I would just wait till table this until the Surface Transportation Board made their determination, and therefore you would not be spending $1 million that might be of very little value to the county. But that's just my concern. I'm just a concerned taxpayer here, and I like to see the pennies and the $1 million kind of taken care of. I mean, we talk about all kinds of this money's lost and this money's lost, and we might lose $170,000 because of the auditor controller, but we're talking $1 million plus here. So I just highly recommend you kind of slow play this one and consider doing this later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Minutes, and now we will go to 1942. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. It's a hard 3 minutes.
Supervisors, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. This is Karen Underwood speaking for the Humboldt Trails Council. And just want to say the Humboldt Bay Trail Fund has a lot of money to do maintenance on that section of trail along the Bay Trail. And I don't think we should wait for the STB to make their decision. We've been waiting a long time for this trail. So the council and our supporters strongly urge you to approve today this acquisition of the designated real property interest associated with the Braycut Industrial Park and the Brainerd Mills site. So please move the Humboldt Bay Trail South project forward. There is very strong support in our county for the completion of this trail. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for sticking with this meeting to get to this point. And we will go to our last commenter, 2122. Press *6.
Yeah, hi there. This is Uriah Driscoll. And, like has often happened, it's what is being left out of the staff report that's really important on this. There is no project here until the Surface Transportation Board rules on it. Let's just be honest, please. The California Transportation Commission and communications I've had with them, I'm sure with Hank as well, they're not going to pay for anything until that rail banking process is complete. Now, how it all comes out, we don't know. Maybe, there's at least 2 rail operators showing interest in this rail already. There may be more. We don't know. So, and this $1 million would essentially just be wasted if, well, I guess the question is if the CTC is not going to pony up the money, if the county goes through with this acquisition, would they be on the hook for it if the Surface Transportation Board grants offer of financial assistance to one of the other rail operators? So I do question the Humboldt Trails Council. She said there's a whole bunch of money. Well, when I drive by the Arcata end of this Bay Trail, there doesn't look like a whole lot of maintenance has been going on. And there's a dire need for maintenance money to be spent. Hammond Trail, we could go on and on. So I really recommend you put a pause on this until there's a ruling with the Surface Transportation Board, because that's what all matters. And why that is not discussed by staff is really, I think, pretty negligent. And that really needs to be addressed because, like I said, there is no project until the outcome of that, of the rail banking process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's the end of the public commenters. Supervisor Bohn, or I thought I saw your hands wiggling there. Supervisor Bushnell.
Mute. Yeah, I'm on mute. I'm sorry. Thank you. I was just wondering, Hank, if you could speak on some of those concerns.
Which concerns?
That it has to go through the transportation. Is that
Transportation Commission?
Yeah, I'm just new to the process. I'm curious. It wasn't addressed in the presentation, so I'm asking the question.
Sure. So North Coast Railroad Authority has an application for rail banking before the Federal Surface Transportation Board. They submitted that in May. We've designed this project all along to be compatible with future restoration of rail. So that's been, that's part of the design, to leave space for rail to be reestablished. Our lease agreement with NCRA has conditions, and those conditions were developed with input from California Transportation Commission. And so there's different scenarios about whether rail banking has been approved or not. And so we're going to make sure that we comply with the conditions in the lease agreement, no matter what the outcome of STB's decision or the timing. And so today's action for the right-of-way is really independent of the future construction and compliance with the lease agreement.
So thank you for that. So there's not a possibility that if the rail banking isn't completed, which I'm hypothetically, I'm just asking you, and we do this acquiring, that property, it still will be utilized for a trail?
Yes.
So the idea that we can't do anything, we have to wait around, that's not a factual statement?
No, our lease agreement with NCRA has conditions for different scenarios. So there's scenarios where STB is still pending a decision, where they've approved rail banking, and where they've denied rail banking. And so we've got 3 different scenarios to comply with. So we've got a pathway to complete the project.
So you wrote those, okay, so those are in the project just in case. So, all right, thank you.
All right, any other supervisors? Question, Supervisor Madrone. Oops.
Yeah, I think Hank did a great job answering that question. Good question, Supervisor Bushnell. Certainly a concern. I just want to commend staff for their stalwart commitment to getting this project through. These things are never easy. And as a member of the NCRA board, I can tell you that we are the envy of all the other counties to the south in terms of the progress we're making on our trail with rail, so to speak, in Humboldt County. For the most part, there's a couple of exceptions in a couple of places, but if the rail ever came back in, then we just need to move out of that and do something, but that's all doable. And again, I just want to thank staff for all their hard work on this project. Thank you, Hank.
Great, thank you. Well, we do have a long list of recommendations here. If someone would like to make a motion for staff recommendation.
I already did.
Did you? Sorry. You know, this is, I don't know about the rest of you.
It's late.
I'm ready.
And
Okay, I'm done trying to keep track. I can't do it anymore.
and just to speak to the second, I want to say that the north part of this trail has been constructed and is used and is popular. And I'm on it, well, not in this weather, but most of the summer, fall, and spring, I'm on there probably 3 or 4 times a week. And I can tell you it's extremely popular by all uses. And it ends at what's called 2 rocks, because there's 2 rocks at the end. And the sections that we're talking about are, well, especially extending to Eureka is just going to be extremely popular. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing that to fruition. And thank you so much to staff and everybody for moving this forward.
Okay, so we do have a motion that's been seconded. Any further comments? All right, I think we're okay. I think we're ready for a vote, Nikki.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we are now closing that public hearing. Thank you everyone for sticking with us on that. And I believe that has us at the end of our agenda, unless somebody tells me otherwise. Thank you all.
Not going until 10.
We could, thank you all for hanging in there. And I think we got 30 minutes total off. That's like not exactly how I would have planned it, but I apologize.
Thank you, Chair, for your work today.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm ready to go home now.
I got 3 more days of this. So.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, we're adjourned.